Be cool, be kind, be classy. The cupcakes so sweet and sexy. Have fun and enjoy the journey. Just have a good attorney. No big whoop, no biggie. She lives near New York City. Not just a YouTube show. When you know, you better grab a straw. Learn about the law. It's cool here in the shade, sipping motions of lemonade. Cool heads will prevail, kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Oh, Melanie Little is going live. Oh no, where is Melanie? Follow the island's melody. Is a concert within reach. No surprise, she's at Jones Beach. She heard some music far away. Captain Jack Stack Harbor Bay. He sings and his piano plays. Not all sounds are waterways. Speaking Yiddish and Latin, it's not just for Manhattan. It's for Goethe and Machegas. Ridiculous that insanus. Oy vey, Marcus. Proceed, that's for schmucks. Be cool, be kind, be classy. My cupcakes sweet and sassy. And not just a YouTube show. When you know. Cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Melanie Little is going live.
Good morning. Good morning, my friends. Today is Tuesday, November 19th, 2024. We're going to jump into a new trial today. It's at the tail end of the trial, and many of you have asked me to cover it. Many of you have been watching it already. This is a trial out of Georgia. It is the Chloe Driver trial. She was a 24-year-old woman who took the life of her 13-month-old toddler all the way back in 2020. This is a case involving a polygamist cult. Chloe Driver was one of 3 wives to this guy named Z. He goes by Z. And today is going to be the end. Or actually, I think the defense is going to rest in the morning. Then there's going to be a rebuttal witness, a doctor. And then I believe closings are going to happen this afternoon. So luckily, we missed all of the horrific testimony regarding the stabbing death of the baby, which is something that I couldn't really handle anyway. So I'm glad we kind of glossed over that part. And it seems like everyone else and their mother is watching Lake and Riley. And because I have 2 kids in college right now, that is just a story that was too close to what I'm going through. And I didn't want to cover it. So being that I was away all weekend and I wanted to hang out with you guys, and so many of you wanted to watch this together, I thought, let's watch it together. And for those of you that have been watching it, excellent. Here's Law Junkie. Been following this since day 1. So happy you're covering because I couldn't watch without me. I guess that's supposed to mean. So Law Junkie, if you want to catch us up, put a little summary in the chat for everyone who has nothing to do with this, or didn't have anything to do with it. You feel she's completely insane and brainwashed by the cult. Yeah, she's pleading not guilty by reason of insanity. The judge yesterday did give her the colloquy about whether or not she wanted to testify, telling her that she doesn't have to testify. But since she has an affirmative defense of not guilty by reason of insanity, the burden's really kind of on her now to get up on the stand and prove that she, is insane, or to give some justification for this horrific murder. And she did say yesterday she was not going to testify. I kind of feel like she does need to testify. What say you, Law Junkie 33? I talked about this last night on the show that I did on this crazy, horrific day that happened in New York City yesterday. There was a crazy, mentally ill felon who was homeless, or undomiciled, apparently is the new lingo for homeless, who ran around New York City with 2 butcher knives and stabbed 3 random people. All 3 of them wound up dead by the end of my stream, where there was one woman who had been fighting for her life. And we talked about this yesterday a little bit at the end of that stream. This is horrific what's going on in New York City. And in the meanwhile, Daniel Penny, a Marine who saved an entire subway car full of people, is on trial for manslaughter. So that got us all a little spun yesterday, those of us who are from New York and who are not. But we started talking at the end. I said, does anybody know about the Yellow Deli? And a lot of people did not know about the Yellow Deli. And I want to know if anybody fell into the Yellow Deli rabbit hole last night, because the Yellow Deli, it is actually a deli, but it is also a cult. Yeah, the last victim passed away last night while we were on the stream, Claire, the 36-year-old woman who was in Cornell Weill Medical Center fighting for her life. And so there are 3 people dead from that random stabbing incident yesterday. This guy was living in the Bellevue Men's Shelter, which is a haven for migrants, homeless men, and sex offenders, apparently. And he took 2 butcher knives. He went all the way over to the west side, stabbed a 36-year-old man who was working as a construction worker in Chelsea, all the way around on 19th Street at a construction site, stabbed him several times in front of many witnesses, took off down 9th Avenue, walked with his butcher knives out, they said, all the way over to the east side to 30th and the FDR Drive, where he stabbed a 68-year-old man who was fishing in the East River in front of many witnesses again. Then he walked over to 42nd Street and 1st, or 46th and 1st by the UN building, stabbed a 36-year-old woman to death, again in front of many witnesses, stole her purse, started taking off, and then a cab driver saw him running with a purse, thought he had robbed the woman, didn't realize that she had been stabbed and was bleeding out on the side of the little overpass under the overpass where she was. And then he found himself over by the UN building, where it seems that he was tackled by or caught by a couple of Secret Service agents, because the cab driver witness who followed him said he saw a bunch of guys with earpieces in pull out their guns, and this guy didn't resist, and he's now in custody. He's got a long rap sheet. His last arrest was just a month ago after he got out of Rikers. He was arrested on felony grand larceny charges and let out with cashless bail, just like come back later. And first of all, how do you how do you enforce that with a person who has no domicile? Just let him out. They have no incentive to come back unless they're looking for 3 hots and a cot. So he shouldn't have been on the street. Mayor Eric Adams got out, did a press conference, and even he said, when asked, I really don't know why this guy was out on the street, but thank God for the good Samaritans who are around that called the police and had him apprehended. And yet the good Samaritan Daniel Penny is looking at 15 years. All the way down on the other side of town at 100 Center Street. His case continues today. We need to do a catch up on that Daniel Penny case later. Hopefully they're going to call their own expert witness to contradict what the medical examiner said, because the medical examiner in the Daniel Penny case, who is on trial for the death of Jordan Neely, testified that she changed her cause of death when she saw some video of the incident on, I think, the internet. Like, it's crazy. So yes, Claire, that long story short, the woman who was fighting for her life last night when we started the stream, by the end of the stream, she had passed away. And this gentleman, Ramon Rivera, had confessed. So at least there's that. How he was able to get from the west side to the east side with knives out on his 2-hour trip over, before there was a 2-hour gap between the first stabbing and the second murder, beyond me. But nobody in New York's going to see something or say anything if chances are they're going to be prosecuted. So fine line. Got into a little bit of a rant last night, but here we are. Thank you to Raven, who says that the 12 tribes beat their babies with rods when they cry in church. Well, that's see, this is what we're dealing with here, the 12 tribes, right? And getting back to the Yellow Deli story, I have a long crime up. Don't worry, camera's not up yet, so I'm still waiting for them. Same sort of cult, right, as the Yellow Deli. There is one in Boulder, and I know that everyone who goes into the Yellow Deli, I think there's one, they're all over the place. You may have seen them and just thought they were a regular place. Everyone that I know that's ever been to one, and it must have been huge on TikTok because my teenagers know about the Yellow Deli, and there also was, I think, a documentary about the Yellow Deli. Everyone who I know who's been there, mostly teens, have come out of there and said, "Oh my God, have you been to the Yellow Deli? the people are so nice. There's these like really cute guys that work there, and they're so charismatic, and they come and they talk to you, and they're really kind, and you don't realize they're trying to recruit you into their Yellow Deli club. Law Junkie, thank you, who's been watching this from Jump, says that Chloe Driver is mentally ill. She has been since she was a teen. The cult did not believe in meds. Right. She was in hell. She finally decided to murder suicide and stab the baby and herself. But he broke the door down and was stopped. When you say he, do you mean Z, or do you mean that guy, that crazy guy, Jeff, who testified in his orange prison garb for hours? One of the biggest narcissists I've ever seen on the scene, who apparently thinks that he is God's gift to women and that all women belong in a subservient role. I watched part of he drinks his urine every day, this guy. Jeff Spillers, what a character. And then I looked up because I had to find out why he was in jail. He's a cyber stalker. He was stalking many, many women. And that situation, that testimony was crazy. Absolutely crazy. I thought for a minute, I thought you actually were Mark Betterow, but now I see you are Mark Bedwetterow, who thinks this is a terrible case. And I'm not sure who that baby is in your profile pic, but it's giving me some anxiety. Yes, hello, good morning to my amazing moderators, Sarah and Shock and Hora. Please hit the like button. A lot of people don't know we're covering this case, so I don't know what the other options were for streaming, if there were any other. I know that Law and Crime has it. I know that Court TV has it. We don't need to mention any place else, but that's all I know. Good morning to Little Cupcake as well. Chloe in Canton. So this Chloe Driver is from Canton, Georgia. And I was like, you can't even make this up. So this happened in Canton, Georgia. And I was like, wow, there's a Chloe. She's on trial and she's from Canton, Georgia. So I thought that would grab some attention on the headlines. And yes, Dr. Berry is following it. I think she did a thing with Lawyer Lee, right? Last night. Go check it out later if you haven't seen it. Was it last night or the night before? All my days are blending together because I unplugged from YouTube for the weekend because I was in Boulder. I went to the Buffs game with my daughter. It was amazing. We kicked some Utah butt, and we are now number 16 in the country. I'm pretty sure that we have the Heisman winner on our team. I think Travis Hunter is going to have it. He's going to get it, and I'm here for it. What an amazing game. So Dr. Berry is following, right? And also she did a thing with Lawyer Lee, which was cool, discussing all the cult and mental health stuff. And Scooby's mom says, I have a client who escaped the 12 tribes with her children in the Cape. I was blown away to hear what they do. Awful, especially to women and children. Yeah. Women and children are treated like dirt, right? Like servants. Tell us more, Scooby's mom. Tell us more. Chloe Driver was at a 12 tribes meeting the morning of the incident, says Heather. And hadn't this husband of hers, who we're just going to call Z for purposes of everyone in this story, seems to have several names. They have, I think, a Hebrew name. They have a birth name, and then they have some nickname given to them by either Jeff Stillers or Spillers and Z. And this guy Spillers was living in his van in a driveway in Connecticut. And it made me think that I don't know how old he is, because I think he looks a lot older than he is, this guy, Jeff Spillers. But he is also connected to Humboldt County. Go figure. Humboldt County, California. And I don't know how old he is, but I think he's older than I think he is. I'm sorry. His name's Jason. Jason Spillers. Does it say how old he is? So the murder occurred in December of 2020 when she took the life of her 13-month-old daughter, Hannah, and then tried to kill herself. And then she wound up surviving due to the life-saving measures of Z. And why Z has not testified, correct? But Spillers, who was the one who came in the room and found her and pressed on her wounds and kind of kept her alive, right? And I believe that Chloe was very young when she connected with this guy, Z, who had 2 other wives, by the way. And hold on a second. If that breaking news is correct, let me just see something. Well, the Daily Beast is reporting that Gavin Newsom says he's going to wait for a decision on the Menendez brothers by the new tough on crime district attorney. Is that what you're referring to? So there's a hearing coming up. I have that in my calendar. Venus Blue. So unless you have some other information, this was 24 minutes ago. Yeah, Z is in hiding, living in his van. So it gave me the impression, the way he said that he was living in like one of the players in this case's parents' driveway in Connecticut, that these may have been a bunch of trust fund kids. He also said he was living off his trust, not Z. I'm talking about Jason. What? I keep wanting to call, you know why? Because he reminds me of like Jeff Spicoli. That's what he reminds me of. Yeah, he's living in a van down by the river. But I don't know if it was Z, but it was Jason Spillers who was like, yeah, I was living in so-and-so's parents' house in Connecticut and driveway, sleeping in my van. I had a place and I looked up the address of the place where he said he owned, and he would sleep in his van, but he would let other people live in his house. I'm sure Crazy Jason is 38 years old and Z has not testified. So is Z going to testify? Is Z incarcerated or is Z out somewhere? Right. Z is Benyamin Ben Michael. Jason is the one that's in jail. So is Z not in jail? I had the feeling that a lot of these people, yeah, thank God for the chat. I really don't know a lot of the details. That's why we're jumping in here, Karen. That's why we're jumping in. I want people to tell us. I watched his testimony. I'm busy, cover a lot of other trials. People wanted to watch it together, so here we are. Can't know every detail to everything. He's not testifying, which is odd, yeah. Z did not testify. That was Jason. So let's just not put the misinformation in the chat, since I don't know a hell of a lot about this case. And he's not in jail. Thank you, Dan, for being so kind to me this early morning. Yeah, Venus. Okay, so we don't have any information about the Menendez brothers. There is a hearing coming up. I also want to go over the petition with you for the resentencing, which I do have my hands on. I've highlighted it. Whoever's interested in that, let me know. I'll schedule that for coming up days, the days between. It's going to be the days between Thanksgiving and Christmas are going to be kind of dead. The days between Christmas and New Year's are really going to be kind of dead because most courts shut down. So what else do we have this week? Tomorrow, there's a Susan Smith parole hearing in South Carolina. You guys remember Susan Smith? The woman who buckled her 2 kids into their car seats and drove them into the lake or river or the water, and now she's looking to get out of jail. I don't know what the holdup is here on Law and Crime, but no cameras up yet, so no worries. So Susan Smith has a parole hearing tomorrow. That should be interesting. I don't know if it's going to be televised, but if it is, we may be able to cover that depending on what happens with this trial. This is a good trial. Yeah, Jen Shaw Hader. Perhaps that was said in openings. However, she did say yesterday to the judge, she did not want to testify. And the judge said, well, you can change your mind if you want to. So that we're going to wait and see. I kind of think she does need to testify. Yeah. Crazy Jason and Susan Smith. I'm triggered. Right. Dan freaked out when he heard about Susan Smith because I have a cousin with the same name. I mean, that's probably like one of the most common names out there, right? Susan Smith. Oh, Scott is volunteering for the holidays. He can give a class on how to boost from department stores. Scott, I think if you steal any less than $1,000, they're not going to prosecute you anyway. And quite honestly, these security guards nowadays are not paid enough to care. So it was for a while now after the panty. Don't put that full name in the chat because YouTube doesn't like the C word that ends in D, or the panty word. Security guards just didn't care enough. They're just like, take whatever you want. Let me help you fill up your bags at CVS and Walgreens, right? They're like, let me just help you. Z done left. It's crazy. Yeah, I agree, KBC. I don't think Susan Smith should ever see the light of day. Wasn't she like she had a boyfriend and she the boyfriend didn't, like kids or something. And so Susan Smith decided to do away with her children to be with the boyfriend. Yeah, it was repulsive. No, I'm the only one here that thinks Chloe is or was insane at the time she did this to the daughter she loved and tried to protect. No, I don't think so. I'm very open to that. I'm very open to that based on what I know about the 12 tribes, what I know about the Yellow Deli cult, and what I know about cults in general, that they brainwash people. In fact, this guy, Jason, when he testified, he was fascinated. He was fascinated. He wanted to get to know these people. He wanted to get to know about what it's like to have 3 wives and, the dynamic. And like this guy thought he was the smartest person in the room. And when there's a break, I'd like to go back over some of his testimony and watch it with you. He was on the stand for hours. Right, Karen? Hours. Law Junkie says, I'm convinced she had postpartum depression along with the schizophrenia and bipolar. Yeah. You know who else I'm convinced had postpartum depression along with maybe many of those other things? Lindsay Clancy. We got to get into that case at some point, my Massachusetts friends. Lindsay Clancy, I think, really, really was suffering. And her husband is even standing behind her, rooting for her. She did take the lives of 3 of her children with exercise bands when her husband went out for like 20 minutes to get dinner. Hi, Karen. I've watched this from day one, and so much has come out. While I believe Chloe may have been brainwashed, I also do not believe they can be insane. She was insane. Both things can be true, right? Both things can coexist. She can have been brainwashed and legally not insane at the time that she took her daughter's life and tried to take her own. Both things can be true. Yes, apparently, Jennifer Duncan, drinking your own urine, according to this guy, Jason, is a very healthy thing to do. Very healthy. And I did fall into that rabbit hole for a few minutes, and that was quite bizarre. Why do they say that they're live? There we go. The camera just came up.
All right, thank you. Members of the jury,
I'm going to take that back 2 seconds just so that you can hear. At this time, the defense will rest, Your Honor. Here's Chloe Driver sitting at defense table. Don't buffer on me.
Ms. Trethewey, you may call your next witness, please.
Judge, at this time, the defense will rest.
All right, thank you. Members of the jury, the state and the defense have closed their cases in chief. Georgia law provides that when a defendant has raised a defense of not guilty by reason of insanity, the law provides that a third party make an evaluation of the defendant. By third party, I mean a psychologist that is not associated with either the state or the defense. The third party evaluator in this case is Dr. Jacqueline Zahm. You may have heard her mentioned in the testimony earlier. She is here this morning. Both the state and the defense have stipulated to her qualifications as an expert, and she is going to be testifying for you. Each side will have the opportunity to ask her questions. So, Dr. Zahm, you can come forward.
So it's interesting in Georgia law. This is a third party, not hired by either side, but hired by the state to do an evaluation for the state. And we don't have to listen to her qualifications because both sides have agreed that she is an expert and should be admitted as
Raise
such.
your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in the matter pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, ma'am. If you will state your name for the record, please.
My name is Dr. Jacqueline Zahm.
All right, and Ms. Roberts.
Could you spell that, please?
Good morning.
We've stipulated to your qualification as an expert, but because the jury's had the benefit of hearing from other experts and their background, could you tell the jury a little bit about your education and experience with regard to forensic psychology?
Yes, can I just ask, is this too loud? Am I
No.
vibrating anyone's eardrums?
I think it's okay.
Okay,
I can turn it down a little bit if you're uncomfortable.
thank you. My undergraduate degree is from Georgia College and State University. I have a Bachelor of Science with a major in psychology. My graduate training is from Georgia School of Professional Psychology at Argosy, Atlanta. Throughout my graduate training, we're first required to become generalists as psychologists. So we all have very similar training in terms of our graduate school training. However, during all of my practicum and in-person kind of hands-on learning opportunities, I focused on evaluation and assessment. So that has been where my training has primarily focused. My residency was at Mississippi State Hospital, which is right outside of Jackson, Mississippi. In Mississippi, it's similar to Georgia Regional. It's the state psychiatric hospital where individuals are treated for severe and pervasive mental illness, including individuals who have been forensically committed or who have been found in need of treatment to be restored to competency, or are being housed after being found not guilty by reason of insanity. So my residency included forensic rotation on a forensic ward where I provided group and individual counseling for competency restoration, as well as involvement in evaluations to determine both competency to stand trial and criminal responsibility. During that time, I also completed an external private rotation that focused on the similar referral questions. Since that time, I came back to Georgia, completed my postdoctoral training at Georgia Psychological, which is where I was employed when I initially conducted this evaluation. Throughout my time there, I served as clinical director over a small clinic of approximately 5 assessors, evaluators. Most of my work there involved juvenile court, as well as some family court, and some cases similar to this one. All of my experience since completing my graduate training has involved evaluation and assessment. So that is kind of where my expertise lies.
Okay, and when you use the terminology evaluation and assessment, what do you mean by that?
Psychological evaluation, psychosexual risk offender evaluations, domestic violence, substance abuse, questions regarding parental fitness or risk for child abuse, as well as criminal responsibility. Also, the question that is before this court, whether someone is criminally responsible, although those do come to us far less frequently because they are not presented to the court in as higher numbers as we see these other referral questions.
Okay, so the criminal responsibility assessments you do come in smaller numbers than the other types of assessments?
Far smaller numbers, yes.
Okay. Thank you. I want to talk to you a little bit about your evaluation in this case. The court's kind of told the jury that the law provides that a neutral third-party doctor will conduct an evaluation. So we've never worked together before. Is that fair?
That is fair.
Okay. And you completed a 38-page report in this case, right?
That is correct.
And tell the jury a little bit about what you reviewed in this case in terms of collateral documentation apart from your actual evaluation of Ms. Driver.
Okay. For this case, I received extensive collateral documentation. I received, I believe it was approximately 1,200 pages of documentation pertaining to medical treatment. I received what I believe were all of the interviews of the parties who were present at the time that the alleged event occurred, including the interviews with Mr. Benyamin Ben Mikhail, the two ladies who were present in the home, Jessica and Sarah. I received interviews.
Those are his two other wives, Jessica and Sarah, and Benyamin, also known as Z.
Of Ms. Driver herself that were conducted by Detective Cruz, and I received the police narratives of all of those interviews as well as the actual interview itself. I also received some documentation of a handful of calls that were placed from the jail. I did not receive previously completed evaluations.
Okay. And
She made over 600 jail calls to her husband, Z.
your statement about not receiving previously completed evaluations at the time that you were conducting your evaluation, what was the reason for that?
So I'm not sure if they would have been provided to me or not, but I did request in this case that they not be provided to me, given that my role was to be a neutral evaluator. So I did not want to see the work of a previous evaluator and their conclusions.
Okay. And so did you conduct your evaluation and review of the material and complete this 38-page report, having no idea what the other doctors in the case had found?
So I was told that at the onset of the case, I was told that Ms. Driver had been evaluated twice and that both evaluators agreed that she was suffering from severe mental illness, had a significant mental health history, but that they had differing opinions in some areas.
Okay. But beyond that, you had not reviewed their reports and
No.
specifically requested that you not receive them so you could conduct your independent analysis?
That is correct.
All right. And did you also, as part of your review of this case, receive information about things like her cell phone searches?
I did.
Okay. And any other potential video documentation?
I received a video that was taken, I believe, by Ms. Driver or by someone with Ms. Driver that occurred during what appeared to be a point where her daughter had been taken from her and she was not with her daughter and was attempting to go to a place to meet the father in order to be with her daughter.
Okay. I want to talk to you about your evaluation, your actual evaluation of Ms. Driver and your interaction with her.
Actually, can I add one more additional
Yeah, of course.
that I did not mention? I apologize. I also received what I believe was a transcript. I'm sorry, not a transcript, but an audio recording of her conversation that appeared to have been taped by Mr. Benyamin Mikhail, where he had recorded various statements she had made in the time leading up to the alleged events.
Okay. And after you review, any idea how much time you spent reviewing all of that collateral documentation?
I would say between 10 and 16 hours.
Okay. And after did you review all that before you went to meet with Ms. Driver?
I did not review all of it before I went to meet with her. I believe that I had received it and had reviewed some, but I had not reviewed all of it before I met with her. Much of it was also reviewed multiple times.
Okay. And you, on page 19 of your report, you discussed sort of your behavioral observations and mental status of Ms. Driver when you actually went to go see her at the Cherokee County Adult Detention Center?
Yes.
All right. And is it fair to say that you notated in your report that you found Ms. Driver to be of above average intelligence?
I believe her to be of above average intelligence, yes.
And why did you reach that conclusion?
Well, she, reported to have done well in school and excelled academically before she dropped out, but also her communication is very sophisticated. Her language, her use of words, her vocabulary and use of vocabulary in conversation is, I believe, to be above average, as well as she's very articulate and detailed in describing things in a manner that would be consistent with at least average, more than likely above average intelligence.
Okay. You also indicated in your report that she was very much aware of the legal details surrounding her case. What did you mean by that?
She was very much aware that I would be conducting a third evaluation. She was very much aware that she had been evaluated previously on 2 different occasions. She was very much aware that my report would not be confidential, that it would be provided to the court, to the attorneys. She was very much aware of how to reach her attorney should she need to do so. She was also aware in a manner that was quite unique for someone in her situation, in that she spontaneously articulated that 3 years had passed since the offense occurred, alleged offense, and she recalled in much greater detail in terms of her own symptoms and what was going through her mind at the time in far greater detail in the previous evaluations that occurred sooner after the alleged event. So she herself had some concerns regarding, I guess the appropriate word would be the validity of this evaluation, given that so much time had passed.
Okay. Here's what they're going to do. They're going to try and, the prosecution's going to try and spin this around to say that she's so smart. Chloe Driver is so smart, and she had so much time to know exactly what she had to say to this third-party doctor, forensic evaluator, that she couched her behavior, demeanor, what she told this evaluator, to make it fit the legal definition of insanity.
Do you notate in your report sort of your lack of concerns with regard to her memory and her ability to recount certain things?
I perceived her to be able to recall things in great detail. I perceived her memory to be, she was able to articulate very things well and seemed to have a very vivid memory for the circumstances leading up to the alleged offense.
And I want to talk to you a little bit about your report as it relates to sort of getting background information about Ms. Driver before you kind of got into the substance of the offense and her mental state surrounding the offense. What did she describe to you about her childhood?
She described basically that she had grown up. She didn't use the word loving. It seemed as though her home may have not been particularly there may not have been a lot of overtly expressed affection, but she seemed to perceive that she was well cared for, did not describe abuse by her parents, and perceived that her needs and most of her wants were provided.
Okay. She described herself as being boy crazy?
Yes.
Okay. She told you about moving in with boyfriends when she was 15 years old and then with a second boyfriend in 2017?
Yes, she described herself as being a difficult child to parent.
Okay. And she reported to you a lot of history of drug use with cocaine, ecstasy, MDMA.
She did report an extensive drug use starting at a very early age.
Okay. And she indicated that she had gotten some of those drugs from her boyfriends, but also gotten some of those drugs from her brothers.
I believe primarily her boyfriend, her brothers maybe on a couple of occasions was my perception.
Okay. And she reported to you also that she was sexually abused by both of her brothers?
She didn't use those terms explicitly. It seemed that something had occurred. It didn't seem that she perceived it to be a malicious intent.
Okay. She told you that her brother...
I'm going to pause. Malicious intent. She was sexually abused by both of her brothers. As you know, I don't know every single detail about this case, but that is one that I'm going to put a pin in. We're going to talk about that later. From what age did that start? Those of you in the chat, Karen, those of you who have been watching this, when that's your normal from a young age, your entire life is skewed. I will submit to you. No wonder she moved in with a boyfriend at 15 to get the hell out of that house. How can this doctor say her childhood was relatively normal? Relatively normal. There was no abuse growing up. And then in the next breath say she was sexually abused by both of her brothers? Okay. But there was no abuse in her house. So what does that mean, doctor? No physical abuse? Isn't sexual abuse by your own brother's physical abuse? Happy home? Wow. Not enough coffee for this yet.
Brothers didn't know what they were doing when
Yes.
they hurt her? Okay. And specifically with regard to her relationship history with the two boyfriends she lived with prior to meeting Benyamin, isn't it true that she told you that she was becoming increasingly spiritual while she was dating them and feeling guilty about the life decisions she was making?
She did.
Now, I want to talk to you a little bit about, obviously she told you she met Benyamin and she started a relationship with him when she was 17. Is that right?
Correct.
What did she tell you about sort of the relationship dynamics or the cult dynamics involving Jessica and Sarah and their feelings toward one another?
I believe her language, and I would have to look back at my writing to be 100% accurate, but I believe the language that she used was that they came on soon after her, and initially she was okay with it. It seemed that contention primarily surfaced after the birth of her daughter when she wanted to live as a family.
And just with regard to language, is it fair to say that on page 26 of your report, she told you that by the time the baby was 7 or 8 months old, she hated the other wives because they wanted to have a child with V, and they hated her because she had a child with him first?
Correct.
And isn't it true that she expressed to you multiple times that you documented in your report her desire for stability and her desire to be able to give Hannah a normal life?
Correct.
And one of the things that you documented in your report is that he had kept promising her that he would give her a house and a community to raise her baby in.
Yes.
Okay. And did that seem to be of significant importance to her surrounding the dynamics of that relationship?
It did.
Okay. Isn't it true that in your evaluation of her, she had an extensive amount of knowledge surrounding sort of the, I don't know what to call it other than fraudulent conduct of the cult?
Can you repeat that?
She had an extensive knowledge of the conduct of this organization, how they got money, how they got cars, how they planned to get houses.
She did.
Okay.
She did. And it was very complex, such that it was confusing to me.
Okay. Did she try to explain it to you?
She did.
Okay. And in fact, she told you that they had all applied for COVID loans under each of their trusts, but she was the only one that got approved.
She did say loans. It may have been COVID. I would have to look back at my exact language, but I do recall the mention of loans that seemed to be very large sums of money that they had all applied for, and she was the only one who was approved. Yes.
Okay. And she indicated that they had RVs and vehicles that they had no license and they had no insurance, but they would always get out of it when they got pulled over because they had the trust documentation.
Correct.
And she also told you that their plan of going from North Carolina down to Florida was because they planned to steal 2 houses with their trust that they located on Zillow.
Correct.
And she also indicated to you that they had previously gotten free vehicles utilizing this trust.
Correct.
And did she seem to have an extensive knowledge of sort of the inner workings of that?
She did.
They were going to steal houses from Zillow?
I want to talk to you next about maybe some of the things that she represented to you that were not supported by the collateral documentation. I noted that one of the things in your report was that she told you when she was admitted into the hospital that she weighed 80 pounds. Is that fair?
I can't recall if she said when she was admitted to the hospital or or during the culmination of her struggles that led up to the alleged events, but she did note losing significant weight and weighing approximately 80 pounds.
Okay. If your report said that she said when she was admitted to the hospital she was 80 pounds, would you have any reason to
I would not disagree with that.
Okay. And you actually notated in your report that you had the medical records, and her medical records indicated that she had normal BMI, right?
Correct.
And in the medical records, it also indicates that she wasn't 80 pounds. She was 113 pounds upon admission.
Yes, it had the kilograms, and I did have to do the conversion online. But yes, that is what I noted from her medical records.
Okay. So she had underreported to you.
Okay, can we stop with the misinformation breaking news in the chat? The Menendez has, I'm sorry, Mary, to call you out on this, but the Menendez brothers have not been granted clemency. Gavin Newsom said he's going to wait for the new DA to take office before a decision will be made. So please, that's not what's going on right now. A lot of people read the headline and put that in there, but that's not what's going on. There's supposed to be a hearing in December. Maybe he's saying he's putting over the hearing until the new DA takes office because Gascon was not reelected. So no, they have not been granted clemency. I'm going to just delete that so that we don't confuse people. Thank you. I need to take that back a question.
Her medical records indicated that she had normal BMI, right?
Correct.
And in the medical records, it also indicates that she wasn't 80 pounds. She was 113 pounds upon admission.
Yes, it had the kilograms, and I did have to do the conversion online. But yes, that is what I noted from her medical records.
Okay. So she had underreported to you that she was 33 pounds skinnier than what she actually was.
It's certain. It seems so based on the documentation that I had in the medical records as
Doesn't every woman lie about her weight?
compared to her self-report.
Okay. That she was exaggerating how thin and frail she was?
That she was exaggerating or either had misperceived or either was representing a different point in time.
Okay. I want to talk to you about your review of her searches. I think you documented several of them in your 38-page report.
I did. Some were repeated and some were similar. So I don't think that I documented all of them, but I did document many of them, yes.
Okay. And you would agree with me that on November the 22nd and November the 23rd, she started searching things about whether she was sinning being with a married man, whether she was sinning having a baby with a married man.
Yes.
Okay. Was this consistent with her statements to you that she was starting to question sort of the ideological views of the cult?
Yes.
Okay. And those things were not related to any delusion she was having. She just indicated that they were related to her questioning the value system of the cult.
That was my perception, that she was questioning the beliefs that were being taught within the group.
Okay. And that was on November the 22nd, November the 23rd?
I wouldn't disagree with that. I'm not looking at the date, but that seems correct.
Sorry, do you have your report there?
I do.
It's on page 12. If
Thank
that's
you.
helpful.
If you
You're
can
welcome.
reference the page.
Yeah, of course. So you're aware that
Sharon, please don't write that full C word in the chat. Sharon says she also thought she caused the C word that caused the pandemic because her name has a C and a D in it. I'm just going to delete the comment, but thanks for chiming in on that. YouTube algorithm and YouTube AI scans the chat, and if they find words like that, some creators have been banned from YouTube for actually their stance on vaccinations during the actual panty. So we just can't put that word in the chat. Thanks.
on the 25th of November, 2 and 3 days after she was searching about whether she was sinning being in this group, she searched killing someone to save them.
Correct.
All right. And then you're aware that subsequently, 5 days after that, she was researching how to snap a neck and looking at websites about how hard it was to kill someone by breaking their neck.
Correct.
Okay. And then you're also aware that on the day that she killed Hannah, December the 8th.
She did apparently Google that. How much force is necessary to take someone's life? By breaking their neck. Listen.
Whether she was sinning being in this group, she searched killing someone to save them.
Correct.
All right. And then you're aware that subsequently, 5 days after that, she was researching how to snap a neck and looking at websites about how hard it was to kill someone by breaking their neck.
Correct.
Okay. And then you're also aware that on the day that she killed Hannah, December the 8th, she was Googling how to get a bus ticket for a 13-month-old.
Correct.
Okay. And
Well, that indicates to me that she wanted to save her. Killing someone to save them. This has like vibes of like Lori Vallow, right? The kids were dark.
you indicated that you had seen the video from November the 27th where she says, "My name is Chloe Driver. He has my baby. I'm being forced to go against my..."
No, I just did not put enough concealer on, Karen. Thanks for pointing that out, though. No, I'm not crying. It's early, not enough coffee, not enough concealer, and the light's too bright in here. But thanks.
The video you're talking about?
Correct.
All
That
right.
is
And she represented to you that she went back to him and her plan was to get her baby and run, right?
correct.
Are you aware that after she went back to him, she did get her baby and then she returned to her mother's house for a couple of days?
I am.
Okay. And then he wanted to go look at some property in Knoxville, so she left with him again to go look at property in Knoxville.
Yes.
Okay. So the last time that she returned to him, she actually had the baby with her at her mom's house and she went to him to go look at property.
That was the way I interpreted her narrative. Yes.
Okay. And in your review of all the medical records, you said you had 1,200 pages of medical records and collateral information. Is it fair to say that Ms. Driver, of her own volition, at multiple times refused any type of medication to treat any type of psychiatric condition?
That was reported in the medical records from the hospital. Yes.
And that she specifically reported that it was against her belief system to take any of those medications?
That's what the hospital records indicate. Yes.
Okay.
We'll watch some of Jason's testimony. Yes. If anybody wants
I want
to
talk to you about
if anybody wants to be a researcher in the background, and if you want to look at Jason's testimony on Court TV maybe, and pick the timestamps of things that you want to watch, because he apparently testified for hours. I think there's like 3 hours of his testimony at least. So if anybody wants to do that, feel free.
specifically the delusions that she reported that relate to Hannah. Well, first let me, let's do that. It's on page 31.
Delusions and
Fair to
hallucinations,
say
right?
That as it relates to Hannah and sort of what she told you about her motivation for committing the act, that her delusion was that when she would breastfeed Hannah, she would sort of give Hannah all of her pain and all of her sin.
Yes.
Okay. And did she attribute that to be sort of one of the significant things telling her that she needed to kill Hannah?
It seemed to be a part of the rationale in her mind of why she needed to kill her daughter. Yes, the narrative was very complex, and because the idea is not rational, it's very hard to restate it in terms that equate to rational thoughts. But that seems consistent with the narrative that she portrayed. Yes.
Okay. And so you said that it was kind of hard to follow because there was more of a narrative than a concise individual
Correct.
thing. Was the overarching theme of the narrative she gave you that she wanted to kill Hannah to save her?
Correct.
Okay.
To save her from a life of pain and catatonic depression and abuse.
Okay.
Imagine that your life is so horrible that you think in your warped, twisted mind because you were essayed by your brothers, apparently, maybe. I mean, this is a lot of people who have been watching this trial say this is the first time they've heard that. That you think you're actually saving your baby. Ugh. Jason was the urine drinker, yeah. And Z too.
Is it fair to say that some of that was based upon sort of the reality that she was living in the cult dynamic?
It did seem that the reality in which she was living was all wrapped up in her thought processes as well. While some of the thoughts were irrational, some of the thoughts of feelings of oppression and isolation were indeed what she was experiencing.
Okay. So the isolation and oppression were maybe more reality based, and then she maybe had some irrational thinking sort of overlapping with her odd ideologies.
Yes, and while it didn't seem that exact narrative was part of the teaching of the group, there was a narrative of that this small number of women in this small chosen group were responsible for the sins of the world. So there was that component as well, that some of the narrative that she had taken on had been a part of the teachings.
Okay. But as it relates to whether the beliefs that she articulated to you are religious teachings based and like genuinely held beliefs, or whether they're over here in the irrational mind that she's on her own independent thinking, whether they're in either category, did everything she articulate to you as her motivation relate to her essentially feeling like she needed to save Hannah?
Yes.
Okay. Did she ever articulate to you in any way that she felt threatened by Hannah?
No.
Did she ever articulate to you that she felt like she needed to defend anybody against Hannah?
No.
Did she ever indicate that Hannah was a danger to anyone around her?
No.
I want to talk to you specifically about what she told you. Obviously, would you agree with me that when we're talking about the question of what somebody's mental state is at the time they commit the crime, we have to look at the crime itself?
Correct.
And that's important for you to get as many details as possible surrounding the actual incident?
It's important to get as many details as possible surrounding the incident in order to compare the individual's narrative to what is indicated in collateral sources to hopefully understand on some level how lucid they were, what was their decision making like, and what were they thinking. Yes.
Okay. And when you say how lucid they were, what do you mean by that?
How clear were their thoughts? Were their thoughts reality based, and what were their thought processes overall?
Did you, and I can't recall, so refresh my memory, did you request or review any of the officer's body cam footage in this case?
I did not request it.
Okay.
I did not review it. In fact, I did not receive it, likely because I did specifically ask not to see visual images.
Okay. But if she was making statement.
Okay, where'd all the butterflies go? Just Google it. Google it. Grand larceny in New York, I believe, is anything that you steal over $1,000. But there's this thing called Google. Just take it.
On the scene minutes after she stabbed Hannah, would those things be relevant to how lucid she was and what her mental state was at the time?
They would be, and I believe some of those statements were articulated in the narratives, which I did review.
Okay. So you're aware that she said things on the officer's body cam like, is that it? Is that goodbye? With relation to her daughter dying?
I don't recall that specific statement. I do recall I want to see her one last time, and I think that is documented in my report.
Okay. And do you know anything about her making statements of let him be with her, let him be with her?
I do recall that.
Okay, and that's when officers were trying to make Benyamin leave the room?
I do recall that.
Do you recall any information about the EMT calling Hannah a boy and Chloe Driver correcting her and saying it's a girl?
I do not recall that. I don't dispute that, but I don't recall that.
Do you recall any information about something coming over the officer's radio saying the baby's being transported, and Chloe responds by saying, is she alive?
I don't specifically recall that. I recall that question after she was receiving treatment shortly after in the hospital when she had first started to seem to regain consciousness, but I don't recall that from the scene as they were leaving the home.
Okay. What did she report to you about from the time she entered that room with Hannah? How much information and detail did she report to you? It's on page 36 of your report if you want to reference it. About what events took place in that room, what she did.
She was very detailed in her description of what took place in the room, and her detail was provided spontaneously, meaning that I did not have to ask a lot of guided questions. It was a very much a spontaneous narrative that she recalled becoming distressed. It seems that she was very much aware that she was having these thoughts of hurting herself and Hannah, and therefore did not want to be in a room by herself, and had attempted to go into the room with the other women, and Ben Michael motioned for her to go into the room alone. And she recalled Hannah not having on a diaper, only having on the rubber cover for the diaper, and asking for a diaper and a shirt, I believe. She recalled breastfeeding her. At some point prior to this, she'd gone back downstairs to get the knife, came into the room, locked the door, recalled getting the dirty shirt when she had asked for a clean shirt in order to make the child presentable, as they were anticipating going to a 12 tribes meeting at some point in the immediate future. And she recalled getting the dirty shirt and feeling like that was another indication that she was supposed to do this. She was supposed to take her life in Hannah's. She recalled feeding her, calmly lying her down, and then taking the knife and attempting to kill both Hannah and herself.
Okay. And she told you that sort of him, Benyamin, throwing her the dirty shirt was kind of what triggered her, that she wanted to kill herself and kill Hannah. It
was one of the things that triggered her that she described in this series of events in the hours and minutes proceeding. But yes, that I believe was the last thing that she described as being a triggering event.
Okay. And in your report on page 36, it says, from that moment on, I snapped, talking about the dirty shirt. Would those be her words?
Those are her words.
Okay. And you indicated that she said that she fed Hannah. And isn't it true that she said she fed her and then she laid her down on the bed and she was happy?
Yes.
Okay. And what did she say happened next?
Do you want me to read it word for word, or do you want me to recall from the best of my memory?
Well, I guess I'll kind of walk you through it.
Okay.
She indicated that she went down and grabbed a knife from the kitchen, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she told you that she just grabbed a random knife out of the knife block and she didn't even look at it, right?
Correct.
And she went upstairs and she locked the door.
Correct.
Okay. Did you engage in any conversation with her about why she locked the door?
I did not.
Okay. And she indicated that she played a lot of video games, and that in the video games that she played, when you stab someone, they die immediately, right?
Correct.
And so she says, I have the knife and I'm up here and I'm up there. I don't know where to stab either of us. And I think the throat might kill us immediately. Is that what she told you?
Correct.
Okay. And so then she said she breastfed her and she laid her down on the bed and she was happy. Are you aware that she told another evaluator that when she laid her down on the bed before she stabbed her, she apologized to her?
I was not aware of that.
Okay. Did she tell you that?
She did not. I do not recall her telling me that. I believe if she had told me that, it would be in my report in this paragraph.
Okay. And she then told you, I stabbed her in the throat, but she was not dead. She is just quiet and bleeding out, right?
Correct.
And I stabbed myself in the throat 3 times. And then you put in your report, she made a twisting motion to demonstrate. What do you mean by that?
She kind of demonstrated what she was articulating verbally.
Okay. And she told you that at that point, after she had stabbed Hannah in the neck and stabbed herself in the neck, she's standing there wondering, why are we not dying?
Correct.
And at that point, she indicated she heard Z coming upstairs.
Correct.
And that he opened the door, and before he walked in, she was confused about why they weren't dying immediately. And so she tried to stab herself one more time in the heart.
Correct.
All right.
We're going to take just a little pause. Here. Brinley, this is a great question. It says, Chloe reminds me of Leilani Simon, who took her little baby Q's life and then deposited him in a dumpster, ending up in a landfill, also in Georgia. What's up in Georgia? Here's the thing about Georgia. I'm going to move the mic away because the sound isn't that great on long crime. Georgia and Florida, they allow trials to be televised. New York doesn't. California doesn't. That's why we see so many of these crazy trials coming out of those places, because they're very liberal when it comes to letting the cameras in. So I don't know that it happens more there. I just think that we watch more trials there because they let the cameras in. But that's a great point.
She indicated that in that moment, she thought that they were coming into the room to save them.
Correct.
And she didn't want to be saved because she didn't want to deal with all the pain that she imagined in the world.
Correct.
Okay. Safe to say that her memory about those events was very intact.
That was, yes.
Why is, you said, you want to assess whether somebody is lucid, their ability to sort of, what their thought process was, like, why is it significant and important that somebody has a detailed memory of a particular event?
Well, during psychotic states, people can oftentimes be confused. Sometimes they are not. They can oftentimes be confused. So it's important to assess their level of confusion, how much they can recall. Also, it's very important to, one of the things we're always looking for in cases such as this one is the person a reliable informant, or are they fabricating information and fabricating symptoms in order to achieve a desired outcome? So it's important to compare their narrative to that of collateral sources. So the primary reason for understanding their description of the events is, one, to determine if it aligns or does not align with other sources of information, in effort to determine if the person seems forthcoming or if they seem to be presenting information in effort to gain a desired outcome.
Okay, this is interesting to me. This doctor is going to tell us that because Chloe had so much detail about what happened, she couldn't have been having a psychotic break, right? Compare and contrast this with Carly Gregg, who they say, because she had no idea what happened, she wasn't having a psychotic break. I mean, you can't use it as a shield and a sword. This is why experts are so important, because every expert's going to have a different opinion. Everyone who thought that Carly Gregg was completely not having a psychotic break said, oh, she just, she says she doesn't remember what happened. So therefore, because she had no details about what happened, therefore she must be lying, right? And this forensic psychologist is telling us because Chloe Driver had so much detail about what happened, she could not possibly have been suffering from a psychotic break. She must have been fabricating details. So, which is it? Food for thought.
With regard to information that she may have reported to other evaluators, if she told Dr. Ballard, when specifically asked if she knew whether her behavior was wrong, yeah, as soon as it happened, I regretted it. I thought I shouldn't have done this. This was not supposed to happen. Would that be consistent with how she presented to you?
Yes, she didn't state anything to me that indicated otherwise. Okay. It's not inconsistent with what she described to me.
Okay. And if she told Dr. Garrett, she recalled apologizing to Hannah and telling her how much she loved her before she stabbed her, but she was at peace with it, but that she knew it was wrong from the beginning. Would that be inconsistent with what she reported to you?
It's not inconsistent with what she reported to me.
Okay.
Yes. Crow Red Eye. Jason did sound like an intro to philosophy.
And doctor, I took note in your report that you did not diagnose her with anything.
That is correct.
Why not?
So the experts in the field of psychology, the individuals who are experts on these types of evaluations, differ in their own opinions as to whether or not we should render a diagnosis in this type of evaluation. One school of thought says that a diagnosis helps the jury and the attorneys and helps psychologists in general to understand a person's mental state at the time, even though it doesn't necessarily describe their mental state at the time. It helps us understand a set of symptoms and helps explain behavior. The other school of thought says that a diagnosis can be confusing because the diagnosis doesn't necessarily align all the time with mental state at the time of the offense. And people can make certain assumptions based on diagnosis alone, and may make inadequate judgments. So in other words, it can be reckless to do so because a diagnosis can communicate to a lay person information that is not what we're intending.
Okay. And what school of thought were you in not diagnosing her in this criminal responsibility report?
So I did not render a diagnosis. My reason was it's not critical to answer the referral question. The referral question pertains to her mental state at the time of the offense, and a diagnosis would not necessarily explain her mental state at the time of the offense. The diagnoses that I considered, one, can have negative, people can have very negative assumptions when they see this diagnosis. And then another diagnosis, people automatically make assumptions about psychotic symptoms. So without having the opportunity to explain her mental state, I did not want for the diagnosis that I rendered to communicate information about what I perceived to be her mental state at the time of the alleged offense. I prefer to articulate that verbally rather than to put a diagnosis on a report and possibly not have the opportunity to explain it.
Okay, so
And
all that both sides have seen is your report, and you didn't render a diagnosis in your report. So the first time anybody's going to hear your diagnosis is today on the stand. This should be interesting.
is your thought process on that, because whether or not she has a diagnosable mental illness is a question of medicine, and whether or not somebody is criminally insane is a question of law.
Correct.
And somebody can have a mental illness and not be criminally insane.
Correct.
And is that what you mean by sort of creating confusion?
In part, and someone can assume that a diagnosis means that mental health symptoms would not account for behavior at the time. So both situations, what you just said, and conversely, that someone could assume that other behaviors account for, that other explanations account for behaviors at the time of the alleged offense other than mental illness.
And I'm almost done, doctor, but I just want to sort of wrap up. You told us already that none of her delusions related to Hannah being a threat, harm, danger, or peril to her or anyone else, correct?
Correct.
And that all of her delusions related to Hannah and her need to kill Hannah was to save Hannah. Is that correct?
The delusions that involved Hannah seem to relate to her need to kill Hannah to save her, yes.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
She didn't even ask her for a diagnosis.
Hey, good morning, Dr. Zahm. How are you?
Well, sir, thank you.
Just to follow up on that last set of questions, to be clear, Ms. Driver's delusions were not simply related to killing her daughter, correct? They were killing herself and her daughter, right?
Correct. And there were many delusional thought processes as well, but those that pertain to the alleged offense pertain to killing both herself and Hannah, correct?
And the action she took on December 8th was consistent with that delusion, meaning she stabbed her daughter and also attempted to kill herself, right?
Correct.
Okay. So let's kind of walk through your background. I may have missed this a little bit. You indicated that a lot of your forensic work after obtaining your doctorate was in Mississippi. Is that right?
Not after.
Before?
Okay, great question, Tammy. So let's just pause for a second. This is a third-party witness that was hired by the state to evaluate Chloe. Neither side has hired her. So after both sides rested, this is the witness that is put on essentially by the court. So she was not hired by either side. This is an interesting sort of nuanced twist edition of the law in Georgia. And the judges explained it a little bit yesterday from the bench at the end of the day.
Before.
Okay.
During training.
How long were you there in Mississippi?
A year.
A year?
Correct.
And when did you get your psych D? That's called.
I think I graduated in 2013. 2012, I'm sorry.
2012, your PsyD, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then after that, you spent a year in Mississippi.
The year was before.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
So 2011-ish in Mississippi.
2011 to 2012, correct.
And got your PsyD
In 2012, the end of 2012.
And then you came back to Georgia
Correct.
to start practicing.
Correct.
Okay. Did you begin work at that point in time in 2012 with Georgia Psychology?
I did not. I did not return to work immediately, and I did not begin work. And well, I did briefly. I did not continue. I did not continue continuously during that time frame.
Okay. So who did you first work for when you
Georgia
started?
Psychological.
Okay. And when was that? When did you start with them?
2012, end of 2012 or beginning of 2013.
Okay. So I guess I'm slightly confused there. How much work did you do for
So
them?
I worked with them for a year. I think there were about 3 years that my clinical work was minimal. And then I resumed work with them in 2015. And that is where I remained until this summer, until July 2024.
Okay. I think you opened your own practice.
That is
over the
correct.
summer. Okay. All right. So you had a few years there where you weren't doing as much work with them.
Correct.
But got back to that in 2015. Okay. Since 2015, I think your testimony earlier was you've done a lot of different evaluations at Georgia Psychological.
Correct.
Just general psychological evaluations of individuals, right?
Yes. Most of my work with Georgia Psychological pertained to child custody, child protective services.
Defects, as
Yes.
we refer to it.
Yes.
Also,
Also some disability adjudication
Okay.
referral questions.
and you said that you had much less frequent requests for criminal responsibility exams that you've done in this case, right?
Correct.
How many criminal responsibility exams do you think you've done since 2015?
Since 2015, only a handful. I was heavily involved in criminal responsibility during my internship. Since 2015, only a handful. I would say 4 or 5.
Okay. And the one that you've conducted in this case with Ms. Driver, that was just in the last 6 months, right?
Correct.
You evaluated her in May of 2024.
Correct.
Okay. Of the, you said 4 or 5 roughly criminal responsibility exams.
Correct.
Is this the first exam that you conducted that you've actually had to testify about?
This
in a
is the
court
first
proceeding?
time. No, it isn't. This is the second
Okay.
that I've provided testimony.
Okay, so it's fair to say, Dr. Zahm, that
You're not very
and you're
experienced.
familiar with this in conducting forensic evaluations back in Mississippi as well. Many of the criminal responsibility exams that you would conduct, you generally do not testify about those in court, right?
Correct.
Because ultimately you believe that the person does not exhibit significant signs to be deemed insane under law. Is that right?
Yes, statistically, the number who are deemed, well, first, it's not a defense that is often
Okay, pay attention, folks. She's only done at least 4 to 5 criminal responsibility exams. And I don't think she's ever found that somebody was criminally insane. This is important testimony.
presented. And secondly, the number who are deemed to fit the criteria is very small, even as a percentage of the number who present with that defense.
Right.
So yes, that's
So she's coming in with a bias that she doesn't think anybody can be criminally insane, basically, is what she's telling you. The odds are very, very, very slim that anybody would ever qualify in her medical opinion.
is correct.
Okay. And you have conducted criminal responsibility exams on behalf of defendants in cases. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And that process is typically where, based on the given facts of a case or circumstances that a lawyer has seen based on reviewing the evidence, they believe there might be an issue with a client and they are requesting you to make an evaluation, right?
That is my understanding of how it would come to me as a referral. Yes.
At no time does any defense lawyer call you up and say, Dr. Zahm, I need you to find that this person is diagnosed with these mental health disorders so that we can create this defense.
No, no one has ever said that.
Okay. So whether or not to pursue a not guilty by reason of insanity or a competency evaluation in the case is based on the defendant's mental state that is presented in the facts of the case.
That is my understanding. Absolutely.
Okay. Now, in this case, you indicated that you looked at various collateral sources that were provided to you, I think, by the DA's office.
That is
right?
correct.
And the list of those included her Chloe's medical records from Canton, right?
Correct.
Included the interviews from law enforcement, both with Ms. Driver and some of the other witnesses that were at the home at the date of this incident, right?
Correct.
You reviewed some cell phone searches, right?
Correct.
Some jail calls from Ms. Driver at the jail.
Correct.
And then this video that she recorded at the end of November with respect to going back to get her daughter, right?
Correct.
Did you review police reports from Asheville?
I did.
Okay. Was that one or two different police reports? Do you recall?
I think there is two, but I would have to reference my report to say that with certainty.
Okay. Let me ask you this way. Do you recall an incident where Ms. Driver was running out into the road
Yes.
trying to get away from Mr. Benyamin?
I do recall that.
Okay.
I recall that from her narrative as well as the police report. Yes.
Okay. And then do you also recall a separate incident in which she called the police because Mr. Benyamin actually left with her child and took off with her?
Yes. I think I may not have been clear that that was in Asheville, but I do recall that incident as well. I think I may have presumed that that was at the location where her mother was residing, that
Okay.
call was placed.
And I'm not going to hold you to what's in those reports. We've actually heard testimony of witnesses that were there when those incidents happened. So, but you did review those.
Yes.
Okay. The cell phone searches that you reviewed, well, let me back up. The medical records that you reviewed, you don't find any dispute or disagreement with the medical records that indicated that Ms. Driver was suffering from delusions while she was in the hospital, do you?
That is correct. I think I cited in my report that I believed the sources of information that were presented over time to be highly consistent.
And she was also, I think, reporting some hallucinations while she was still in the hospital as well. Is that right?
I think that it was noted in the mental health records. I can't recall if they clearly articulated what those were, but I do recall that being noted in the mental health records from the hospital.
Okay. Those reports of delusions and hallucinations were consistent with other collateral sources that you had regarding Ms. Driver's state of mind leading up to this incident, December 8th, right?
That is correct.
Reports from the other individuals that were interviewed were all reporting her state of mind or a destabilization of her mental state. Is that fair?
Correct.
And I think you also reviewed an audio recording that Mr. Benyamin had that he had provided to law enforcement on which she was talking about these delusions that she was experiencing, right?
Correct.
So it's clear based on your review of the records that Ms. Driver was absolutely going through stages of paranoia, experiencing delusions, and dealing with hallucinations in this build up to December 8th.
That is correct.
Okay. The cell phone searches particularly, there are a couple of specific searches that she conducted actually looking up the definition or the idea of schizophrenia. Is that right?
I recall the mention of schizophrenia. I would have to look at my report to know if she was looking up to see what it meant, but I do recall the mention of schizophrenia in one of her searches, correct?
Page 11 of your report, I think, Dr. Zahm indicates the cell phone searches.
Yeah, I think it's just the word schizophrenia.
Okay. And she did that on 2 different days, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And she also looked up topics such as the whole world is programming me, correct?
Correct.
and she looked up on November 11th mental institutions in Knoxville, Tennessee.
Correct.
Now, were you aware her parents lived in Knoxville?
I was.
Okay, so is that possibly something she was looking at in order to try to get help for the issues she was dealing with?
It seems so. And she mentioned multiple times that she had tried to get help and had asked for help.
Yeah, she was telling Mr. Benyamin and the two other wives and the other people that she was around that she needed help for the issues that she was going through, right?
That is correct.
And you understood that this religious philosophy that Mr. Benyamin had was to exclude the access to traditional medical treatment, right?
That was my understanding.
I guess I should say modern day medical treatment, not traditional medical treatment, right?
That is my understanding.
He did not want Miss Driver to be in a hospital, right?
That is my understanding.
In fact, he didn't even want Miss Driver in a hospital when their child was born, right?
That was my understanding based on what she reported.
He did not want her to be institutionalized in any way, shape, or form, right?
That was certainly my understanding.
And he certainly didn't want her to be on any pharmaceutical drugs.
That was my understanding as well.
And she was telling you that because he didn't want her breastfeeding their child with medicine flowing through her body, right?
I don't know if that was stated as the reason that he didn't want that. My perception was that it seemed to be more so consistent with his overall beliefs. I don't recall it being specifically from his rationale about the breastfeeding. I do recall her mentioning having some concerns about what she would ingest in breastfeeding, but I believe my perception was that him not wanting her to have medication was part of his overall philosophy of how this group of people should engage with the world.
And it was clear to you also that she, in a sense, was somewhat rejecting that idea of his philosophy, right? Because
It did seem certainly that she had started to reject his philosophy.
even back to when the baby was born, she did not want to leave the hospital that quickly after the birth of the baby. Is that right?
That was my perception based on what she stated. Yes.
She had indicated previous to the child's birth that she thought that they needed to be seeking prenatal care for the child. Right?
That was my understanding.
And particularly in this instance, she was searching for mental health institutions. She was searching for schizophrenia as a way to understand what she was going through. Is that fair?
I don't believe I asked her exactly why she was researching schizophrenia, but I certainly would not dispute that.
Your medical opinion as a psychologist, someone that is suffering from paranoia and delusions and hallucinations, those are all symptoms that are consistent with somebody that could be diagnosed with schizophrenia. Is that fair?
With a psychotic disorder, yes.
Yeah. The other two evaluators in this case, Dr. Ballard and Dr. Garrett, do you know either of them?
I don't know them. I did listen to their testimony, but I do not know them prior to this hearing.
And you're aware, based on listening to their testimony, I know you didn't read their reports, but listening to their testimony, they both diagnosed Ms. Driver with schizoaffective disorder, bipolar, right?
Yes.
And borderline personality disorder, right?
Correct.
Do you have any issues or take any issues with those diagnoses that they made?
I do not take issues with those diagnoses. I think it was clear from the history that she likely meets criteria for borderline personality disorder, as well as there are both mood symptoms and psychotic symptoms, which is captured by the diagnosis of schizoaffective disorder, but could also be captured by other diagnoses. But yes, mood symptoms and psychotic symptoms are part of the clinical picture.
Okay. Yeah, you testified that
She's agreeing with
there's a
both
difference
experts for both sides, that she presents with borderline personality disorder, bipolar, and schizoaffective disorder. Kind of feels like everyone's in agreement that this girl had severe psychiatric issues before the crime.
of opinion about whether or not in a forensic setting you should make a diagnosis.
Correct.
And I grant you that. You don't have any concern that Dr. Ballard and Dr.
No.
Garrett both made that.
No.
What you said you were considering some diagnoses. What were those diagnoses?
Borderline personality disorder and bipolar disorder with psychotic features or an unspecified psychotic disorder. I am very reluctant to diagnose schizoaffective disorder only because the particulars of that diagnosis, the minutiae details, are very difficult to capture from someone's self-report alone. So I'm very reluctant to assign that diagnosis if I didn't observe it within an inpatient setting.
Okay. Is it fair to say that you're conducting this evaluation some 3.5 years after the incident would also affect your ability to make a specific diagnosis of her in terms of her symptoms that she was exhibiting at the time that this happened?
I think she was incredibly vivid in describing her symptoms, and the mental health records are voluminous. So I wouldn't have necessarily had concerns about assigning a diagnosis for that reason.
Okay. But at the end of the day, your diagnosis is pretty close to Dr. Garrett and Dr. Ballard.
That is correct.
All right. How long was your interview with Ms. Driver?
I believe that it was around 3 hours.
And it was on one day, correct?
It was.
When you met with her, she reported at the time that she had been on medication at the jail for some time, right?
Correct.
And I think in talking to you outside, you did indicate that you don't believe you received any jail medical records.
I don't believe that I received mental health records from the jail.
Okay. So you don't know specifically what medications she had been on while she was out there, other than what she reported to you?
So I know what she reported to me. She also was articulate in, I believe, stating what she previously was prescribed, and I believe that is noted within my report. It was also noted on some of the hospital records, what she was prescribed at the time of discharge. I will say that I don't speak to the specifics of what medications are prescribed for. Even though a Google search may say they're prescribed for one thing, I believe that should be left to the psychiatrists and the medical treatment providers. I'm not a prescribing physician, and my experience is that most medications are prescribed for different things. Even though they may primarily be used to treat one thing, they're also used to treat other things. So I would defer any questions about medication.
But at the time you interviewed her, your belief was that she had been on medication for some time.
Correct.
And that she seemed to be fairly stable on that medication.
She did note that she had been taken off one medication and that she had experienced an increase in some symptoms, not psychotic symptoms. And it seems she had gotten into a fight, and that was out of character for her. So she had been on some medication for a very long time, but it seemed that medication had been changed.
Okay. But as far as it related to her psychotic symptoms, such as the delusions and hallucinations, the medication that she was on had been addressing those.
That was my belief, yes.
Okay. And that is how you perceived her when you were interviewed?
Yes.
Right?
She did not seem psychotic when I interviewed her.
Okay. Dr. Zahm, someone like Ms. Driver that had exhibited the symptoms that she, as you talked about, was clearly showing to others, the paranoia, the delusions, the hallucinations, before this incident. If someone is experiencing those things and is not getting treatment, is it fair to say that her condition will continue to worsen?
It's certainly expected in most cases that someone who is experiencing psychotic symptoms will continue to deteriorate in the absence of medication.
Is it also fair to say that someone that is not being treated for those illnesses and experiencing those symptoms, those delusions that she is hearing and receiving, it is going to grow harder and harder for her to not succumb to those?
So mental health symptoms, psychotic symptoms can be transient. They can come and go. They can worsen and lessen in severity. However, she was also in a stressful situation. So yes, it would be highly unlikely that her condition would spontaneously improve in the absence of treatment or removal of a stressor.
And it's clear from some of her cell phone searches that
Again, I go back to Carly Gregg. Untreated. Delusions are going to get worse without medications. Carly Gregg had that change in medications.
she was having these delusions about killing herself. She was
Canton,
actually
Georgia.
searching things to kill someone, right?
Yes,
Now, there's no indication that she was searching to kill herself or someone else, just searching to kill some person, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And she was searching for other things as well in a manner to basically extricate herself from the environment that she was in.
Correct.
Even on the December 8th, where she was searching for a bus ticket.
Correct.
But for her child, right?
Correct.
Now, let me talk to you about delusions to kill somebody. If I'm suffering a delusion that I need to kill the judge, and the judge knows I know her very well, I think she's a great judge, so that would clearly be a delusion in our sense. But hypothetically, if I'm suffering from a delusion and that delusion
Not for the sheriff in Kentucky who killed the judge. If you know, you know.
is telling me that I have to kill her for whatever reason that is it common that in that delusional state, I would search for a weapon?
It's not uncommon.
It would be consistent with my thinking in that delusional state that if I have to kill her, I have to do something to do that, correct?
Correct.
I have to find a weapon, a gun, a knife, some type of object for which I can carry out my plan, correct?
It's not unexpected.
Right. So if I did not have a weapon, I might search around for one, right? Like, I might look, where's a weapon in this room that I can grab? What can I do with it, right?
Certainly.
But that's being done in that delusional state because I'm not capable at that point in time of thinking that, whoa, this isn't the right move, right? I'm delusional.
Like Carly Gregg going to find that gun.
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Well, a delusion is a fixed false belief in an idea, right?
Correct.
So if I have a fixed false belief that I have to carry out a plan to kill somebody, my mentality is going to tell me, do whatever it takes for me to carry out that goal, right?
That is correct. I do think it's important to state that while she was suffering from delusions, her delusions were not as fixed as they are in some situations, which is also apparent in her internet searches. She's going back and forth between questioning the ideas of what she's being taught, questioning her own ideas, trying to look for a bus ticket to escape her situation while also looking up ways to kill someone. So yes, delusional, yes, she was suffering from delusions, not as entirely fixed as we do see in some situations.
But those situations, as far as how fixed or how severe those delusions are going to change over time, right?
For many people, they do. For someone with a purely delusional disorder, they may not. But for someone with her, what we believe to be her diagnosis, yes, we would expect her symptoms to fluctuate over time.
Between sanity and insanity. And I know that's
and it's a spectrum of varying degrees.
And she told you that on December the 8th, they woke up and went to a 12 tribes meeting that morning, correct?
Correct.
And she told you that at that 12 tribes meeting, they talked about death, and she interpreted that discussion about death as a delusional reference to her that she needed to kill herself.
I do believe I recall her talking about the meaning she assigned to the 12 tribes, perceiving that to be a message to her that she needed to kill herself, that she needed to do it.
And she took that message in her mind. She took that message as this has got to be the day that this happens at the time, right?
That seems correct with what she told me. Yes.
And when they got to Canton that day around lunchtime, she was forced to go up into a room by herself. Is that right?
That is correct.
And she was forced to be in that room, even though she was telling Mr. Benyamin she did not want to be alone.
That is what she reported. Yes.
Because of what she had already been experiencing.
That is correct.
she took the sign of being by herself in that room alone again as an additional signal that she needed to kill herself.
Correct.
And then ultimately she told.
Well, I'm muted, but is that better on the audio? There's not a lot that I can do. Law and crimes, audio is very low, and I've just lowered my microphone by about 50%, but I don't know if that's going to help. I can whisper, but I'm not a cupcake. I can't make everybody happy. Maybe if you have earbuds on, it's worse. I don't know.
Told you that the final straw, as it were, was getting this dirty shirt sent up to her, right?
Correct.
And she interpreted that dirty shirt as the last signal to her that she was not capable of living. She and her child were not capable of living, right?
Yes, I don't think those were her exact words, capable, but yes, she took it to mean that they weren't worth anything.
It was consistent with her delusions that she had been experiencing that entire day, beginning that morning they woke up, right?
Correct.
And it was at that point where she got the shirt that she went downstairs to get this knife, right?
I believe that is correct.
Swift recovery, Arlene.
One second, Judge.
Thank you, Erin.
Ms. Crawford, any further questions of this witness?
Just briefly, a moment ago, you said that she took the dirty shirt to mean that they weren't worth anything. So her viewpoint of why she carried out the act at that moment, as she expressed to you, was that in that moment, she felt like her and Hannah were worthless.
I would have to go back and read my words to know directly, but I recall her saying when she got this shirt, it meant that it was her language that they weren't worth anything. I don't know if I took that to mean that they were worthless.
All right. And you indicated that Miss Driver's delusions were not as fixed as some.
Right.
She had significant periods of lucidity and stability and ability to engage with the world around her.
Yes, someone with a diagnosis of a delusional disorder has very fixed delusions that do not fluctuate over time and are impossible to challenge. The nature of her mental illness was such that she was fluctuating and questioning different sets of beliefs at different times.
Okay. And some of those questioning sets of beliefs may have been related to her religious ideological views?
Yes.
Okay. And some of it may have been related to her mental health?
Correct. She articulated times at which she questioned her own mental health symptoms.
Okay. And Mr. Kessler asked you about, that she was begging these people for help and that they weren't giving it to her. Did she indicate to you at all when her and Hannah went and spent 2 days with her mother just prior to the murder, whether or not she sought out treatment or assistance from her parents?
I don't recall if she articulated the particulars of seeking out treatment. I do recall that she stated that while she was there, she then started to become paranoid of her parents and of the things that were going on around her.
Okay. And you indicated that you had reviewed some jail communication prior to your evaluation of her.
Correct.
Were you at any time aware of anyone communicating to Ms. Driver that if she acted normal in your evaluation, she would be screwing herself?
I am.
Okay. And who was that?
Her father.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
I just want to take that back one question.
Were you some jail communication prior to your evaluation of her?
Correct.
Were you at any time aware of anyone communicating to Ms. Driver that if she acted normal in your evaluation, she would be screwing herself?
I am.
Okay. And who was that?
Her father.
Okay, so she says that this witness, this forensic psychologist, says that Chloe's father contacted her in jail and said, if you act normal during your psych eval, you're going to be screwed, according to this witness. Take that for what it's worth. Double hearsay.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Anything else of this witness? All right, thank you then. You may be excused. All right, we are going to take a recess at this time. We're going to let you be in recess until 1:45. Leave us your notepads, don't talk to each other. Be back in the jury room at 11:45, 10:45.
Which is literally 2 minutes from now. So we have the ability now to fast forward. I just wanted to see the shot of the courtroom. I think it's pretty empty. There's like nobody watching this trial. It's crazy. All right, I've got it up. And they are still on break for the next 2 minutes. So let us take a quick look at the chat. Mrs. Glare, Mrs. Glare, we also have Glare's new girlfriend in here. Everyone's changed their names. This trial is just heartbreaking. Thank you. Thank you so much for your super chat. Uncivil was here. Thanks for the 5. If you're friends of Z, then you're friends with me. If you're down with Z, you're down with me. Friends of Z. It's a little earlier for him than it is here. So he's in a punchy mood today, Kurt. Thanks for the 5. Darlene, thanks for the 5. Lawyer Lee is covering this case also. Would you consider a collaboration and maybe even include Dr. Berry? Thanks for all you do. Of course I would. I've collaborated with Dr. Berry a couple times before. I am not, Lawyer Lee and I don't know each other, and I don't know if I have her contact information, but if she would like to come on my show, I'd love to have her. I don't know if anybody's a mod for her or anything. Sarah Boone's stylist. It looks empty in there. Does she have any family that supports her? I don't know. I would love to take a look at Aiden Carney's Rule 17 motion later, but I do not have a copy of of all the papers. If anybody has a copy of all the papers and they want to email it to me, I'll put my email up. If you have a full copy of that motion, you can't get it from the court docket for some reason. So if anybody has it, I'll be happy to go over that later. And any other droppings that have occurred today on either of the Karen Reed case or the Aiden Carney case. Happy to look at it. Remember, I can't be your pen pal. I can't respond to all of your emails, although I do read them. And I cannot, by any means, go get your child in California, buy your child a plane ticket to Costa Rica, and then fly your child to Costa Rica, where I will meet up with you, and then you will give me 10 acres of land. And also, please don't send me emails that you expect me to forward to someone else, like Andrea Burkhart and or other people that I know, Mark Betterow. I do not forward other people's emails to other people. I am not your secretary. I don't work for you. Thank you so very much. Christina Painter's daughter watched the video about her pretrial over 600 jail phone calls. Chloe had asked for mental health counseling multiple times. Yes, but this cult does not believe in medical treatment or medications or as such anything like that, right? Drugs. Apparently, according to that guy, Jason, they didn't even do illegal drugs or anything, but they drink their own urine. So there's that. Hi, Mama She. Thanks for coming in, listening while working, and just wanted to say hi. Hey, hey, girl. Thank you, Casey, for the matcha latte. I appreciate that so very much. When we have some more time, maybe over the lunch break, we'll go back and watch some of that Jason's testimony, because that's really interesting stuff, and I think we need to do that together. Lip on makeup. What concealer is your favorite? It's interesting because my day job is at a certain strip call. What stripe clad makeup store? Oh, Sephora. I don't know. I'm not really happy with any of them right now, and I have very sensitive under eyes that are allergic to a lot of things, like that thing that everyone loves, that age rewind stuff that has the sponge applicator. My eyes burned from it. So if you can recommend a good, hydrating, non-creasing concealer.
Members of the jury,
I
this
would love
state
to hear
has rebuttal evidence that it is going to present at this time.
We're going to rebuttal. The state is rebutting.
Can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Can you state your name?
Deanna Jarrett.
Right. Ms. Jarrett, you previously testified that part of your responsibilities at the district attorney's office is reviewing jail calls and jail communication.
Could we please have the witnesses spell their names? Is it really that hard? The record needs to be clear. The transcripts need to be clear. And we would like to know how to spell her name because I do not want to spell it wrong. I'm not Hank Brennan. I'm not Michael Proctor. I do care about spelling people's names right.
But the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Can you state your name?
Deanna Jarrett.
Right. Ms. Jarrett, you previously testified that part of your responsibilities at the district attorney's office is reviewing jail calls and jail communication.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, I would tender States Exhibit 134 and 135 by agreement of the parties.
No objection.
States 134 and 135 are admitted.
Are you familiar with what is represented in States 134 and 135?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
And what are those?
They're jail calls that Chloe Driver made to her mother, Renee Driver. These calls were made in February of 2021. The first call was February the 21st of 2021, and the second call was February the 23rd of 2021.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm publishing States Exhibit 134, which is the February 21st, 2021 call.
Thank you. Please remain on the line. Hold for acceptance. This is a prepaid call from
Chloe Driver.
an inmate at the Cherokee County Jail, Georgia, carried by consolidated telephone. Three-way or call waiting is not allowed and may automatically disconnect this call. This call is subject to monitoring and recording. If you are an attorney or designated legal counsel, contact inmatesales.com at 702-931-3938 to have your number set to do not record. Please select from the following options if you consent to this call being recorded, and to accept this call, dial 1 now. To reject this call, your call has been accepted. Chloe?
Yeah.
Hey, I saw the 386 number. And I'm like, I'm not gonna answer that.
Yeah, it does this weird thing, like, it's gonna, what's it called, like, mirror your number. Like, if I call anybody, it's gonna mirror your number. I don't know why it does that, but it's,
Okay, because I called twice, and I'm like, who do I know in Florida that's in jail? I'm like, my two other jailbirds are right here in the cell.
right.
So I don't look at Tyler here, and I'm like, well, I don't need to answer those calls, because I don't need to know, you know, but now I know it's you, I'll answer.
Right. Yeah.
But how do I assume you're in regular?
Yeah, I'm in medical. They moved me. I have a roommate. It's been really good.
Okay, just be careful with what you say.
Yeah.
And are you more comfortable over there, or do you have a, like, do you people?
But they're gonna move us to a quieter part, I think. They're gonna move us to a quieter part medical.
I still don't understand what medical is. I don't get why you're not in whatever. I don't know.
I don't know either. It's just whatever. I don't know. I know if I ask, if I look into it for me, but, right now I'm okay where I'm at, like my roommate, I'm really struggling at the moment, so.
Okay. You could, okay, on snacks and books?
Yeah, I mean, I would like, if you could add like 500. And just keep, yeah, like 500, because I put all my money on the phone, like 100 stuff. I put it onto the phone. Expensive calling. I know. Yeah, if you could.
Wow, so you could possibly sell it for, that's a lot of money to be spending on writing.
It's like, $3 for 15, it's like $3 to $4 for 15 minutes. But,
So you've been calling quite a bit?
no, I just within the last, yeah, not really, I mean, I think I have $100 left from the 200 that you put on. But now I'm asking for 500 to be put on, because, you know, we said.
So you call writing. Okay.
So she's asking her mother to put money in her commissary account? That's what I'm getting from this. It's a little garbled, so it's hard to understand, but that's what I'm getting from this.
So you can call writing.
I did call him, we talked, and is Dad able to meet with him in like Waynesville or Silva
Nope.
tomorrow
For what?
for the money?
Chloe, no. No. I'm not gonna do it. That is yours and you're gonna get it for the rest, for however long you're in jail.
What?
That money is for you to eat and to survive on.
And he's going,
For
he's gonna give me the money too, like he said he will, like, it's.
No, you won't. You won't. You're gonna be dropped out of his life the next year. I promise you.
Fine,
What? The money is not even available right now. His dad he's invested.
Invested in what? I never said that happened. I said that he could do whatever he said that was like when he was gonna like make, he was gonna invest a couple hundred or something in something. But
He doesn't have the money he doesn't have it to get right away.
can you explain that?
I just did, he invested it.
And why?
I don't know, you have to talk to Dad about it. You have to start calling his phone number.
Well, I tried to call him, he didn't answer.
Oh, he might be sleeping.
So you're telling me there's no way to get, I think you're lying. Are you sure about that? Like, there's really no way to get it.
I believe me, Chloe, I'm not lying to you. I have no reason to lie to you.
Huh?
I have no reason to lie to you. We were trying to make a future
Want
for
to
you.
keep the money?
We were trying to make a future for you. And
Yeah,
Hannah.
they're trying to make her sound like a spoiled brat. I want money. That's what I think, Aaron, too.
And some of it was invested, and when all this happened, he went ahead and invested all of it. I mean, he can get it, but it's not gonna be.
Can he speak with Brian? Can they set up communications with each other? Can you please have Dad talk to him? Because Brian said that Dad promised to call him, and he hasn't done it yet.
Yeah, that doesn't want to call anybody.
Okay.
Brian Leonard decides to throw these little words in. How we promised this, or how we promised that, or I refuse an animal, or whatever. He doesn't tell us the truth, guys.
Well, he said he didn't have the unicorn when you asked for it, and Dad asked for it, but he has the unicorn now.
Sorry, but it's not worth $65,000. Or whatever it was. And you're silly if you think, I'm telling you, Chloe, you're gonna lose your family if you go this route. And if you're okay with that, then.
$65,000 or whatever it was, as if it's gone. Hang on.
Sorry, but it's not worth $65,000 or whatever it was. And you're silly if you think, I'm telling you, Chloe, you're going to lose your family if you go this route. And if you're okay with that, then so be it. No.
You're going to lose your family if you go to trial, and if you're okay with that, then so be it.
Oh, I feel like when things settle down, it will be okay again, but I mean, when it's all heated right now.
Well, you are not thinking clearly, because giving him that money, you'll never see anything again. You'll never see any of it again.
Say such cool things about him, like it's not, please don't do that.
Chloe, he's moving on after this is over. I wish you realized that. He's moving on to his next victim. The next young children he can brainwash.
Children, really,
Were you
Okay. This is telling. He's looking for other children he can brainwash. And she says, children, really? And she says, oh, really? When you were 16? Hold on. Let me take that back a little bit.
he's moving on to his next victim.
He's moved on to his next victim, is what her mom is telling her.
Next young children he can brainwash.
children, really,
Were you 16 when you done?
okay, guys,
You were a kid, suppose.
huh?
Anyway.
She was 16 when she met him and he was 38. Is that right?
Well, you can't stay mad at him, if you can't. I know you
I
want
can't say that because it's destroying my family's life.
I did.
I can't.
She's trying to convince her mother not to stay mad at Z. And the mother says, I can't be mad at him for ruining my family's lives. Wow. Controlling much, this guy?
I decided.
No, we both did that.
Really, because all he ever did was try to fix our family, like, remember, like, he would make.
Stop.
What do you mean?
Stop.
Okay, that is true. I just got.
Your father and I have never needed fixing. So I don't even know what you mean by that.
Emotionally, you were very, what do you mean?
No, I mean, emotionally, you had your problems, and you never shared them with us. So, you know what's fun?
I think I could,
Well,
but then he taught me how to.
you found a 40-year-old man at the age of 16 to share your issues with. Good for you. And look where you're at.
Well, can you move the money?
Can you move the
I'll talk
money?
to Dad.
Can Dad?
You need to go to Angela about all this instead of something on and on a recorded phone call.
It's okay. It's okay to be moved. Okay, all right.
The thing is what you were, Chloe.
It would, Mom, it would be okay if you just told Dad to speak with him. Then it wouldn't be anybody.
I'm not telling your father anything. Your dad blocked him for a reason.
Your dad blocked him for a reason.
Mom, you can't just steal bright money. Mom, that's what you're doing.
Is that what you think I'm doing?
No, I think that's what you're doing if you don't listen.
Mom, you can't steal my money. Somebody tell me where she got her money from. She was 16 years old when she met this guy. She had $65,000. She was 20 when the crime was committed. More of a David Koresh. You know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of Keith Rainier. Keith Rainieri. Kind of.
Please don't do this. Don't make a war between us. Like, I'm asking you to do something with my money. Can you please just
Chloe, the only person that made a war between us is you. I haven't touched your money, and nor do I want to touch that money.
Okay, Mom, can you please have that?
That's right. They fraudulently applied for and received some panty loans. That's correct. She was 20, yes, when she took the baby's life. That is right. Right, because they were religion. They got money from all of that free money that was being given out during the panty. 501c3.
Again, I will talk to him, and I will talk to Angela. Or you can talk to Angela.
Well, all we need to do is just tell her.
And believe me, Chloe, I don't want to penny from you. You took everything away from me that ever mattered from you.
I'm glad that we're.
So don't ever accuse me of stealing any money.
No.
See, you don't understand what we're going through. You really don't.
Julia, I know you're not trying to steal my money, but you're trying to rule over me like I'm a 5-year-old, and it's not okay to give the money to them.
Somebody should have taken over somebody should have treated you like a 5-year-old 5 years ago, so you would have never been in this mess today.
Yeah, you should have, and I wouldn't have been in the situation, but you never cared to.
Look, are you kidding me? Is it my fault?
I know you're right.
Ms. Jarrett, you indicated that was on February 21st of 2021.
Okay, I'm going to say it a little bit again for people in the back. You cannot, please do not spell out the C word from the panty. If your comment is being deleted, that is why. YouTube algorithms have a scanner. They scan the chat. They do not like that word because they think you're promoting something or it's a political thing, you're against something. They will strike the entire stream. There are YouTube creators whose channels were taken down because of that word and because of their stance on certain shots. So if your comments are being deleted, it is because you are spelling out that C word that ends in a D that happened during the panty. Just please don't do it. Thank you. There are other ways of spelling it with asterisks and other things such as like that. So apparently they opened a 501c3 charity for their church, their cult. They got a bunch of fraudulent loans during that time. And she had, the C word that ends in a D. And she had $65,000 of that money that she then apparently transferred to her parents. And then apparently she wants her parents to transfer that money back to baby daddy Z, cult leader, husband who had 2 other wives other than she. Other than her. Other than
And the next call is
Chloe.
on what date?
February the 23rd of 2021.
Publishing States Exhibit 135.
Thank you. Please remain on the line. Hold for acceptance.
I don't care if they delete my comments, Nidawal. They shadow ban the stream and they demonetize the stream. They're not going to come in here and delete my comments. I'm going to delete them. Okay. I've had demonetization occur from such things as showing crime scene photographs. There are certain words they do not like. I'm telling you from experience. They're not going to delete them. My mods are going to delete them, and I'm going to delete them. So I'm going to ask everyone again, because I've already said it like 4 times. Please don't write that word in there. That's all. Very simple.
This is a prepaid call from
Chloe Driver.
an inmate at the Cherokee County Jail, Georgia, carried by Consolidated Telecom.
Okay, if you're not looking at your screen, come look at your screen for a second. Look at how empty this courtroom is. I mean, we have 1,100 people watching here. I'm sure there's more people watching on Court TV and Law and Crime, but there's nobody in that courtroom. And Denicia is pointing out, I have issues with the phone calls as evidence she'd been medicated for a while at that point versus unstable at the time of the crime. So this is actually 2 months after. So the crime was in December of 2020. This is late February 2021.
Three-way or call waiting is not allowed and may automatically disconnect this call. This call is subject to monitoring and recording. If you are an attorney or designated legal counsel, contact inmatesales.com at 702-931-3938 to have your number set to do not record. Please select from the following options if you consent to this call being recorded, and to accept this call, dial 1 now. To reject this call, your call has been accepted.
Hello? Hey. Hello? Hi, can you hear me? Oh, yeah. What's up? Hear me now?
Yes.
I saw Angie today. I didn't get my phone number. She came and saw me, so I was on my free time, and, yeah, I don't know, did she tell you that I was gonna call?
She said you were gonna try to call, but, I mean, it is what it is. I mean, it doesn't have to hear from you not.
Well, just for future reference, you can take number, you can push 1 to accept the.
I know that now. I know that.
Okay. Yeah. So we first answer. Well, I talked to her, and I guess you'll be happy to know that they blocked him. I can't call him, so. And I'm not gonna be talking to him. They blocked the number.
Only because you're being forced not to talk to him, right?
I mean, basically, yeah.
So the jail blocked the numbers for her to be able to call Z and communicate with Z. So she's not allowed to call him. But I think what had happened was then she started using some other inmates' PIN numbers to be able to call him.
What do you want me to stop?
So you still don't understand, do you?
Well, I'm not gonna pursue it.
I mean, the things he said to me, the things that he said to me the other day when we talked was just, it was just hateful.
When I said.
And I can't.
When I was saying.
What?
You stole, when I'm saying like stealing money, like, when you had said the investment thing, that's what, because I didn't say, like, I didn't know anything about that. But now I understand what you were saying, and I actually appreciate it.
It's just a different account. It's not something that, well, it doesn't matter because it's not happening.
She's talking to her mom.
I refuse.
Confused what?
I'm either gonna give it to Cherokee or the government before I give it to him.
Okay, I mean, I'm not, like I said, I can't pursue it anymore, you know, I'm not gonna, if I was free to do that, I was gonna pursue it, but I mean, like, they're kind of making it to where.
I do not want to talk about that. I do not want to talk about the money anymore. I am sensitive to this money. It's been nothing but a curse. I wish it was never in my account to manage. If I would have known this was going to happen, I would have never accepted the money. It's nothing but a headache. I don't want a penny of it. I never have, never will. And as far as the other thing that you said was pretty hateful, I mean, and you know, it's not my fault that you're going through this. And I was not attacking neither to any of you.
I don't know where you're getting all this from, but we should like just stop talking.
Because you told me I should have been more strict. When I said I should have been more strict, you said yes. Then maybe this wouldn't have happened. So Chloe, I don't think you remember how you were as a teenager.
No,
You never listened to you never listened to me. Just like now, you still don't listen to me. I can tell you what's best for you, and you'll just argue with me because it's not what you want. And the fact of the matter is I've got 30 years on you. Okay?
Okay, so her mother at the time these calls were made were she was 50. She says, I got 30 years on you. What is it telling you about the family dynamic? Anything? Mother was a witness yesterday. How long was that testimony? Because maybe we can watch that over lunch too. You would never listen to me. You never listen to a thing I say. You don't remember how you were as a teenager. I don't want your money. You never wanted anything to do with it.
You're 20 years. you're 20 years old and you're inexperienced and you just are going with the person that you go, the first person that you met with, or met. That happened to be twice your age or more,
More.
which means he's got
No.
plenty of life experience, way more than you will, or that you do, that you have.
Or way more experience manipulating people and coercing people and controlling them. And not to mention, he's got 2 other wives besides you.
So I also have way more life experience than you. And I really wish just once in a while you would actually take my advice. But if you choose you don't want to take my advice, that's fine. Then there's really no reason for you to call.
Okay, then can you move all the money back into my, like, then, okay, so, I'm
No.
talking to you, and then, how much was to get, that I need from commissary? How much was to get, I will talk to either.
Dad and I are gonna start putting money on your account, which will be a lot less than what you're used to.
Oh, you're gonna start trading?
You've got money on there right now. You've got probably, I think, about $200 on there. That will last you quite a while.
I have, and I moved half of it to my phone, so I only have 127 on it, and I moved, there's 50 of it, actually about 40 now, on the phone, and I can't move it back, so.
Okay, well, your father just put another 100 on it yesterday.
Okay,
So whatever's on your phone, so you can check it, you just need to spend it wisely. Okay?
and start doing it, like you're just gonna start doing it weekly.
No, we're gonna watch and see when you're going down, or you can give me a call, or you can give your father a call.
But it makes it sound like you don't want me to do that.
Well, probably, you need to manage this money. You can call us once a week if you need anything. You can call once a week if you need anything. If you want to talk and be civil, you can call twice a week. I don't care. But the point is you haven't been, since you've been starting to talk to him, you've changed right back to the old Chloe that was before any of this came out. Stubborn, he knows everything, nobody else knows anything, type of person. And I don't want to deal with that Chloe. I want to deal with the Chloe that
Well, I would like to just.
you were before you started talking to him again.
Well, to me, that started talking for that me before was doing a lot of drugs. So, I mean, he
What kind of drugs?
I was like, what do you mean? Like,
I'm talking about a month ago when you weren't talking to him, you were civil. What are you talking about drugs? What do you mean?
I thought you missed me way back.
No, Chloe, no. Oh my God. You're such a confused little girl.
Okay, I just want to wrap up.
Are you still taking your medicine?
Yes,
That they're giving you? Well, maybe you need something stronger.
that's really fucked up for you to say that to me.
Don't talk to me that way, and you know it's not.
You're being really rude.
Really? Don't talk to me like that. No, I'm not. I'm speaking the truth.
No, you think you're speaking, like, that's, it's still for you to say, you're not qualified to say that. Are you a doctor? You want me to start with?
What else do you need, honey? What else?
You agreed, because of the funeral, you agreed to give 5,000, and I think that's fair.
Well, you know what though? I just found out.
Because of the
state of
funeral.
Georgia won't reimburse him.
Because of the funeral for the baby that you killed. So get the $5,000 and give it to Z. I don't know how I feel about this. I think the mother deserves some grace. We have to go back and watch the mother's testimony now after this. So she's now been incarcerated for over 60 days. She is on medication. She wants money for her phone calls. She does sound cold and hard. Yeah, this is, I don't know. She may need to get up on the stand and tell her story. I don't know. I don't think she's gonna, but if you're ahead, no spoilers.
And I was reading that before I talked to Dad. Dad doesn't want to touch that money.
Why?
Other than giving you the money that you need. Because it's not our money, yeah, we have to deal with it.
No, I heard what she told me today. She was making it sound like she was scaring you into not touching it.
Sarah, who?
You,
What are you talking about?
tell Angela to not touch that money.
No, she didn't scare me into not touching it.
Huh?
No, she didn't scare me into not touching it.
Okay, well, I mean, she told me that she told you that.
Okay.
And it sounds like you're listening to her by saying that you're trying not to touch the money. You're trying not to have anything to do with it.
Well, I already told you, I don't even want to talk about it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We can wrap up this conversation. So you know for a fact, Mom, and it's going to be reimbursed for that, because if it's not, I was like.
That according to, yes, I heard that from Angela. That the victim practice or something to do with funeral. I mean, it's been a while since she told me, so I can't really remember what she said word for word, but.
Okay, then I'll talk with her, and if I get confirmation that's the case, that could be the last that we talk about the money, because I don't want to talk about.
Okay, that's all I want to hear about, that's what I want to hear.
But
You're not gonna go without,
okay.
you might not go without, okay?
All right, if that confirmation doesn't come, then I want to have a talk. That's only if she's, she doesn't know for sure if he's gonna get that. But, so.
Well, I'm sure there's a process he has to go through, because it doesn't get mailed to him. I mean, he's gonna probably have to show how much it costs or whatever, and I'm sure there's I'm sure there's a limit or whatever, but I don't know, I have no idea.
I mean, I don't know why they're focusing on this witness. Her sole purpose is to authenticate these jail phone calls. She has nothing to do with them other than that. I don't know. This would be a time when I would say focus on Chloe. I want to see what her reactions are to this phone call.
Yeah, I've never lived through all that, I don't know.
Well, that's the only thing I'm gonna be talking about, if
It's so bad. I just don't want to talk about it, because I don't care about it.
okay, well, it's just one little thing, it's just that one thing. If, then, that,
Chloe, I really feel like you're being very disrespectful with your tone and your words and you swearing. I really do. You put this show into a lot, and somehow you're being bitchy to me.
because of what happened yesterday, I think it's like,
What happened yesterday? I didn't talk to you yesterday. You called me 3 times and I didn't answer.
okay, sorry, the day before, time's a little funky here.
Mm-hmm. When you were very rude.
When you were telling me what you were gonna do with my money, I felt like that was rude, and I told you.
Enough, Chloe. You're gonna be taken care of, whether it comes out of your money, or whether it comes out of that loan, or whether it comes out of my money, okay? You'll be taken care of. But stop making it sound like it's your money to where you're controlling me.
I know.
This is not happening that way.
I just want to know where my money's at and what's happening with my money.
Your money is in a different account.
Okay.
That's all I know. Dad put it away. I don't talk to him about it. He doesn't talk to me about it. The only time this ever comes up is when you are on the phone.
Okay, Law Junkie says Z is trying to get the money from Chloe, but it's in her parents' name, which she did right before the crime. Right, because she intended to kill herself as well. And she survived.
Like I said, we're gonna lower your budget and we'll take care of it. Just gotta be very, very careful, on how you spend, because I'm not gonna be putting $200 and $500 down on your account like you were asking. I'm not doing that.
Okay, well, you thought to do that just a few, like a week ago, you thought that was a great idea to do.
I told you,
This call will be terminated in 2 minutes.
Chloe, I told you they charge 10%. You're the one that said put more. Dad doesn't want to, and we're not going to.
Fine, I'm just saying. So when I need books,
Then you give me a call. We'll see how much they are, and we'll go from there.
you can go on like cheap, and there's something called.
I know.
Like,
I know, we will, but you really need to be, managing your commissary money,
well,
you
it's
know.
something you're doing that for me.
Fine?
At the point, you're the one in control of it. It sounds like you're gonna be doing that for me.
How come I wouldn't order you food?
Well, I skipped it a couple of times.
This call will be terminated in 1 minute.
I get that, Chloe, I get that. I'm just saying, just please start watching and paying attention, and you've done good so far, except for the phone calls. I think you're spending way too much money on phone calls. But that's about to be over.
Well, one, yeah, it's about the over. Two, it's because they call during the weekend, and weekends are more expensive on patrol. That's all.
Okay, okay. Well, just call there a week, okay?
So, yeah, I will. Well, now that I know that, and this is probably gonna hang up, I'll call back and, call back again, because,
Okay.
so I'm almost done with my Game of Thrones,
Mm-hmm.
like my monkey read. She really likes it too, but when was about to be done with that, I'm thinking about.
This call was terminated because it exceeded.
You can say duck, Kate. We like the word duck around here.
I don't have any further questions.
I don't have any questions at this time.
You can step down. Thank you.
We'll see how they
Any
tie
other
that. We'll see how the
evidence from the
state ties
state?
up those calls in their closing. But some people are saying, why are they playing these calls? This was the state's rebuttal, short rebuttal, just playing 2 jail calls between Chloe and her mom. We'll see how she ties it up in closing, probably to show that she was still spoiled. She didn't really care about her dead baby. All she cared about was getting a hold of her money to give it back to this crazy cult leader she's one of his 3 wives, and give him back the fraudulent loan money. And all she cared about was her phone calls. And she's a spoiled brat. She's not insane. That's my feeling of where they're going with this. We'll see.
All right, members of the jury, then that concludes the presentation of evidence in this case. We have some matters that we are going to need to discuss before, outside your presence, before we move on to the next phase of the trial, which will be the attorney's closing arguments. I know you ordered lunch. It probably isn't here yet. I am going to let you be in recess until 1 o'clock. If the lunch isn't here yet, certainly feel free to step outside and make calls, whatever you'd like to do during your lunch recess. But we will see you back in the jury room at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
So oddly enough, they're on Central Time. This is Georgia, but they're on Central Time. So it is 12:30 here in New York. So they're coming back at 2 p.m. So we have an hour and a half. And I think what we should spend our hour and a half doing is rewatching some of the testimony because many of you have not seen this trial at all. I'm also far behind in this trial. So I'm going to give you guys the option. You're in charge today. Do you want to listen to them argue jury instructions or whatever else it is that they're going to argue now? Of course, the defense will make their motion, I guess, for a JNOV or a judgment notwithstanding the verdict or directed verdict saying the jury could not possibly find her guilty. We'll let them talk for a few minutes, and then I think we should go 2 time zones in Georgia, right? Same with, I think it's same with maybe Kentucky, because I think I was looking at something in Kentucky and it's split into 2 time zones. So let me just see if they're going to shut the cameras off altogether. We're not going to be able to see anything. Hold on. They may do that. I'll keep it up on the side so we don't have to watch that. Florida has 2 time zones too, really? Why did I not know that? Why am I just finding that out? Thanks, Team Brittany. Review, please. Review, please. Let's do testimony. Okay. Thank you, Goodmans, for gifting a membership. It's always so nice to have you here. And to whoever was gifted. And Nicole Lee, thanks for becoming a new member. Welcome, welcome. Okay, what do you want to watch first? Mom's testimony from yesterday? Let me see. And I don't have any timestamps on Jason because his testimony goes on forever, but I do want to watch some of that as well. Let me see. So yesterday would have been day 5. Georgia has only 1 time zone. Okay, but no, not true, because parts of Georgia are on the water on the East Coast. And so that's Eastern time. Why are they? Right. It's 12:30 here on the East Coast. She's saying they're coming back at 1. Well, if they're coming back at 1, they're coming back at 1. Then we only have half an hour. But when she said earlier, 1:45, and yesterday they said be here at 9, but they started on at 10. I'm so confused. I'm so confused. All right. I'll keep it up so I have it here. All right. So this is going to be her mom. We'll speed it up a little bit. I'll put it on a little bit of a higher speed. I'll just check back and see if they're really coming back at 1 o'clock Eastern or 2 o'clock Eastern. I don't know. Because it's from yesterday. This is Chloe's mother testifying. We'll put it on. Oops. We'll put it on 1.5 and we'll see if it's too fast. Just let me know and then we'll turn it down. All right. Chloe's mom's testimony from yesterday. Court is on a break for those of you just joining, and we're reviewing some testimony from yesterday.
Can you tell the jury who you are?
Renee Driver,
Okay, and where do you currently live? City and state is fine.
Florida.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a server.
Okay, all right. And how do you know Chloe?
She's my daughter.
Okay, how many children do you have?
3.
Okay, is she the oldest, youngest? Where does she fall in line?
Youngest.
I know that it's very hard for you to be here today, and if you need a break or a moment, just let me know, okay? All right. Tell us about Chloe as a child.
She was a beautiful little girl. She was a Spitfire.
Okay, and what do you mean by Spitfire?
She was very, she knew everything. She was smarter than everybody in her family.
Okay, I'm glad we listened to the jail calls first, because now that I'm listening to the mother's testimony, I'm getting a very different picture of their relationship. Look at how Chloe is lighting up when her mother gets on the stand. look at how her mother is crying on the stand. It's a far different impression than I got from their testimony from the jail calls. I'm just gonna slow it down for a minute so we can hear the natural cadence and tone of her voice. And also the prosecutor, or is this the defense attorney? Sounds like she's on a helium tank, so I have to let's listen at real speed for a second. So sad.
And that was primarily when she was a teenager?
Yes, she did gymnastics when she was a little girl, and she had friends, and she played baseball in junior high school, I believe, or softball. But as she got older, she just knew everything.
Okay. Were you close with your daughter while she was growing up?
I thought I was.
Okay. Have you learned a lot of information since this case started that made
Yes.
you reevaluate that position?
Yes.
Okay. When she was a teenager, I know you said she was headstrong.
Very.
Your family moved around a lot, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that kind of created a little
Also, they're not going to show her mom on camera for privacy reasons.
bit of a level of upheaval with Chloe in terms of relationships with people and friends.
I didn't think it was.
Okay. When she was a teenager, did you notice any signs or concerns about her mood or possible mental illness when she was a child?
There were a lot of different things. She was very headstrong, and I just thought she was going to be a strong little girl. And then as she got older, she put me through some stuff.
Okay.
There were times where she put me through hell.
Okay. And a lot of that was kind of based on teenagers who know better than their
Yes.
parents.
Yes.
Wasn't her out committing crimes or anything like
Oh,
that.
no.
Definitely thought she was.
Could it have been because she was being essayed by her brothers? That came out during the independent witnesses forensic psychology testimony. Just tossing it out there. Don't worry about me. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to fill up my iced coffee. Talk amongst yourselves. I'm going to let this play, but I'll be listening to it.
All-knowing or anything like that. Were you aware when she was a child of whether or not she had attempted to commit suicide?
When she was a child?
Well, as a teenager.
No.
Okay. Did you subsequently learn about some behavioral issues related to that after this case started? With cutting or anything like that?
She was cutting her wrist, but I never knew it because she always wore those plastic bracelets and it covered it. And I never had any idea that she was going through that.
Okay, she never communicated any of that to you at all? Okay. When she ultimately left your house, that was when she was 17 years old?
I believe so.
Okay. And tell me what your thought process was about why you let her go.
Because I couldn't handle the way she was going about it. My middle and my younger siblings, I think, learned from their older one. My oldest son badgered me, and he would do it all day, every day until he got what he wanted. And my husband always worked out of state. I was Monday through Friday only parent, working and having 3 children. And when there's just a time where I gave into him. Well, then it started becoming a habit. And I think Chloe got some of those habits maybe from him, watching him get what he wanted as she was growing up. She was never a materialistic kid, but when she wanted to leave and she just asked and asked, and it wasn't just asking, it was arguing, it was fighting, it was, I just finally I gave in. On top of that, my husband ended up with a quadruple bypass. He was out of work for a couple of years. So, I mean, I had my own issues to deal with. On top of that, I had children to deal with that were very headstrong.
Okay. And when she left your house, how would you describe the level of communication you had with Chloe? Was it here and there? Was it constant?
It was here and there when she left.
When she left? Okay. And was that usually via text or phone, or do you recall?
Probably both.
Okay. When did you first find out that she was involved with Mr. Ben Michael?
18, maybe.
2018, or when she was?
No, when she, well, yeah, that would be 2018 also, yes.
Okay. And how did you find out about that?
She came home and I found out she was pregnant, I believe.
Okay. And was that the first time you found out about the age difference between the two of them?
Yes, I had no idea. I didn't know about him. I didn't know about his age. I knew nothing.
You knew nothing. She hadn't told you about any of that.
Not
Okay.
one thing.
And what was your reaction to finding out his age?
I said I never wanted to meet him. I never wanted him around the house. She was welcome to stay and with her baby, but I wanted nothing to do with him.
Okay. And then ultimately, she had the baby but continued to stay with him, correct?
Yes.
At any point in time, did you have any concerns about their relationship prior to the birth of Hannah?
Well, it was all just a big shock. I did what I could to try to get her to stay with me, but it didn't work.
Okay. And so then ultimately Hannah was born. When was the first time you got to meet Hannah?
January of 2019.
Okay. And in what kind of situation was that? Did they bring her to you?
Yes.
Or? Okay. And when you observed Chloe with Hannah, what did you observe about her care and demeanor with her daughter?
She was a very good mother and she loved her daughter.
Okay. Never saw any concerns of?
Not at all.
Okay.
Not at that time.
As far as from what you could see, did you feel that she was the primary caregiver of that child?
Yes.
Okay. And then after the birth of Hannah, how would you describe the level of contact you had with Chloe at that time? Was it?
It was minimal.
Okay. Did you initiate contact with her trying to?
A lot.
Okay. And what was the response to that contact?
Honestly, I don't remember. It wasn't as much as I would have liked.
Okay. And then Hannah was born in October of 2019. And then you met her in January.
Oh, so I met her in 2020. I'm sorry, January of 2020.
January 2020.
Yes.
Okay. So the first time you met her was January 2020. And that was at your house?
Yes.
Okay. And then when do you recall the next time you saw her?
April of 2020.
Of 2020. And each one of these times that Chloe would bring her to you, you didn't observe anything concerning about the care of Hannah?
No.
Did you ever observe any signs of mental illness or anything at that point with your daughter?
No, other than me just not being able to understand how she would have gotten involved with somebody that was so much older than her.
Okay.
I mean, she left your house when she was 15 and you kind of let her go. I heard her saying that she was a cutter, which is usually indicative of something going on mental health wise. I think she said she didn't realize that she was a cutter because she wore those long sleeves, with the finger hole in them like this that they started making around the aughts. Oh. We're going to speed it up a little bit because I do want to go back and watch the other wives' testimony from yesterday, the one who got away. So let's speed this up a little bit. Tell me if there's any pertinent portions of this that you want to hear. I just wanted to get a sound of the dynamic between the two. What the mother knew, what she didn't know. She left the house at 17, not 15. I thought she said she was 15. I thought that's what one of the forensic psychiatrists said.
You struggled with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Bracelets, yeah, bracelets.
When was the first time you really found out anything about the true nature of their relationship?
I don't believe I met him in January of 2020, or I don't believe he was there. Probably July of 2020.
Okay. And can you share what those concerns were?
So I got to see how much weight Chloe had lost. I could see her in July. She was at my house for a couple weeks. Just everything, a lot had just changed. She was mumbling. She was, nothing really changed with Hannah, just her. She was just falling apart. I mean, she literally was just falling apart. But at the same time, at that time, I wasn't so much paying attention to her because I had Hannah too. And I was just so excited every time I got to see Hannah.
Was that the time that involved going to the river with them?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe so, yes.
And then when was the next time that you saw Hannah? Do you recall?
After the incident in November.
Okay. All right. So let's jump forward to Thanksgiving of 2020. Okay. Well, before I do that,
I mean, I'm not making excuses for Chloe by any means, but when your mother says, yeah, I noticed she was deteriorating, she was kind of going off she was falling apart, she was mumbling, she was deteriorating, but I wasn't really paying any attention to Chloe because all I wanted to do was to get my hands on that grandchild. That's rough. That's rough. And she did move in with her first boyfriend at 15, right? Came back on and off. Thank you, Denise. And then she left for good at 17 with Z and Benyamin and Svengali. I mean, just like pedos, cults target certain people, right? They target certain people for a reason. The grooming process is real. They know who to target. People who don't have a big family support system. Except for Catherine Oxenberg's daughter, the actress, whose daughter got into that NXIVM cult with Keith Raniere. I'm fascinated by that. But maybe she didn't get a lot of attention either growing up, even though her mother was a famous actress and they had a lot of money. They target certain people from certain demographics and certain family situations. People who are in desperate need of a family, of a sense of community, of somebody to take care of them. It's heartbreaking. I'm not saying that it excuses her behavior, but we're getting a little bit of a picture into Chloe's upbringing, the mothering that she did not really receive at all, in my opinion. Yeah, it's hard. Yeah, it's hard to raise teenagers. Yeah, it's hard, but it's worth it.
Yes. Yes. All right. I'm going to show you what's marked as defense 18. You recognize that picture?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us about what age Chloe was at that particular? I'll move to the defense 18. Okay. Judge, would you please turn off the overhead so I can publish?
Agreed.
Thank you.
Are you doing the document camera or are you doing?
Okay, it should be on the computer if you just give me a second. Yeah. I'll skip that one for right now.
Okay, sorry that I'm not ready to do what needs to be done.
Thank you. All right, so let's jump forward to Thanksgiving of 2020, okay? And where were you at that time? Where were you living?
Knoxville.
Okay, and you lived with your husband in Knoxville at that time?
I did.
Okay, and tell us what happened on November 26th of 2020.
Was that Thanksgiving Day?
Yes, ma'am.
I received some alarming texts from Chloe, which I woke my husband up and I said that we need to go to Asheville.
Okay, and based on those texts, what did you and your husband immediately do?
Got dressed and went to Asheville.
Okay, and about how far away is that for you guys?
Maybe 2 hours. I don't remember.
Okay, do you remember about what time of day you arrived there?
I believe we left around 11, so I'm going to say around 1:30.
Okay, But you were concerned enough by the information you had received from Chloe at that time that you immediately dropped what
Yes.
you were doing and got in the car?
Yes.
Okay. And what happened when you arrived in Asheville?
Chloe was there. She was distraught. She was crying. She was very upset because Brian had taken off with Hannah.
Okay. So when you got there, Hannah was not there.
Hannah was not there.
Did you know where Hannah was at that point in time?
No idea.
Okay. And what did you do next?
I believe we called the police.
Okay. And then after calling the police,
Okay, Brian is also Z, is also a cult leader, is also baby daddy, also has 2 other wives. He's also Benyamin. But Chloe's mom calls him Brian, just so that we're not confused. There's a lot of players in this case. I'm going to slow it down a little bit so we can hear about this incident where he's kind of kidnapped Hannah. Because we know that Chloe's mom cares a lot about Hannah. It's debatable how much she cares about Chloe, but she definitely got in the car and drove to Asheville from Knoxville when Hannah was missing. Oops. So there's that.
what did you all decide to do?
After everything was all settled and done with, we ended up leaving Asheville without Hannah, and we brought Chloe
Back to your house in
back.
Knoxville?
Yes.
Okay. And when you got back to Knoxville, is that the first time you kind of became aware of everything that had been going on?
Yes.
Okay. This is the first time you learned that?
It started trickling in.
Okay. First time you learned anything about Hannah not having a birth certificate or pediatric care?
That is correct.
Okay. And what steps did you take from there?
On Friday after Thanksgiving, I went straight to Knoxville Police Department to see if there was anything we could do. There was absolutely nothing we could do. Since it didn't happen in Tennessee, where I lived. Then I started looking on the internet and making phone calls about getting Hannah a birth certificate. I talked to Brian's mother. She gave me a phone number. On Saturday, I called the phone number that she gave me that was for the FBI. I called Memorial Hospital that was in Miami, Florida. And I just wanted to get some kind of ball rolling on getting her a birth certificate. And I will tell you, I did have to lie about that to Chloe because she was adamant of not, she did not want Hannah to have a birth certificate because Brian was ordering her not to. And to make sure that I didn't get involved in getting a birth certificate.
Okay, so you were,
But we were doing it behind her back.
okay, but you were trying to, at the same time, you were also trying to kind of fix those things that.
Okay, no birth certificate. Did because you guys, so many of you know more than I do, I have questions. Did they have a home birth? Was she delivered by midwife? Is that why there's no birth certificate? Because you know when you deliver in a hospital, they always come around with the paperwork for the birth certificate. Jason didn't want any trace of this child. Were they also in some sense like sovereign citizens as well? I have so many questions. But notice how the mom jumps into action when Hannah's missing. If it was Chloe that was missing, I don't know that she would. She's sad. Again, not an excuse, but sad.
The Asheville Police Department and Knoxville Police Department had all
Yes.
told you.
I was assuming that there could have been an Amber Alert out for her. That's all I wanted was Hannah back. But evidently I was wrong and they weren't able to do anything like that.
Okay. And at that point, it's because there had been no birth certificate or determination of parentage?
Yes. And also because Hannah was Brian's daughter, all they had to do was a blood test, which means they didn't find her in danger.
Okay.
So they couldn't move on.
All right. So,
So if she has no birth certificate, the FBI can't look for her because technically she doesn't exist. Apparently we know she was in the hospital. She left before the birth certificate paperwork was issued. Apparently he made her leave after 12 hours against medical advice. She wanted to stay longer. Chloe is a victim. Cults are devastating. But does it give her legal justification to kill her child? She wanted to die too. Not that that's any consolation here. Yeah.
At that particular point in time, you learned more about the relationship in those 48, 72 hours than you had the entire 2.5
Absolutely.
years beforehand.
Absolutely.
When you picked up your daughter in Asheville, do you recall seeing any physical marks on her that you were concerned about?
At that time, I believe she had a black eye, and I also believe the police took pictures of her back because she had been dragged or thrown on the ground, and there were marks on her back.
So when you went to pick her up that day, you recall her having that black eye?
Yes.
Okay. Without telling us what she said, did you ask her about that black eye? Do you recall?
Yes.
And then, so in response to all of these things that you were learning in this short period of time, were you trying to help Chloe and Hannah formulate a plan?
Absolutely.
Okay. And that was reflected in the steps you took to try to get the birth certificate or other things?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Did you get any indication at that point in time? Well, I'll move on. So during that period of time, Chloe, did you have any contact with Mr. Ben Michael when Hannah was gone?
Yes.
Okay. And did he say some pretty concerning things to you at that time without saying what he said? Were there things that were said that concerned you?
On Thanksgiving evening, yes.
Okay. And that just again contributed to you trying to figure out what to do next, correct?
Yes, I exploded.
All right. And you had never really ever had to deal with anything like this beforehand, correct?
No.
Okay. Was Hannah your only grandchild?
Yes.
Okay. And then ultimately, Chloe had been communicating with Mr. Ben Michael, correct? To try to get back to Hannah.
Yes.
Okay. And was she, during that time that she was separated, what was her demeanor?
Just lost, confused.
Okay.
I don't.
For those of you who are just joining, welcome. We're going back to watch some of the testimony because many of us are jumping into this trial super late. Closing arguments are scheduled to be at 1 p.m., which may or may not be 2 p.m. Eastern because we seem to have some sort of confusion about whether they're on Central Time. But I do have it up here on Long Crime, and I think it's 2 p.m. Eastern. Oh, thanks, Alex. Happy birthday to Alex. We'll talk later. So both sides have rested, and they will be closing this afternoon. And so we're just rewatching some of the testimony. For some of you, it's rewatching. For some of you, it is watching for the first time. After hearing the last thing that was played in court were 2 jailhouse phone calls between mother and daughter, Chloe's mom and herself, made Chloe seem very spoiled, very bratty. All she wanted was her money transferred to, still she was under the control of Z at that time, wanted the $65,000 trust transferred to Z. She wanted money in her commissary for phone calls. And so I wanted to go back first and watch some testimony of the mom who testified yesterday to see if we could get some better insight into the relationship between mother and daughter here. The mom was a witness called on behalf of the defense, character type witness. And also she's a fact witness with regard to some things that went on. And also, no, I just lost my train of thought because people are trying to tell me that Georgia's on Eastern time. It's 2 time zones, okay? Part of Georgia is Central Time. You guys that watch the murder burn pile trial, this is the same courthouse, same courtroom, Central Time. Sharon, again, Georgia is split into 2 time zones. Many states are. Kentucky is another one. Okay? If you're on the East Coast, like Savannah and along the coast, it is East time. Now it used to be 2 zone. Daylight savings time messes everything up. Well, they didn't start until 10, and she told the jury to be there until 9, and I'm on Eastern time. All right. So if they come back, we're going to have to jump right back into it, because if they are coming back at 1 o'clock their time, that's in 3 minutes. The bet will be settled because, okay, here, I'm settling the bet right now. Here's the here's the clock in the courtroom. It is 2 minutes to 12. This courtroom is on Central Time. Okay, thank you. The bet is settled. We have 1 more hour before closing statements. There's a stream delay. Court ordered. So court time. I am going crazy. I'm going crazy. Whatever it is, if there's an hour stream delay, whatever it is, we have 1 hour until closings. No, maybe they didn't raise the I can't. They're coming back at 1 o'clock according to this clock, whether it's on a 1 hour delay or whether it's really Central Time or whether it's Eastern Time. All I care about is we have 1 hour until closings. Do you want to continue to watch the mom's testimony? Or do you want to move on and watch that crazy man, Jason? Or do you want to watch the wife from yesterday who got away? Do we need to hear any more from the mom? We're obviously getting some sort of.
Well, she wasn't.
She was hopeless.
She was hopeless?
Yes.
All right. Do you recall, Chloe? Well, let me rephrase that. You took a video of Chloe on November 27th. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay.
Oh, do we get to see the video?
I think I need
December
to
7th.
shut this down and restart
Okay.
and try to get that to work. So I'm just gonna.
Sure.
Maybe it's a delay. Maybe it's a delay. Do we need to hear any more from the mother? Wait, is there going to be a video? I'm relying on you, chat.
Turn input.
I'm being forced to get into a truck with Benyamin. Movie driver is 11/27/2020. I'm being forced to get into a truck with Benyamin and Kyle.
Okay, this is Chloe. And she's making a video about how she's being forced to get in a car with Benyamin. I'm going to slow it down to a regular time because I want to see this. Get a little glimpse into what she was like in 2020. She looks like a different person. You know, I find that a lot because in jail, you're not allowed to wear your contact lenses anymore. So everyone shows up, as you noticed in court, with glasses on. And so they look so different. This is okay, here we go. All right. This is November 27th of 2020. This is Chloe in the video. Let's watch.
I'm being forced to get into it.
I'm just gonna have you watch this video, okay?
For the name is movie driver. It's 11/27/2020. I'm being forced to get into a truck with Benyamin and Kyle or Brian Joyce to see my daughter again because he has kept her away from me. I do not know where she is and he won't tell me anything. He's kept her with people that I don't really know well and I don't know what's going on with her. And I'm being forced to get in the car and go with him to be able to see her. And I don't even know if I'm actually going straight to her, but I'm doing whatever I think I can to get to her. Her name is Hannah Nicole, driver.
All right, and you're the one that took that video, correct? All right, tell us why you took that video.
Because I was going to send it to the police officer in North Carolina.
Were you
to see if he could help? I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know how to go about getting help, even though I lived where I lived. And she was taken from Asheville, so I was going to take that video and send it to the officer in Asheville that helped us because he was a very nice person. And he said he would help us in any way he could. So,
Were you concerned about the safety of your daughter and your granddaughter at that time?
absolutely.
Okay. Ultimately, Chloe left your residence after being there a couple days, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall when your next communication was from her?
I don't know, all these time periods are getting messed up in my head. There was a time where she came back for a day or two, and then he, I guess, was somewhere in Knoxville, I don't know where. And I believe they picked her up to go back to Asheville to look at some property.
Okay. What was her demeanor or when she was with you over Thanksgiving and the time thereafter? Can you describe like her affect or what you noticed about her?
She was a mess because Hannah wasn't there, but she was relieved because she was at home. At least that's what I thought. That's what I saw.
Did she appear tired or distressed or?
So she always appeared tired. She always appeared hungry.
Okay. And then you also, I think, indicated that she was acting kind of strangely in terms of mumbling or like.
And I started noticing that in July
Mhm.
when she was at my house for a couple of weeks.
Okay. Did you see it again in November? Do you recall?
I honestly don't recall. I don't know.
All right. If you would have told an evaluator in this case that that's something that you talked to, you have no reason to dispute that though, correct?
Absolutely not.
And I think you already indicated that you're having a lot of issues with the memories.
Absolutely.
Okay. When this has been a pretty traumatic and stressful event for you and your family, correct? Okay.
All right, executive decision. The mom's testimony is not going to add a whole lot for me. But I do want to watch this Gabriella's testimony, right? Is this the one that we want to watch?
Okay. Before you sit.
This one? Yay? Is this what you're saying? Is she also known as Rachel? Everyone's got 14 names. All right, we're looking at this one now. Again, Gabriella Kuykendall. Okay. The one who got away. She testified yesterday. Let's listen up.
Sit down. I'm going to have you raise your right hand.
We're going to start at normal speed for cadence. Oh, this is normal speed. She sounds like she's talking really fast. Okay. This is Gabriella. This is his first wife, the one who got away. Okay. She's testifying for the defense yesterday. I'm not going to make fun of her clothing, Little Miss Red Velvet. That's we don't do that here. These people are hippies. They're, free spirits. She showed up. That's what's important to me. She showed up.
Do you swear the information testimony you're about to give this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, you can have a seat.
It's on normal speed.
Okay. Can you state your name and spell your last name for the record, please?
Yes, my name's Gabriella Kendall. My last name is spelled Kuykendall.
Okay. And how do you know Miss Driver?
I met her through Benyamin about, I want to say, maybe 5 years ago when I met her.
Okay.
Or longer than that now.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
That's okay. You've been talked about already in this case. Are you the first wife of Mr. Benyamin Ben Michael?
Yes.
Okay. And when did you meet him?
I met him in 2013 And we had met at a March Against Monsanto rally that we were both trying to create. Sorry, I'm a little nervous up here. I don't speak well in front of people. But we were organizing the rally together, and that's where I met him.
Okay, how old were you when you met him?
I was 17.
Do you know how old he was at the time?
I believe he was 33.
Okay.
He seems to pick all his women around the age of 17. How much you want to bet that's the age of consent of whatever state that they're in? Because he's pretty smart, you know, knows how to pick them, doesn't want to do anything illegal other than some of the things he may be doing to them. But at least, does he wait until they're 17 because that's the age of consent? Maybe. Maybe 16 is the age of consent. Depends on the state.
And you met him and you at this, I guess, activism type rally, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And then how did your relationship progress from there?
It quickly became very emotional. I pretty much immediately, within a few months, became his girlfriend, and then a couple months later moved in with him at his parents' house.
Okay. When did he declare you to be his wife?
Probably a year or so after I met him.
Okay. Did he give you a name as well?
Yes, he gave me the name Iliomah.
Okay. How would you spell that?
Ayliomah.
Did people just call you Oma for short?
I went by Eily, and then once I had my daughter, our daughter, mine and Benyamin's, I just went by Oma, and we gave her the name Eily.
Eily. Okay. And when you first met him, you said you were living at his parents' house, or staying with his parents' house?
Yeah.
Okay. So tell me a little bit about how that relationship progressed. Were you both working, doing anything like that?
No, neither of us were working. He was loosely affiliated with a financial group called Primerica. It was like a life insurance investment company, but that he didn't really make any money through that. It's like an MLM sort of thing.
What drew you to him?
I was going to say MLM.
Well, I'd never really met anyone.
MLMs are also like a scam. Also like a, it's a multi-level marketing scheme, also like a cult, right? Same mentality. They recruit people kind of in the same way. They use the same tactics. Doesn't surprise me that this guy was involved in an MLM of some sort. He's 33, still living with his parents, dude, enablers. Yep, all of it.
Like him before, he just knew a lot about spirituality and, religious sort of doctrine, I guess. And just, I was very naive at the time when I met him, so I never really heard any of those concepts before.
Was he kind of your first serious relationship?
He was my first serious relationship.
Okay, so you quickly moved in together, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and tell me about what happens pretty quickly within your relationship with how he treated you.
Well, things pretty quickly had gotten controlling. He would just, kind of alienate me from my family and my friends, and just kind of.
Okay. Did he
That's what they do.
impose certain rules upon you or things that you had to live by?
You mean early on, or?
Yeah, about your ability to go out in public or hang out with other people.
Well, at first we just went out together and there was really no problem. But at a certain point, he, if I wanted to go see my friends or my family, he didn't want me to do that.
Okay. Did you have limitations on any of your cell phones, emails, or social media?
Yes, absolutely. I primarily used Facebook Messenger to talk to people that I knew, my friends from high school and stuff. And he would always be controlling the conversation, or whenever I talked to my sister, which is mainly the only person in my family he would let me talk to, he would be right there. The phone would be on speaker and he would be telling me what to say, basically. I couldn't actually have a real conversation with anyone.
Did he go through your phone frequently?
Yeah.
Another form of control, alienate you from your friends and your family, control your social media, look through your phone. Anybody noticing any of the signs and symptoms here? I can't believe she got out. She seems like she's still so young, but good for her.
Did he take your phone away from you at times?
At times, yeah, when he thought, when I wasn't really happy, being there with him and I might want to leave, he would take my phone so I wouldn't be able to leave and call anyone or text anyone to come get me.
And you said he monitored your social media or your emails as well?
Yeah.
At what point did your relationship turn physically abusive?
Parallels. I haven't covered this case with you yet. Suzanne Simpson, he also took her phone away. He took her phone away and he would tell the kids she lost her phone. Abuser's MO, abuser's playbook.
I would say within the first 6 months.
Okay. What are some of the things that you experienced with him?
Well, he would, hit me. There's this one instance, it was one of the worst, I would say, where I wanted to leave. And he had took duct tape and duct taped my entire torso to where I couldn't really breathe very well. And he had just started like beating my face, like really bad, open-handed.
Okay, we need a break. I already need a break. Deep breaths. The most dangerous time, ladies, men, in an abusive relationship, the most dangerous time is what? When you try to leave. Harken on back to Ashley Benefield. Nobody believed her. A lot of us believed her. A lot of people didn't believe her. She was being stalked by Doug Benefield. I'm not going to get into it right now with you because I'm sure there's people in the chat that are going to want to fight me on it. But this poor girl, Gabriella, I don't know what she goes by now, was duct taped to a chair, and then he started beating her when she tried to get away. I'm going to rewind it. I'm going to put a trigger warning up. If you need to take a break, please take a break. Yeah, okay. We have talked about the time zone. We have learned that the court is on a 1 hour delay. They are broadcasting with a 1 hour delay. The end of conversation. The conversation about the time zones is over. It is over. There's a 1 hour delay. The court is coming back at 2 p.m. Eastern. We have some time, so we are rewatching testimony for people who didn't see it. And please, I love you all, and I thank you so much for watching. But if you are an hour behind in the stream and you're participating in the live chat, it's very confusing for people that are in the chat on real time because you're talking about the stuff that we talked about an hour ago, and then people think you're talking about something current, and it's very, oh, my freeze game is terrible today. It's hard. We've moved on from the time zones. All we know is that they will restart broadcasting again at 2 p.m. and we're going to listen to closing statements, but we want to get through this, so hang on. The worst time is when she wanted to leave. I think Chloe is still in denial. Chloe is still in love with this guy. The trauma bond is still pretty strong for Chloe. I don't think Chloe realizes the abuse that she was enduring. Gabriella's here to tell us what happened to her. Same guy, different wife.
And he had took duct tape and duct taped my entire torso to where I couldn't really breathe very well. And he had just started like beating my face like really bad, open-handed, not close-handed, but he was just open-handed. I was like just seeing the light.
Okay.
Open-handed because it leaves less of a mark.
And there were some other incidents as well, some of that which got reported to law enforcement. Is that correct?
Yes, there is a police report about the time where he had me in his basement, and he basically told me that he was going to kill me, and he had a machete to my throat, and he just went into detail like how he was going to do it and how he was going to get away with it. No one would ever know, and I was convinced at the time. It was very frightening. And his father came downstairs because he had heard probably me crying or something, and he got involved, and then Benyamin kept his father and his mother and me all hostage and wouldn't let us use the phones to call the police.
Okay. After the machete incident, why didn't you leave?
She kept, he kept his own parents and her hostage, would not let them leave. And then the next question that comes out of the attorney's mouth, which is a question that I hate. Why didn't you leave? Hold on. Can anybody confirm for me that Z Benyamin, Brian Jones, whatever the hell his name is in jail currently? Because if he's walking around out on the street, he's in the wind? Really? And Team Brittany points out, it's important to know these cults target individuals who may not be reported missing if they suddenly went missing. That's right. Serial killers also target that kind of woman, right? Saw that in the Long Island serial killer case. A lot of women were sex workers. Might not be noticed that they were missing for a long time. Might not be reported missing. Some families in the Long Island serial killer case, some of those victims were not reported missing for quite some time. All right, sorry, here we go.
Involved, and then Benyamin kept his father and his mother and me all hostage and wouldn't let us use the phones to call the police.
Okay. After the machete incident, why didn't you leave?
It was just one of those like back and forth sort of like codependent toxic relationships. And it was really hard to get away because every time I left, I felt like empty, like I had no purpose to live. You know, I just like would want to kill myself. And so like he was like my main source of like everything, you know, just like my reason to live. At a certain point, I was absolutely completely dependent on him emotionally.
When you would leave, would you all start talking or texting again?
And Lisa says, I'm terrified for her now with her testimony. Lord, please protect this woman. This guy, Brian Joyce, is in the wind, not in jail. Why is she on camera? Why is she on camera? Why are we not protecting her identity? Why are, great. I'm glad the mom wasn't on camera. Mom probably didn't want to be on camera because she didn't want to be embarrassed that she had to show up here and didn't want people to know that her daughter is on trial for killing her granddaughter. Probably. Why are we putting Gabriella on camera? I'm fear for her safety too.
Yeah, I would leave and I would try to not talk to him, and then at a certain point I would, he would just be incessantly messaging me. Usually is how that happened, and I would just text him back. I'd be triggered and I would just text him back, and then he had a way of sucking me right back in.
Okay. Did he proclaim you to be one of his wives before or after the machete incident? Do you recall?
Proclaim.
I believe it was after that.
Did he make any kind of demands to you about wanting to have children with you or others?
Yeah, he said the only way that I could be his wife exclusively is if I had a child with him in the next year. He kind of gave me like a time limit for that. It's just
and
weird.
So you ended up getting pregnant with your daughter?
Yeah, I believe within that time frame. Yeah.
Okay. After you got pregnant with your daughter, was he still emotionally or physically abusive with you?
Always emotionally abusive. Physically, it kind of dwindled a little bit because, I was pregnant at that point, and there was a few instances where he kind of he would like to suffocate me. And that happened once that I remember while I was pregnant.
Okay.
Do you see that even in her trauma bond that she still has with this man, despite the fact that it was how many years ago? She's still trying to minimize the physical abuse. Oh yeah, well, when I was pregnant, it was a little bit better because, he would only try and suffocate me occasionally. This is how strong these trauma bonds are with domestic abusers. Yeah, it's called the domestic violence cycle. Love bombing, real thing.
And when you were pregnant, you kind of continued on this nomadic lifestyle, correct?
Yeah, we were just kind of all over the East Coast, just bouncing around from couch to couch. And right before, a few months before I gave birth to my daughter, we stayed at his parents' house and kind of settled in there. And I decided that I would get, I would see a prenatal doctor for, to make sure everything was okay, because he didn't want me to have any prenatal care or give birth in a hospital or anything like that.
Okay, so you kind of tried to take the lead on that
one.
one.
Yeah, at a certain point I started realizing it was like I had a real person that I was about to create, and that they needed that sort of thing.
Okay. During this time, even continuing into your pregnancy, were you still not allowed to go out on your own or did he regularly check your phone or still control who you talked to or communicated with?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, same with social media or email?
Yeah, that never really changed until the end when I started gaining more like self-confidence and really realizing that I could leave really the relationship.
Okay, and so you had your daughter in August of 2016, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and where did you go from there? Where did you go stay?
We pretty much immediately left his parents' house, and we kind of bounced around for like a little bit, I think like 2 weeks or so, just couch surfing, like friends we knew. And then we ended up at Jerry's house, Jerry Evelyn.
Okay, and how long were you
With
in?
a newborn, they're just couch surfing. Yeah, she's a kid. He's, like 20 years older, and this is what they're doing.
Jerry's house, do you think?
We were there a couple of months, at least 2-3 months.
Okay, and to clarify with you, you were his first wife, technically, correct?
Mhm.
But you are somebody
she knows.
different that left Mr. Ablin's house at a different time. You only know about that through other parties, correct?
I only know about what through the.
Someone else leaving Mr. Ablin's house in a different way. We're not talking, correct?
Oh, yeah.
So let's talk about your overall relationship. You're still living this kind of nomadic lifestyle. You had your daughter. Was he allowing you to take your daughter places or get any type of early care?
I believe we went to the doctor once after she was born because DCF had gotten involved immediately at the hospital because his mother was there and told them like he was crazy. And so they immediately got involved, and we went to a doctor's appointment because we had to for the DCF case. And then we just left and sort of abandoned the case. And yeah.
So his mother knew
when-
that he was
what-
crazy. His mother was held hostage by him with a machete, I guess, and other things. But why did his parents never try and have him incarcerated or press any charges? Or I have so many questions about why this guy is still out on the street.
What was the first time you went to leave Mr. Michael? What was the precipitating incident that finally, at least for that first time, got you away from him?
You mean after I had my daughter?
Yes.
Okay. Because before that, I tried to leave many times and did leave and would, go back and forth. But let's see, like, I guess the straw that broke the camel's back would be when I was staying at Jerry's house with him, and my sister came down for a visit, and he was trying to rope her into the whole polyamory thing. And it's one thing for, it just crossed the line for me with my sister to have her have to deal with that sort of thing,
Was that the first
Z wanted her sister to be his other wife.
time that your sister kind of got an inside look into the life that you had been leading with him?
No, she knew very well. Like when I would leave him at certain points, I told her everything that happened,
But ultimately, you would be drawn right back to him, kind of based on the bond that you had with him.
Mhm.
Okay. Have you ever, and this is a personal question, have you ever been diagnosed with any mental health issues or anything like that? Okay. And when this incident with your sister, and he, I guess, invited your sister to be part of your group, how did you manage to get away from him on that particular occasion?
Well, yeah, my sister was there, so she had a car. And she was very, emotionally supportive of me leaving him. And so, I just told him we were leaving. At that point, I felt like I could, and I said, we're leaving. I'm leaving with my sister, and I just left.
Okay. But yet, prior to that, you didn't have a car or anything else on your own?
Yeah, no, prior to that, it was just like me and him. Or, we'd be at Jerry's house, so he would be there. But, there was no leaving. There was no going anywhere, like unless I just took my daughter and walked away, and then that would be pretty difficult.
Okay, so you left with your sister and your daughter that particular time. How long were you away from him at that point?
I think I stayed away from him for about a month or so, and I moved into a farm in Florida, and I tried to establish some roots for myself and become financially stable and not have to rely on him. And then, he's just threatening me with, taking my daughter away and stuff like that, getting the courts involved. He said, oh, when we're done with you, you're going to be left drooling in a mental institution, stuff like that. And it scared me. I was like, I don't know what could happen. If he paid someone enough money, a good lawyer or whatever, I don't know what he could convince someone of, because he's very convincing. But yeah, so
Very
what was the original-
convincing, very charismatic, as most abusers and or cult leaders are. Convincing her nobody's ever going to believe her. He's got connections. He'll just get out of it if she reports him.
So how did you end up going back to him with your daughter after that?
So yeah, we had been talking, and you know, I didn't want to burden the people whose farm I was staying at. I didn't want to burden them with this crazy person, you know. So I just left, and we stayed in Florida, in Tampa, and we lived in a tent, just like homeless, you know, with pretty much nothing.
Okay. What drew you back to him at that point in time?
Really just was incessant about wanting to see his daughter. And, you know, as we spent some time apart, you know, I thought, you know, maybe it'd be okay if, like, you know, he saw her and, you know, maybe it'll be okay. I don't know.
When you were apart from him, how would you describe how you felt inside, or what kind of feelings did you experience when you were not around him?
Well, for a really long time, I would just feel like empty, like I had absolutely no reason to continue on. And he always made me he tried to make me think that about myself, that I was nothing without him. And he was the entire purpose for my existence, basically.
That's what they do.
And at times you were feeling suicidal?
Oh, absolutely. There are many times.
Okay. And so you are living with your daughter and him in a tent in Florida. How old was your daughter at that time?
She was about 6 months old.
Okay. And kind of what was the next, I guess, red flag or thing that happened with you in that regard?
Well, just after years of nothing ever really changing, and I was always like struggling so badly, you know, and we were just, you know, living in this tent. We had nothing. We were beggars, and we had hardly anything to eat at really any point. My daughter was exclusively breastfeeding, so she was getting what she needed, but I could barely, like, you know, get by. I was just draining it out of me, and there was only so.
You can't really produce healthy breast milk unless you're eating, getting the nutrition that you need. So imagine this. She's starving to death. She's living in a tent. Every bit of her energy is taken through breastfeeding. And look at her now. Although she's terrified about what she's saying and petrified, she seems to be thriving. If she had a GoFundMe, I'd be like opening my wallet right now. I need to find her. I need to get her on the show. She showed up. She showed up to testify for Chloe, despite the fact that this psychopath Z is still out there somewhere. And people are like, why didn't he testify? Guy's a loose cannon. Who would want him to testify? First of all, they probably can't even find him to serve him with a subpoena to come in to testify. But the only reason they got Jason to come in and testify is because he's in custody and he got a day out of jail to come to court. So, you know, for him, he got to sit there and tell his story for hours and just ramble on, Rose. For him, it was a day out of prison. My heart breaks.
There's only so long, you know, someone can do that for before they become malnourished. So I just reached out to my dad and I said, you know, please just come get me. I need to get out of this situation. This is like, it wasn't really rock bottom because there have been worse points, but that was a really low point.
Okay. Did he, during this time that you got back together with him, did he make threats about your daughter if you had left again, or what he would do?
Well, yeah, the last time that I actually ever saw him and that he saw our daughter, I was with Chloe and we were on a trip going to Asheville. And it was like over the course of like 3 days, and he had made threats that he would take my daughter and just disappear with her and I would never see her again.
And he did.
That just like, you know.
He did do that with Hannah. He did. Tried. The month before the crime. Thanksgiving-ish. Made good on his threats with Chloe. But this for Gabriella was the straw, I think. maybe that made her leave. Hang on.
For the course of like 3 days, and he had made threats that he would take my daughter and just disappear with her, and I would never see her again. And that just like, scared me so bad. I was like, oh, that's never gonna happen. That's never gonna happen. I'm not gonna let that happen. So after that, I vowed to never see him again. And that's how it's been so far.
Okay. And you currently have a case pending in the state of Tennessee with Mr. Ben Michael, correct?
Yes,
And because you've remarried, correct?
yes.
All right. And your current husband
B.
is trying to adopt your daughter, correct? Okay. Is that your motivation for being here today, or trying to help Ms. Driver at all?
No, actually, when I told my lawyer about this to make sure it was okay that I came here and there was like no conflict of interest or anything like that, I said, oh, would you like to speak to her lawyer to just get a better idea of, who this guy is that we're dealing with? And he said, no, that there's, no reason. We have all we need for our court case because it's just simply based on his abandonment of his daughter. So there's really, and the fact that I feel guilty, because Chloe tried to reach out to me a few times, and I just, I spoke with her and kind of told her how my relationship with Benyamin went, but I just felt like I wasn't getting through to her, and that she would just kind of have to learn on her own, and I feel really guilty about like not trying to help her more.
Okay. So
Oh,
you have not seen our
okay. If you're not looking at the screen, because I know a lot of you are cleaning or working or shopping or driving. If you're driving, don't look at your screen. What's ironic that her name is Chloe Driver. I'm going to rewind that so we can hear this again. She is doing nothing more than showing up here because she feels guilty that Chloe reached out to her and she didn't try and help her get out of this situation when she knew what a psycho Z or Benyamin or whatever the hell, Brian Jones, was like. Yeah, we're going to do some of Jason's testimony. We may do that after the closings while the jury's deliberating. We may save that for then, because I'm fascinated. I'm fascinated by this woman's strength. The fact that she showed up for her sister wife, but not really, because they were not sister wives at the same time. And that she is struggling through this testimony because it's just the right thing to do. And she's on worldwide television. But come back to your screen and watch. Take a look at Chloe's face. They're going to cut to her face after this.
Getting through to her, and that she would just kind of have to learn on her own, and I feel really guilty about like not trying to help her more.
Okay. So you have not seen or heard or talked to Benyamin since when?
We have spoken a few times over the course of the last like 6.5, 7 years since he's seen his daughter, just mainly like through text or email, and just very limited,
Is it about your daughter, generally speaking?
Not really, never really about her, but
No, he doesn't care.
yeah.
Okay,
Women
so
and
you-
children are just property to that guy. He doesn't care. He doesn't care about his daughter.
You left this relationship with your daughter and kind of didn't look back at this last time, correct?
Yeah.
All right. And then you got a call from the Canton Police Department on December 14th of 2020, correct?
Yep.
All right. And in that phone call, you kind of learned about this whole circumstance, correct?
Yes.
And you provided Detective Cruz at that time.
Hold on, 2/14/2020. Hold on. Canton Police Department, my friends. A lot of you thought my title was trying to fool you. Canton Police Department, Canton, Georgia. Defendant's name happens to be Chloe. You got a call from the Canton Police Department. It's so weird how so many of the cases that we handle are intertwined in such weird ways, right? Everything goes back to Canton, Massachusetts. And you're right, critical darling, and that's a great point. She can't leave with Hannah on a plane or anywhere, register her in school, take her to the doctor without legal documentation, such as a birth certificate, which is why none of his children have birth certificates. They can't be stolen from him. Take a listen to this. Canton Police Department.
Okay, so you know, left this relationship with your daughter and kind of didn't look back at this last time, correct?
Yeah.
All right. And then you got a call from the Canton Police Department on December 14th of 2020, correct?
Yep.
All right. And in that phone call, you kind of learned about this whole circumstance, correct?
Yes.
And you provided Detective Cruz at that time all of the information regarding your relationship with Mr. Ben Michael, correct?
Yep.
And kind of talked to him or her about your relationship with him and how things ended and that kind of thing, correct?
Yeah.
All right. Did you tell Detective Cruz anything about you being concerned about a potential abuse against Chloe? Do you recall?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. Do you remember talking to Detective Cruz in that phone call about that you had been concerned about Chloe or that she might have been being abused?
Yeah, when I first got the call, I thought that Benyamin had, because she didn't tell me exactly what happened, and I just thought Benyamin had killed Chloe. That was my first thought because of his abusive nature. So I thought maybe it got out of hand, and yeah.
Okay.
That's what she thought
and,
the phone
you know,
call was about when she got Canton PD reached out to her. She just figured he killed Chloe. And as you can see by her face and testimony, she wouldn't have even been surprised by that. Heartbreaking. Deep breaths.
us today about some of the incidents of physical abuse, but is it fair to say that's just a small snippet of what you actually endured in that time that you were with him?
Yeah, there were multiple instances of abuse that went on.
Did you feel like that you were free to leave whenever you wanted?
Not really. I mean, there were good points, I guess, like just like more normal points where I guess his mental illness like would kind of relax, and then there would be points where it would ramp up like really bad, and he would just start acting totally crazy, like talking in tongues and screaming and, you know, being abusive physically. And so it was really at those points that I wanted to leave. And that's when he would have more of a grip on, like, he could tell that I wanted to leave, so he would be more controlling at those points.
Okay.
He was speaking in tongues. Did any of the other witnesses testify to that? AJ's red eye flight. Love your name. Praise this new husband treats her and her daughter well. I hope so. I hope so. Because when that is your baseline for a normal relationship, it's hard to be in a normal relationship because after that, a normal relationship is boring. Right? The way she's talking about the highs and lows of the relationship and how he would be normal for a little while, then he'd go off the deep end for a little while. And so at times it was good. I mean, a relationship like that, you're always waiting for the good times to come back. There are times when the good times outweigh the bad times. And then eventually it gets to a point where the bad times are more frequent than the good times. And good on her for getting the strength to walk away from this guy. And I hope, as you do, AJ's red eye flight, that she's in a good relationship now.
Is he still trying to, I guess, take your daughter away is not the right word, but is he still trying to kind of manipulate that relationship with you?
You mean manipulate?
Well, when you filed this adoption case, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and then he turned around and filed something different, correct?
He wanted like visitation, like after like 6.5 years of not seeing my daughter or even asking to see her. And so he wanted visitation. And so I immediately filed the adoption.
But he hasn't seen.
So he abandons his daughter for 6.5 years. She files to have him adopted by her new husband. And of course, now he shows up because he wants visitation because guess what? He doesn't want to pay child support. Pretty sure that's probably what it is. They live in Tennessee. I don't know what the laws are there with regard to, I don't know if they call it chancery court like they do in Mississippi, family court, what the laws on abandonment are. But 6.5 years, pretty sure that's within the time frame that you need to show abandonment. But, you know, he'll show up, try and get some visitation just to make her life a living hell because that's what these kind of people do. Stay alive, Patty, stay alive. Stay alive. Watch that later. This is more interesting if you haven't seen it. Or even if you have. Because if you've seen it, I don't know if you've seen it with commentary, because I haven't been following this case until today with all of you, at least together with all of you. I've been watching it in the background.
Your daughter in 6+ years, I guess.
No, and after, after the whole incident with Chloe and him happened, and things kind of cooled down over a month or so, I told him that he could see his daughter for some reason. And so it was just over 9 months that I was telling him we were trying to make plans where he would come and see her. He's like, oh, I just need to get my RV fixed. And it was always like an excuse. It was like 9 months later after that incident that he never saw her during that entire time, even though I was like 100% like open and willing to it. And so at that point I was like, yeah, I've stopped talking to him because it wouldn't be right for him to just go in and out of my daughter's life like that.
During this time period, have you kind of tried to live off the radar to avoid contact with him or him being able to find out where you are?
Oh, absolutely. Like I'm constantly thinking about like at any point if he might show up, and try to take my daughter or hurt me,
Well,
In your experience with
what
him
the
and trying to
duck?
leave,
Sweetie, he knows this trial's going on. He's probably watching it on TV. Maybe he knew you were going to show up. I hope everything's okay. This happened yesterday. So I hope he didn't just show up and was like waiting in the parking lot for her or anything like that. But I think maybe we would have heard about it. I hope her identity and her address is not anywhere in the public court record, because she had the guts to show up here for Chloe.
he would basically tell you that you would never see your daughter again, or he would take steps that way to make
Oh,
sure
yeah.
that happened?
Yeah, there are multiple instances where he threatened that I would never see my daughter either because, he would win in the courts or he would physically take her, like abduct her and take her away from me, and I would never be able to find him or my daughter.
But it's your testimony here today that your experience with him in the relationship, you endured physical abuse.
Yeah.
Okay. And emotional and mental abuse as well.
Yeah.
Okay. And that he controlled your phone, who you talked to, who you spoke to, wrote emails to, or connected with on social media, correct?
Yeah.
All right. And that was kind of one of the rules that you had to live by to be in that relationship, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And that it took you several different times of leaving and coming back before you were finally able to break away from that, correct?
Yeah. It was a terrible cycle of leaving, coming back, leaving, coming back.
And to this day, what do you attribute as to the reason why you were finally able to get away from him entirely?
I guess I would say, well, that one instance with my sister, that really helped having her there physically to help me leave physically and just emotionally. But I guess over the last few times that I kind of left, and then I would come back and ultimately left him for good, I think I had just gained like self-confidence in that area, like that I realized that I could actually do that. And that, that I could, I guess.
She found herself
In
confident.
your kind of
Found her
determination
voice.
to become self-confident
Thank God for her sister.
and get away from him, when you were with him, did he make you feel like that you were nothing without him and you couldn't succeed without him?
Yes.
Can I just have a moment? Yes. I don't have any further questions of this witness.
Cross-examination.
Okay, let's hear the cross.
Jacqueline, how are you?
I'm okay.
Is it Kendall?
Yeah.
You referenced that, what did you call him? Benyamin?
No, I called him Z.
Well, it's not hearsay, Caroline, and I'll tell you why. And this is the great question. It's not hearsay because she's not testifying about what anybody said. She's testifying about her experiences, about her observations, about things that happened, about events. But she never said, he told me this, or they told me that, or he said, or she said. That's why it's not hearsay. These are her experiences. She was there. She's got personal knowledge of it. And she's talking about the events and what happened and her recollections, but not what people say, if that makes sense. Here we are on cross. Let me, her name is Gabriella. I'm going to put that, I think, on the bottom, scrolling here. Give me a second. Talk amongst yourselves. Okay. Okay, so this, I'm just gonna write, what do I write? Z's first wife. Gabriella. All right. Sometimes, well, this is court TV. Sometimes they put the name on the screen, sometimes they don't. I just realized that I wasn't doing that for you guys, and I apologize. So there we go. This is cross-examination. This happened yesterday. Z's first wife, Gabriella, she got away.
I just call him Benyamin now.
Z. Okay. And you used the word to describe him as crazy, and you talked about sort of his mental illness. Do you know about, and you referenced his mom at the hospital telling the hospital something. What did they tell him about his mental illness?
What did who tell? Or like his mom? What did his mom tell me?
Sure. What do you know about him being diagnosed with a mental illness?
Well, when I first got together with him, he was with another woman, Jennifer. I don't remember her last name, but they had been together. They had met at an institution, a mental institution, and he was on medicine at the time for what I believe is schizoaffective bipolar disorder, is what she told me. And so they were together for 2 years while he was fully medicated. And then, he was just stable, had a job, and, they were engaged.
See, now that would be hearsay. His mother told me that he was schizoaffective or schizophrenic or whatever. And then, but maybe it came in another way already. And the prosecution doesn't really care because they agree. So, no objection.
To get married, like a monogamous relationship, and then he stopped taking his medicine, even though I believe it was court ordered, is what she had told me. It was court ordered for him to be medicated, and so he stopped taking it and just became a totally different person.
Okay. So he had been diagnosed with a mental illness.
Yes, from what she said and from what his mother has said, yes.
Okay. And you referenced the fact that there were a couple of things when you talked to Detective Cruz in December of 2020. Have you had a chance to listen to that interview?
I did.
Okay. And one of the things that you told her is one of the main reasons you left is because you wanted your child to be able to go to the doctor.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you also told her that him trying to sort of recruit your sister as one of his second wives crossed the line. And
yeah, that crossed the line for me.
That also sort of motivated you to leave. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. And you told Detective Cruz that you had only ever met Chloe one time. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. And was that what you referenced earlier when you were talking about
Asheville trip we went on? Yeah, it was like
when was that?
Oh, I don't know. My daughter was around just over a year old when that trip happened, so that would have been 2017,
Okay.
sometime in the summer.
All right. So the one and only time you ever met Chloe Driver was in 2017?
Yeah.
And you referenced the fact that at certain points when you left him that you wanted to commit suicide. Is that right?
Yes.
And you've never been diagnosed with any type of mental illness?
No.
Was that based on the reality that you were living in with him, that you wanted to end your life?
I just think he drives women to not even necessarily women, men too, but predominantly women. He just drives them to such a crazy point with all these crazy ideas that he puts in their head, making them question everything about reality, which isn't necessarily like a bad thing. But then it's like your reality is totally broken apart, and then he starts connecting all these dots for you and starts controlling the way you think, if that helps.
Okay.
Yeah, you nailed it.
But that was
You nailed it, Gabby. Margaret says cult leaders poison minds, steal souls, and destroy the lives of the members as well as the lives of loved ones outside the cult. Be aware and steer clear. We have 10 minutes until they're coming back for closings. So let's look at Lawyer's Daughter, thanks to the 5, who says, this is going back to the jail call. Sorry, I'm addressing this late. These phone calls give me anxiety. I have a close family member with bipolar disorder or borderline personality disorder. And conversations with them are exactly like this as they try to get their way. I'm sorry. That was triggering for you. Cyber Chicken Boston, thanks to the 5. It's not always about the family. Watch Desperately Seeking Soulmate Escaping Twin Flames. It features my family. Oh my God, really? I tried watching that. I started it and it was so uncomfortable. I couldn't finish. It's another cult. Anybody else watch that? If you watched it, put your Preaching your family like your biological family or the family of twin flames where you were involved in this cult. Wow, Cyber Chicken Boston, that's fascinating. That is fascinating and scary. And I tried to start watching it. And it was really, really, really uncomfortable. Amy, myself, and I. No, Chloe's mother is not a famous actress. I was talking about the parallels between this case and the Keith Raniere case, the NXIVM cult. That was a New York case, so none of it was televised. Many of you may not even know about the trial. But the NXIVM organization or cult was an organization that targeted successful women, like business women. And you may remember Catherine Oxenberg. I don't remember what she was in exactly. But she's a pretty famous actress, and her daughter got involved with the Keith Raniere NXIVM cult, and it took years and years for Catherine Oxenberg to get her daughter out from that cult. And I believe she testified at the trial, and she's in a documentary, and she has spoken very openly. She was in Dynasty, for those of you who may remember her from Dynasty all those years ago. I think that was the biggest thing that she did was Dynasty. I'm just checking her IMDb. Yeah, and then she did in 2019, she did there was a movie called Escaping the NXIVM Cult, A Mother's Fight to Save Her Daughter. And that was based on her trying to get her daughter away from Keith Raniere. And she was giving him all her money. So, sorry to confuse you, Amy, but that is where that reference came in. All right, we have a little more time, so let's keep this going. I just want to see at what point. We're at 8:27, goes to 8:51.
Based on your experiences were based on the real things that you experienced with him.
Yeah.
Okay. Not based on any delusions in your mind. Based
Oh
on
yeah,
things you
no,
actually
yeah,
experienced?
exactly, yeah.
Okay. And is it fair to say, I know you said you only met Chloe one time in 2017. It's fair to say you don't know what her mental state was in December of 2020.
I really have no idea.
Okay. And you referenced sort of, I think you said you go back and forth, you'd leave him, you'd come back, you'd leave him, you'd come back. During that period of time, did you ever cause any harm to your child?
No.
Okay. And you indicated that back in 2020, when Detective Cruz called you, isn't it true that you told her that you didn't have any knowledge of his treatment of Chloe at all?
I didn't, only just from what I've heard from other people, you know.
Okay.
Like Brett Tabar, I think at that point, that's the only person.
Okay, you can't tell me what anybody else said, but from your own, every witness has testified about their own personal knowledge, what they saw with their own eyes, heard with their own ears.
Gotcha.
From your personal knowledge,
Mhm.
you told Detective Cruz that you didn't have any information about his treatment of Chloe Driver, right?
No, I've never seen or heard anything.
Okay. And you said a moment ago that she had reached out to you, but that you didn't feel like you could get through to her. Is that the
Yeah, I tried to explain like my situation, like my relationship with him and the abusiveness and psychological torment. And I just don't think, you know, at that point she could like realize that was what was even, or maybe it wasn't happening at that point to her. I don't know. But she did reach out to me a couple of times. So maybe that's when that started for her and him between them.
Okay. But your perspective at that point was that she was still choosing to stay in that situation?
Yeah, in that, I mean, she had left. There was at least one point where she went to her parents' house and she had left. And she had called me when she was away from him, or at least I think she was. He could have been next to her and he could have been telling her what to say, you know, just to get things out of me. I don't really know.
And when is the last time that you talked to Z?
I think it was when it was like over a year ago at this point. He called me because he thought I was going up to Connecticut, and so he called me and just to talk, and it quickly turned into just screaming.
Okay. So you don't maintain any kind of a relationship with him?
No.
Do you know where he lives?
I mean, I think his like physical address is like 425 Fall Mountain Road.
But he doesn't.
He doesn't actually really live there. He'll go back there sometimes.
She just doxed him. Do not contact anyone mentioned in this stream.
By Fall Mountain Road.
But he doesn't.
He
you say-
doesn't actually really live there. He'll go back there
Okay.
sometimes.
All right. Fair to say that from your knowledge, he still has a lifestyle where he doesn't have roots.
Yeah.
Okay. You referenced that you and him lived in a tent at one point with your infant.
Yes.
Anybody know what?
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Anything else?
Thank you.
Any reason to keep the witness? Thank you. You can be excused. All right, so we are going to conclude for the day. We will ask you to return back tomorrow morning at
Yeah, that
9
was from
o'clock.
yesterday,
Leave us your
so-
notepads. Don't talk to.
That was from yesterday. So they're not concluding for the day. We are actually, look at this, you guys. They're supposed to come back at 1 o'clock, whatever time zone they're in. I have never, Becky, encountered the 12 tribes at a Grateful Dead concert. No. They tour with them in a custom-made bus and help with medical. I heard people said, even though the bus is nice, don't get on the bus. If anybody ever asks you to get on the bus, don't get on the bus. Well, that testimony was kind of eye-opening, don't you think? That was from yesterday. Yeah, it does sound like she's already gotten great therapy. Harry Potter's beard says, I don't even talk to my own family. No way I'm contacting some random cult weirdo. Allison Mack was from Smallville. That's right, Venus. Okay, thank you. That helps me. So Catherine Oxenberg's daughter is Allison Mack from Smallville. No, Allison Mack from Smallville was also a cult member of Keith Raniere. Yeah. She was like a recruiter. She was like his Ghislaine Maxwell, if you will, right? Watch Chloe, watch her walk out. All right. Let me go back a second. Because, okay, let's see when they excuse her.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Anything else?
Thank you.
We're done. Any reason to keep the witness? Thank you. You can be excused. All right, so we are going to conclude for the day. We will ask you to return back tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
Leave us your notepads. Don't talk
Again.
to anyone.
Quorum is empty. If anybody wants to go there, you can get in. You can get a seat. There's nobody there. That was from yesterday, but today it's just as empty. And somebody follows her right out of the courtroom. How much you want to bet that was a reporter? I bet it was. That was the one that branded Keith Raniere. Yep. Yep. He was. I wish that trial was televised, but it was not. I'm always fascinated by these cult type cases. I hope she's safe too, Linda. Me too. Venus Blue points out it takes between 5 and 10 years to deprogram from a cult. And then we got into a talk. We got into because Life on Makeup works at Sephora, maybe. We got into a conversation about concealers. So we're going to divert for a few minutes to talk about the favorite concealers that everyone likes in the chat. Because somebody said it looked like I was crying. And I said, I'm not crying. I just didn't put a lot of concealer on today. And then I said, I need a good concealer. So here we go. Life on Makeup, who actually is a makeup artist, I believe, recommends House Labs, the Merit Complexion Stick, Tower 28, and Natasha Denona. Are they all sold at Sephora? Because I know where I'm going today. Tara in Boston used to use La Mer for years. I love La Mer moisturizer, but not their concealer. Haven't tried it. Just changed to Il Maquillage. Yeah, Il Maquillage though, you can't buy it in a store, right? You have to buy it on like Instagram or something. TikTok. I think you have to mail away for it. And what if it's not the right color? Like I can't be bothered with that. Like I just want to go to the store and buy it. But I've heard that too. That it's supposed to be good, but I've only heard that through, of course, Instagram, TikTok, and or other places such as like that advertise it. Somebody says Color Science is another great brand. We're looking at concealers now. We're waiting for them to come back and do their closings. Shaylee says, please find this amazing survivor so we can shower her with love in the chat so she knows how strong and amazing she is. Agreed. I would love to have her as a guest. Patty says, no offense to her, and maybe some of you in the chat can help answer this, but why would she give him visitation if she was afraid that he would take her daughter? Well, we saw this in Benefield too, and I think Ashley explained it like it was easier to let him have visitation than it would have been to fight with him in court. And I think a lot of that was supervised visitation with Doug Benefield, but maybe some of you in the chat can answer. Why would she give him visitation if she was afraid he would take her daughter? Sometimes it's easier to let him have it than to fight with them in court. Yes, thank you so very much. This is, yeah, NARS. You know, maybe it's because I just got the little trial size of the NARS concealer, but I found it to be very dry. And it may have been just because it was on the shelf for a very long time, but I have it. It just doesn't seem to be, no, I feel like I need something really moisturizing because my skin is so dry right now. A lot of people are recommending NARS. My favorite concealer is staying in the house. Good on Harry Potter's beard. Well done. Well done to you. KVD Apple Concealer. Oh. Something I can buy in a store. The CBC has a great podcast, Escaping Nexium. Thank you, Edward. Anonymous Canadian girl says, Chloe still wants to please V during those calls with her mother. As a survivor, I totally relate. Took me years to realize how abusive my marriage had been. Thank goodness for a good therapist. Hi, Romy. Hi, Romy. Oh, good. We're talking cosmetics. I wanted to ask Melanie what her nail color was. It's chrome. Yeah, it's chrome powder. So it's like a gel base, and then they have these different colors of chrome, and it's just a powder that they like rub on your nails. It's like the coolest thing. Usually I wear the rose gold, but since I was going to the Buffs game, Romy, I had to put on my team colors. So this is gold. It is really cool, and it lasts like forever because I take way too much time in between manicures. Like every time I go into my manicure, she's like, really? And my nails are all grown out and I need to fill in, and it's like 8 weeks later, but you know, look, it's not easy. It was time for that. Teresa loves makeup. Supergoop is good. I use Supergoop. They have a really good like glowy sunscreen that has like some tint in it that I love. It's like shimmery. Scott thought we had a deal about no makeup discussions in the chat. See Stream 1, Season 1. Yeah, he when I roped him into being a moderator for this channel, he's like, he thought his initial reaction to being a moderator for me was, ugh, this is gonna be like all streams about makeup and like beauty, and like it wasn't what he thought. So it turned out to be not what he thought, and he's happy. But he's like, after like some of our long trials, he'll be like, Melanie, can we please go to traffic court next week? Can we go to traffic court? Because it's over in the same day. And then we get into like a long trial like Karen Reed that goes on for like 900 weeks. Forever Gen X. I'm Gen X as well. I find that concealers just bring attention to my under eyes. You know what I find? I don't wear bottom mascara anymore at all. No bottom mascara, because I find that ages you. Here's I'm gonna share my secrets. Or my secrets, my things that I prescribe to. No eyeliner. I don't do eyeliner anymore either. I used to do like the wingtip, liquid, and I would only wear liquid eyeliner when I did wear eyeliner. Because I just find those pencils to be very rough on the eyes and not as good. So liquid eyeliner, not anymore. Nope. feel like it adds like 10 years. So top mascara only. I used to get lash extensions, but they kind of like, Scott, you could take a little break if you don't like this conversation. I used to have lash extensions, but they're not so good for your eyes. And they kind of like make your eyelashes fall out and stuff. But it was really great not to have to put mascara on like ever. No, I can't find, thank you for reminding me, because I will look in the Manatee court system while we're here, because that judge still has not ruled on the juror issue. And every day I check the docket, and of course, maybe today I'll check the docket and it will be here. So let's see. I'm going to Manatee County, excuse me for a minute. Here we are, Manatee. I don't know what's going on with that, because I keep checking, and like it's been a while. And it's been a while, Judge. Let's see. Because the sentencing is coming up. He's got to rule on that before the sentencing. Unless anybody knows differently, but I'm not watching the chat right now because I'm on a different page. Yeah, I mean, the last order filed in that case is was from November 1st. Sentencing is set for December 3rd at 8:30 a.m. He's going to have to rule on that motion about the jury, whether or not she's going to get a new trial, because that one juror allegedly lied on her questionnaire about having been not only a victim of DV, but also a perpetrator. And also her son is also a perpetrator. So there's no decision on Ashley Benefield yet. I'm kind of surprised by that, because Judge White seemed to be like on top of it. Oh, really? Venus, the cult that tried to recruit me at a Dave Matthews concert was called the Zendik Farm. That's interesting. Okay, thank you, Harry Potter's beard, for coming in with an answer as to why she would allow visitation if she was afraid that he would abscond with the daughter. And Harry Potter's beard says because it can be forced legally, which can upset them more and make it more dangerous, right? Sometimes it's easier to go along and get along, right? Anonymous Canadian girl says because pleasing him is easier and it makes you feel safer. KPT says supervised visitation. She knew he wouldn't come forward. Maybe a cop was ready to arrest him. Oh, good point. No, I did not see the Dateline on Ashley. It was this past week. Can't watch any more of that dribble. It was terrible. Yeah. Tarte creamy concealer and Huda Booty. Huda Beauty. Tarte. I'm just gonna go to Sephora and just try everything. It's time. Time to get a new concealer, because somebody thought I was crying today. And I'm like, no, I'm not crying. Estee Lauder. Okay. Yeah, I have dry skin, very sensitive skin. Thanks, Patty. OKVD is Kat Von D's old brand. Lori Loves Life says, in many states, you can't deny visitation if it's ordered, no matter any concerns that you have. Been there. Yes, I did note that, Gretchen. I found that hack on Instagram the other day, that if you put Aquaphor under your eyes to keep the concealer from creasing. Natasha Denona. All right, I'm making a list. We're waiting. We're just waiting. We're just waiting for closings to come. They were supposed to come back 11 minutes ago. We're still here. Oh, thank you. You know what the product is for this? Anastasia Brow Gel. And it has like a little mascara tip on it. And I do it like a little bit of it, like a shade darker from my hair. And that is the product that I love. Let me know, Life on Makeup, if you like the Anastasia Brow Gel, because I find it to be amazing. And it's also like waterproof. Yes, it was. It was a beautiful weekend in Boulder. It was gorgeous. The sun was shining. Saw the Buffs kick some Utah butt. And we sat on the west side of the stadium, so it was warm the entire time. I like the e.l.f. primer too. e.l.f. is like reasonably priced. You can buy it at CVS and it's great. I use the camo concealer. I mean, the camo cream. That's the foundation I use on camera because it's cheap. It's cheap and it has really good coverage. And I use my fingers for everything. I put my makeup on with my fingers. There's this woman on Instagram. Her name's like Meredith Duxbury. Do you know who this woman is? She's a young girl. She's like a young model. But when she puts on her foundation, she uses like 10 pumps of foundation and she puts it all over her face, and her transformation is unbelievable. You guys know who Meredith Duxbury is? Yeah, that's good stuff. Thank you, Kate. Kate McKinnon in the chat. Agreed. Oh, my lipstick color depends on the day, but usually I use a base, and this is like Ulta brand, because the Laura Mercier color that I wore for 100 years, they just stopped making it, and I can't find it anymore, and I can't really. This one is Ulta Beauty, right? And it's like color 301. That's what it is. And then I put the Fenty Beauty Balm Lip Balm or whatever gloss over it. See this? So this is what it is. I actually took my old tube of Laura Mercier lipstick that I loved, or maybe it was MAC, I don't remember, but they stopped making the exact color. I think it was Laura Mercier. And took it to the store with me to try and find something very, 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 very similar. Very, very similar. That was a great football game. Graphics nuts, wasn't it? That's right. You're never fully dressed without a smile. Your clothes may be Beau Brummely. They stand out a mile. All right, tell me what musical that is from. Yeah, it is Fenty Beauty Lip Gloss Balm or something like that. I don't know. It only comes in like 4 colors, I think. I can't read what this is because the light is too low. Come on, when are we doing closings, guys? We would be watching more testimony. The Fenty Beauty stuff looks like this. Problem with this, though, is that it leaks. See, it leaks from this cap. It's very annoying. Like, it leaks. You can't put it in your bag. And both of them leak. These are 2 different colors, and they both leak. You need to fix the packaging. Annie. Yes, that was from Annie. Very good. Very good, you guys. Well done. Huda Booty. I know Huda Booty. Preparation H. That was supposed to be good for if your under your eyes was puffy. That's what they said. I don't know. I don't know if I would want to do that. Oh my God, Crystal. Your home was broken into on July 4th weekend? That's crazy. Not only did they take guns and jewelry, but also all the makeup they could find, anything name brand like Bath and Body. That's insane. I'm so sorry that happened to you. I'm going to say that we went to was at CVS the other day with my daughter, and she loves Sunbum hair products, the shampoo and all that. And they had all the Sunbum locked up. It was locked up. But the Kerastase and the more expensive stuff was just out on the shelf. And I said, why do they lock up the Sunbum? And the CVS worker said to me, because people come from the city to steal Sunbum for some reason. That's their favorite thing to steal. Like, what? I thought that was crazy. Right? Sunbum. Who knows? Sounds like a female perp. Yeah. Maybe, Crystal. Maybe it was a female perp. Lady thief. Can you play the judge after Gabby and the jury leaves? Seems like the defense asked for lesser included options. Yeah. Well, you know what? She's going to go through the jury instructions, I imagine, after closings or before closings. So we'll be able to hear what they did decide without going back and watching it and then having to listen through it again in real time. Oh, the lunch was late. Lunch was late coming in, says Ed the Fed. Yeah. And Scott says some Sephora stores have been having armed guards. See, Scott, you didn't want to get involved in the makeup conversation, and here you are in the makeup conversation. They locked the Dave's body wash. That's crazy. They've made a ruling on Karen's parents' phones? Well, yeah, I mean, if somebody sends it to me. I don't know if it's true or not. I'll take a look. See if I can find it. And see if it's in mass courts. Sometimes they make a ruling. Did somebody post it? Hold on. Hold, please. Hold, please. Okay. All right, Scott. Nothing I can do about that now while I'm on here. But I really think, Scott, that they're up to like part 5, so I'm not sure what that is. And anyway, nobody can explain it better than I can, so I'm not worried. Let's see. I mean, it's today's the 19th. The last thing in the court docket on Karen Reed is from the 15th. And all that is an affidavit in support. So as far as I can tell, there's no decision on the phones yet. But thank you, Donna Breen. It's not in the court docket, Donna. It's just not in there. I don't know. I mean, I'm literally looking at the court docket, so maybe it hasn't been logged in yet.
The attorneys now have the opportunity to come to you with closing arguments.
Here we go.
The state has the right to open and conclude.
I told you when I stood up before you in opening statements that Hannah would get lost this week. That there would be a lot of shiny objects, there would be a lot of scandalous evidence, there would be a lot about Chloe Driver, the cult they were in, Benyamin, his abusive, controlling practices. And all of a sudden, just like that, we forget why you were all here. This is why. You will have an indictment, and the indictment is not about Chloe Driver being a victim. It is about Hannah being murdered by the one person she should have been able to count on to do anything to protect her. There were issues in this case that are relevant to her mental state, to her state of mind, but they are not the focus of this case. The focus of this case is your decision with regard to the counts of the indictment. And the counts in the indictment are malice murder, felony murder, aggravated assault, and cruelty to children in the first degree. And what I want to do with you, I get to talk to you twice. I get to open and I get to conclude because the state has the burden of proof in this case. So what I would like to do is spend the first portion of me speaking to you about the law that governs your decision. And I stood before you in opening statements and I said, now's not the appropriate time for me to talk to you about the law, but that will come. And I have tried to give you glimpses throughout the course of this trial by asking the right questions for you to understand what issues you need to pay attention to as it relates to the law. And this is the part where hopefully it all comes together and we can talk about applying the law to the facts. So I'm going to spend my first portion with you just talking about the law. And then after the defense delivers their closing argument, then I will talk to you about how we apply the law to the facts in this case. The state has the burden of proving her guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. And everybody has heard that term, but very few people really understand what it means. But what it is the doubt of a fair-minded impartial juror, honestly seeking the truth. And when the judge reads you the law, you're going to hear.
I'm going to stop her already because this is excellent. This is what every single trial needs. This is what every single closing argument needs. A PowerPoint presentation on reasonable doubt, because the trials that we've watched recently, it seems to me that the jury does not understand what reasonable doubt is. And here she's got it up on the PowerPoint presentation. She's going to explain to them what it is. And this is perfect.
And when the judge reads you the law, you're going to hear embedded in the law at multiple points is that word truth. And what you will see is that a jury trial and your role is about a pursuit of the truth. And the law gives you tools to find it. And what the law says about proof beyond a reasonable doubt is that is based upon common sense and reason. You are allowed to bring your life experience and your common sense and your reason into that jury deliberation room with you to reach conclusions, to make deductions, to discard stuff that doesn't make sense to you. You are allowed to do that. And the law expressly tells you that you can. What is evidence? The judge is going to talk to you about the different kinds of evidence. There's two kinds of evidence, and you don't really need to worry too much about the distinction between the two because the weight you give them can be the same. But direct evidence is something that somebody saw, like an eyewitness, something that points directly to a fact. We hear a lot about circumstantial evidence, and it gets kind of a bad rap because it seems like it's less valuable. But really what circumstantial evidence is a set of facts or things that prove something by inference. And I'll give you an example of some circumstantial evidence in this case that we saw. She had cash in her bag. She had a cell phone right there beside her. Those things lead to the inference that she had other options. You can infer, if you wish to do so, that she could have just called 911, that she could have just called an Uber, that she could have just walked out and ran to the neighbor's house next door. You can look at all of the connected surrounding circumstances and you can reach conclusions and make deductions based upon that evidence. You determine the weight to give to the evidence, whether it is direct or circumstantial. That is solely your responsibility as jurors. Now, the judge is also going to tell you that your role is to assess the credibility of the witnesses. And you can consider a lot of things when you're determining the credibility of each witness. And this applies to the statements of the defendant as well, Chloe Driver. You can discard whatever it is you want about the statements she made to the experts, the statements she made in the hospital, and you can accept whatever it is you want. You and you alone are the determiners of the credibility of each statement in this case. And the law gives you tools to decide and assess things that you would normally do in your life just based upon common sense. You know, do these people have a reason to lie? Do they have a motive to lie? Do they have anything to gain from the outcome of this case? Things that you use in your everyday life to assess people's credibility, you can do in this case as well. And the judge is going to instruct you that this is the law, the nature of the facts about which they testify, their means and opportunity of knowing the facts about which they testify. And this is true for expert witnesses as well. And I think that that's an important distinction for you to understand, is that just because somebody comes in here and they're called an expert doesn't mean that you have to automatically accept their testimony or their statement or their conclusions. We saw this week that there were multiple experts and they had varying degrees of thoroughness with regard to what they chose to focus on, with regard to what they assigned weight and significance to. And you can accept or reject any testimony of any expert that came before you this week, just the same as you can with any other witness. The person in this case who has the most to gain is Chloe Driver. And that's clear. We heard evidence from the experts about sort of the cautionary tale that is using the DSM-5 in a forensic setting because the people in a forensic setting necessarily are facing criminal charges. and necessarily have reason to kind of exaggerate their symptoms, because there are defenses under the law that only apply to them if certain things exist. So that's something that you can evaluate in deciding how much credibility and weight to give to the statements that Chloe Driver made after she had had the opportunity to consult with a lawyer and after she understood what her options were for a defense. And I'm going to go through some of her statements in my second closing that she made before she consulted with a lawyer, before she knew the law on insanity. The truest version of her statements about her motivations and why she did what she did was in that hospital when she was writing. It was closest in time to when she committed the act. What you're going to have to determine is what was her mental state at the time she committed the act. So those statements are valuable both in they're the closest in time as you will ever see to her committing the act. And it was prior to her understanding what her options were to get out of the situation she put herself in. So I ask you to assess that in determining which of her versions of statements to assign the most credibility to. Venue. The judge is going to tell you venue is a jurisdictional fact, and every crime has to be prosecuted in the county in which it occurred. And the reason I think this is important to talk to you about in this particular case is because the only crimes committed in Cherokee County were by Chloe Driver. And what I want you to know is that there has been a lot of collateral information put before you about what happened in Asheville, what happened in other places, people that Benyamin has abused elsewhere, crimes committed by third parties. You, me, the judge, nobody in this courtroom has any power or authority to do anything that happened about anything that happened outside of Cherokee County. And so I ask you to focus on what your role is as a juror in this case. And the only crime that happened in Cherokee County was the murder of Hannah Nicole Driver. And I ask you to focus because that is your role and your duty and the oath that you have taken to determine what the law and evidence is regarding the commission of that crime. Whether somebody else has committed other terrible crimes in another jurisdiction is not a question that you are going to be asked today. And it is not a question that you have taken an oath to resolve. So you have to focus your attention in on Hannah, the law as it relates to Hannah, and the evidence as it relates to Hannah. The charges in this indictment are laid out: malice murder, felony murder based on the underlying crime of aggravated assault, felony murder based upon the underlying crime of cruelty to children in the first degree.
Again, another excellent idea. Put the charges up for the jury. Give them a PowerPoint. They like visuals. Juries love visuals. Spell it out for them. Put the verdict slip up there so that you explain it to them so that when they get back into that jury room, like, oh yeah, I remember what she said. Malice murder means we have to find this. I'm sure she'll put up the elements too. Felony murder, cruelty to children in the first degree, aggravated assault, cruelty to children in the first degree. This is exactly what they needed in the Karen Reed case, but they didn't have enough time. They only had an hour. I don't know. Does anybody know how long they have for closings here? But this is excellent so far. I haven't seen much of this attorney because they're never focusing on her when she's questioning. They've been focusing on the witness or on Chloe. They haven't been showing the attorneys very much at all. But she makes a great appearance. She's very professional. She's very well put together. She's very well spoken. I like her.
Assault, felony murder based upon the underlying crime of cruelty to children in the first degree, and then the offenses of aggravated assault and cruelty to children in the first degree. You'll have the indictment back with you, so you'll be able to look at the charging document, count 1, count 2, count 3, count 4, count 5. But I want to walk through a little bit about what the state has to prove to establish each of those crimes. The first is malice murder. In order to establish and prove malice murder, the state must show that she caused the death of another human being unlawfully and with malice aforethought. And obviously, I told you in the beginning, there's a lot of words in the English language that people know and use, and then the law assigns them maybe a different meaning. So, we say crazy, we say insane, we say mentally ill, and there are definitions to those things and what they mean under the law. There's also a definition about what malice means. So malice does not mean ill will or hatred. And I think that's important because the defense has spent the week talking about how Chloe loved her child. Nobody has to establish that she didn't love her child. The element of the criminal offense is what her intention was in committing the act. And the intention in committing the act of stabbing that child to death doesn't have to be based on ill will or hatred. It can just be the unlawful intent to kill another person without justification.
It's important.
And what
to know the
malice can
difference.
also be is when the circumstances show that the defendant did act with a deliberate intention to end someone's life. And we know she did. That she had malice and that
She said she did. She said she wanted to kill her to save her. That's it. Jury's like, okay, we're done. Such an important distinction. Because when you think of malice in your everyday life, right, you think malice means ill will, hatred, contempt. Under the law, that's not what it means. And it's a very important distinction. Excellent job so far. Laying it out. Talking to people on a jury like they're people on a jury. Not talking above their head like they do this every day. Like they just know what reasonable doubt means. Like Dewey K. Arthur thought everyone knew what reasonable doubt means. It's common sense. They know what reasonable doubt is. Wouldn't let it in Carly Gregg's trial.
she had every intention for Hannah to die. The next count in the indictment is felony murder. Felony murder is when a person causes the death of another by committing a felony. The distinction here is there doesn't have to be any intention to cause the death. There just has to be intention to commit the act. So if you intend to commit the act and it does cause the death, that is a felony murder as long as the underlying act is a felony. And so what we've charged in the indictment is there's one count of malice murder for maliciously and intentionally killing her. Then you have 2 counts of felony murder, and the felonies alleged in those 2 counts are aggravated assault and cruelty to children in the first degree. So if she commits a felony and that causes the death, that's felony murder. And I'll kind of walk you through the underlying felonies in this case as well.
I mean, this is a master
So
class.
one of the underlying
closing.
felonies in the indictment that the felony murder count is predicated upon is cruelty to children in the first degree. Cruelty to children in the first degree is when an individual maliciously causes cruel and excessive physical or mental pain to a child under the age of 18 years. So obviously in this case, we know Hannah suffered cruel and excessive pain. We know that. We saw it. We know she was under the age of 18. And we know that the act that she committed was stabbing her in the neck. So all of these elements have been met. With regard to malice used in this, the judge will define it for you, what it means to maliciously cause a child cruel and excessive mental or physical pain. But again, it's not ill will or hatred. Malice just means an intent to cause the pain without justification or excuse. It means a willful doing of the act with a knowledge that the particular harm may result. She committed the act and she had a knowledge that her death, that her cruel and excessive pain would likely result. That is what the definition of malice is in the context of cruelty to children in the first degree. Aggravated assault.
Darlene is saying, wow, this closing is one of the best closings, if not the best that I've seen. This attorney is skilled. And think about it. It's so basic, really, at its core. It is just so basic, right? Nothing fancy about it. No fancy arguments, no fancy words. It's here's what we need to prove each one of these charges. And I'm going to explain to you what it means. And it's amazing, right? That it is so basic and yet one of the best you've ever seen. We've seen some pretty convoluted closings together. Adam Lally's closing was one of the most convoluted prosecution closings that I have ever witnessed. Simple. Keep it simple. Well done.
It alleges that she committed the offense of aggravated assault with a knife. Aggravated assault is when an assault is committed against another person with an offensive weapon. The judge will tell you that an offensive weapon can be a number of things. In this case, obviously, we've alleged it's a knife, but it's any object that is likely to or does cause death or serious injury to another. And we saw the knife, we know that she used it, and we know that it did result in Hannah's death. The legal elements of each of these offenses and the evidence that came before you is very, very clear. And I understand that the bulk of this case as it relates to the law that's gonna get challenging for you guys is the defenses, the insanity defense, and some of the things that sort of pertain to that. So I want to talk about that. Under the law, Chloe Driver is presumed sane. Every person is presumed to be of sound mind and discretion. We start from the proposition that she is sane, that she is criminally responsible for her actions, and that she has to suffer the consequences of her crimes just as any other citizen. That is the position you start from.
See? Typically, the burden is on the prosecution to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. But when they want to raise this affirmative defense of being insane, the burden is going to shift. And she's doing an amazing job of explaining this as if she's almost a middle school teacher, not in a derogatory way whatsoever, but just in such a basic way for the average juror to understand. We have learned that the average juror is not, they're not all PhDs, lawyers and doctors. I'm gonna even rewind this a little bit because now she's explaining, she's getting ahead of it. Not guilty by reason of insanity is her plea. So under the law, and this is the state of Georgia, this may vary from state to state, she is presumed sane. They start here. This is an amazing job. So I'm just going to give her some props and rewind it a tad. Pay attention because you may never see another closing argument like this again. She put a bow on it. Caroline says, yeah.
Every person is presumed to be of sound mind and discretion. We start from the proposition that she is sane, that she is criminally responsible for her actions, and that she has to suffer the consequences of her crimes just as any other citizen. That is the position you start from. You may infer that the acts of a person of sound mind and discretion are the product of that person's own will. When the judge will give you this law, she will tell you a person of sound mind and discretion intends the natural and probable consequences of their acts. I will talk to you a little bit more about applying this law to what we know about Chloe Driver and her decisions and the actions that she committed, but it was very, very clear that she understood she was murdering Hannah. And she understood the permanency of that decision. She understands that she was taking away a life. And the thing about the law is the law recognizes the value of human life, even if Chloe Driver didn't. When we talk about the insanity defense, the state only has the burden of proving the things I just talked to you about, proving the elements of murder, proving the elements of felony murder, proving the elements of cruelty to children in the first degree, aggravated assault. We have to prove those elements that are contained in the indictment. The defense has the burden of proving her criminal insanity to the extent that she is not criminally responsible. That is not our burden. So that is a difference in the law that is not typical, because usually the state has the burden of proving everything beyond a reasonable doubt. But in this case, because the law presumes she's sane, they have the burden of proving her insanity. You probably noticed in our presentation of evidence, in the state's case, we really just focused on the murder. And in the defense's case, they focused really on the insanity, because that is their burden to raise. It is our burden to focus on the counts and the charges in the indictment before you. You're going to have 4 options on your verdict form. And I think this is important for you to know. It's going to say guilty, not guilty by reason of insanity, or guilty but mentally ill.
There it is. Within the first 10 minutes of her closing, she's explaining the verdict form to them. Notice how she has not even touched on the facts of the case yet. She's not even telling them why they should vote the way that she wants them to vote. She's not even talked about the facts at all. And it's sort of like while she's explaining them, while she's explaining the law to them and explaining the verdict form to them, already the wheels in their heads are turning and they are putting it together for themselves. She's probably going to go into the facts and say, here's why I think you should find her guilty because of this, and this. But while she's going through these things, they're already thinking about it. Here's your 4 options: guilty, not guilty by reason of insanity, guilty but mentally ill. They have 4 options in Georgia. It's going to vary from state to state. Remember that Carly Gregg's verdict slip was different than this. Karen Reed's verdict slips were way different than this. And in Karen Reed's verdict slip, some of them didn't even say not guilty on them. There was no option to say not guilty. And Judge Bev just said, well, if they don't check guilty, then it's not guilty, right? Like as if the absence of a check mark meant that she was not guilty, which was ridiculous. Allegedly, those verdict slips were formed, but were amended, but we don't really know if they were actually. So well done.
Guilty by reason of insanity or guilty but mentally ill. And I will talk to you a little bit more about what each of these mean as we kind of get into the weeds of it. But this will not be as simple of a verdict form as guilty or not guilty. There are other options. But what I want you to understand is once all this evidence comes before you and once I really explain to you what the law is, you will really be left with 2 options.
And then she redlines 2 of them.
Or guilty but mentally ill.
She redlines 2 of them. If you're not looking at the screen, look at it for a second. She redlines not guilty and not guilty by reason of insanity. And they're going to remember that's going to be ingrained in their brain. Oh my God, that reminds me of that crazy guy, Jason, saying that he had like a photographic memory. We're going to have to watch that while they're deliberating. And they're going to remember this. And psychologically, it's going to have an effect, I think.
Based upon the evidence that has come before you, you will not be able to find her not guilty of committing the act. She has admitted that she murdered Hannah. Not guilty is really not an option based upon her own admissions about the act. And I want to talk to you about the law of insanity and what they must prove and all the reasons why it cannot and has not been proven and will not, the evidence will not show that the law of insanity applies to her. And we'll talk about that more in my second close. But what I want you to understand is that you still are going to be making decisions. Even if you choose guilt, you will have to make decisions with regard to guilt or guilty but mentally ill. So when we talk about the insanity defense, I'm eager to get to my second close so we can talk about the evidence and apply this to the evidence, but bear with me here so I can just explain to you the law before we kind of do that equation and put it all together. There are 2 ways of proving insanity under Georgia law. The inability to distinguish between right from wrong and delusional compulsion. And I want to talk to you about each of those. The inability to distinguish between right and wrong. What the law says is the test is whether the insanity was such that it deprived the person of the mental capacity to distinguish between right and wrong in relation to the act.
Okay, and I'm gonna stop this here so we can come back and refer to it later. And she's explaining to the jury, and it's up there on a really, quite frankly, a beautiful PowerPoint. Whoever did this PowerPoint is very talented. Simple, yet easy to read. Here's the test to distinguish right from wrong. The test is whether the insanity was such that it deprived that person of the mental capacity to distinguish between right and wrong in relation to the act. Questions to ask. Is her mind so impaired that she's incapable of forming the intent to commit the act or to understand that a certain consequence would likely result from that act? So now the jury's looking at this visual. They're listening to her talk, maybe not. Maybe they're just reading the visual themselves and putting all the facts together in their head. Well, she was Googling how to, all of these things. So shows me that she had the mental capacity to be able to know that what she was doing was wrong. Did she know that if she did this, she would probably go to jail? But her consequence that she wanted, that she intended, was for herself to die as well.
And the judge will tell you that the question that you have to ask with regard to did she have the capacity to distinguish between right and wrong is her mind so impaired that she is incapable of forming the intent to commit the act, or to understand that a certain consequence would likely result from the act. And when we really get into the weeds and we look at it, it is going to be very, very clear based on her statements to the doctors, her actions, her statements on scene, her statements to the detective, her statements to her mother and Benyamin right after she committed the act. She always knew the wrongfulness of the act. She always knew the consequence of the act. That was never lost on her. She never, ever demonstrated any inability to distinguish between right and wrong. She just chose the wrong. And she understood the result and the consequence of that decision. Delusional compulsion is a little bit trickier, and so I want to walk you through it step by step. You have to have all of these.
Okay, we're going to pause here as well. Delusional compulsion. And this is another lovely slide. And you have to have all of these things in order to constitute a defense. Remember, burden shifts to the defense when they want to show not guilty by reason of insanity. And this is when the defense needs to prove something that she didn't get on the stand. The other self-defense cases and the not guilty by reason of insanity, well, Carly didn't get on the stand either. But Ashley Benefield did. Sadly, it didn't help her with that jury, but it did for me. Hearing from Ashley Benefield helped me understand her self-defense claim a lot more than if I hadn't. So we're going to come back to this. And what I want you to think about while we're listening to this, those of you who have watched this trial from gavel to gavel, like I did not do with you, is to think about what your position is with regard to this closing and these charges, and what testimony it was that makes you feel that way. And then during deliberations, we can go back and watch that testimony that made you feel a specific way. So we heard from a little bit of Chloe's mom, and we heard a little bit of Gabby, who was Z's first wife or second or whatever, the one who got away. What testimony, what evidence was it? Was it videos in the hospital? Think about it. And then based on your positions and your arguments, as if you were a deliberating juror, we'll go back and watch that portion of the testimony. So save it for later. There's a song in there somewhere. Save it for later. I don't know who sings that, but it's like from the 80s, I think. Okay, moving on.
Things in order to be found not guilty by reason of insanity based on delusional compulsion. And you will see when I go through this, you'll start to kind of put the pieces together about why we questioned all the experts in the manner that we did. Why are they asking everybody if she was afraid of Hannah? Why are they asking everybody if she ever thought Hannah was a threat to them? Because that's the law. And I want to walk you through it piece by piece. In order to show that she is not guilty by reason of insanity based upon her suffering from a delusional compulsion, what they have to prove is that the defendant was actually laboring under a delusion at the time of the commission of the alleged act. That when she stabbed Hannah to death, she was actively laboring under the compulsion of a delusion. That the criminal act itself, her act of killing Hannah, was connected to that particular delusion. You saw me up here ask the expert, I said, tell me the particular delusion. Because what got lost is we just talk about in her life, she's had delusions. That's not the question. And we tried very hard to sort of narrow the scope. I want to know when she was in that room, what she was suffering from. I want to know her state of mind at that time, because it is whether she was operating under the compulsion of a delusion at the moment she committed the act, at the time of the crime. There are tons of people in this world who have had delusions or are mentally ill and do not meet the legal definition of insanity. So we need to know, was she suffering from the compulsion of a delusion? What was that particular delusion, and was it connected with the act that she committed? And when we talk about that, it's like if she has a delusion about, you know, there being 169,000 people in the world, what does it have to do with killing Hannah? Those two things are not connected. So there was a lot of religious stuff, a lot of paranoia, a lot of things about, you know, my parents are being watched by the CIA or are the CIA. None of that has anything to do with her motivation and her act of killing Hannah. And that is why in the questioning of all of these experts, I focused very clearly on what were her delusions that related to Hannah? What were her delusions that related to why she killed this baby? That were connected to the victim and connected to the act. Every other delusion, ignore it. It is meaningless under the law. The third prong that has to be present, and this is very important, the delusion has to be to a fact that, if true, would have justified the act committed by the accused. What does that mean?
Her delusion, correct me if I'm wrong or if you disagree, her delusion was that she had to kill her daughter in order to save her, right? Is that what they're going with? The delusion was as to a fact that, if true, would have justified the act. So if that delusion that she was saving her daughter by killing her was true, it would have justified her killing her daughter. Think about that. And that's a hard question to answer, because in the situation that she was in the abusive relationship that she was in the cult that she was in, if her delusion of saving her daughter was true, did it justify that? That's a hard question to answer. For many people, it may be a very easy question to answer, and they'd be like, yeah, she's nuts. There's no way that you could possibly justify that, even if maybe she was really saving her daughter from a crazy abusive father, etc. It's interesting, right? Yeah, would be a hard jury to be on. I agree, Team Brittany.
Committed by the accused. What does that mean? Justification under Georgia law is basically Georgia's self-defense laws. The delusion she was suffering under has to relate to the particular delusion, has to relate to the act she committed, and the delusion has to be as to a fact that, if we assumed it was true, it would justify the act or permit her to act in self-defense. I'll give you an example of one that would. If she was in that room with Hannah and she believed that Hannah morphed into a demon right in front of her and was about to kill her, and she picked up the knife and stabbed Hannah in self-defense, that would be a delusion, if true, that would justify the act, because she would have believed she was in immediate danger of receiving death or serious bodily injury from that baby. And under the self-defense laws of the state of Georgia, if we assume that delusion was true, she would be justified in defending herself.
Whoa. You just gave every criminal defendant out there a possibility to get out of their crimes by just saying that. Again, Lori Vallow vibes, like the kids are dark, they have to go. Zombies. So that would have been justified? But again, if she's going to make that argument as an example, is it that hard to jump to, I am saving my daughter? Because if I don't save my daughter, her life is going to be a living hell, right? Her own delusion. That's interesting.
That was not the nature of her delusions. None of them. And we asked every single witness, did she ever say anything about being afraid of Hannah? Did she ever say anything about Hannah being a threat to her or anyone else? Did she ever say anything about needing to defend herself against Hannah? Because that third prong of delusional compulsion requires that if we assume the delusion is true, it has to legally justify her acts. She has to be acting in self-defense if we believe whatever is going on in her head. And no matter how crazy the things were that were going on in her head, not a single shred of evidence has come before you that she ever believed Hannah was a threat to her. And we know that regardless of whether she was having delusions in that room or not, she was not acting in defense of herself or others and was not protecting herself or others from that baby. What we know is that what she has told everybody is that she was more motivated by wanting out of the situation or wanting to save Hannah. That is the opposite of justification and self-defense. She didn't view Hannah as a threat at all. And the defense pointed out in this case, well, isn't it true that she was holding the baby's hand in the body cam footage? That's a fact that is helpful to the state because it clearly demonstrates she's not threatened by this baby. She's not afraid of Hannah. Whatever is going on in her mind, she doesn't feel like she has to defend herself against Hannah.
Right. Right, Mudrucker. Her argument is not that she was afraid, is that she was afraid for Hannah, not of Hannah. So this prosecutor is saying if the only way that it's justified is if she was afraid that Hannah was going to turn into a demon and kill her, and somebody says that Lori Vallow did not hurt herself in any way. Not the same here. No, I'm not comparing. But the fact that Chloe hurt herself has nothing to do with this at all. It has nothing to do with the facts of the case and what the jury needs to decide. It doesn't even play in here. It doesn't factor in. And it's a totally different state. So it's completely different anyway. I'm saying if Lori Vallow committed her crimes in Georgia, and if Lori Vallow testified, my kids were dark, they were zombies, I felt like I had to kill them or they were going to kill me because I was in a delusion and I was in fear for my life because I thought my kids were going to kill me. And I think at one point she did say that, right? That Ty Lee, she was afraid that Ty Lee was going to kill her or something. I don't know. It could be conflating my cases. Yeah, she just opened a big can of worms in Georgia. Yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Okay, moving on.
Maybe she saw this as a mercy killing. Maybe she was just desperate. But there is absolutely no evidence that this was an act of justification, self-defense, based on what delusion was in her mind. Justification under the law is when she reasonably believed that she had to use that force in order to prevent serious bodily injury or death from Hannah. Or whether she believed that she had to prevent the commission of a forcible felony by this baby. There's no evidence of that. None. She does not meet the definition of criminal insanity based upon delusional compulsion. Because if she was suffering under delusions when she was in that room, the only delusions related to needing to save Hannah, not to Hannah being a threat that would justify her actions under the law. Delusional compulsion does not apply in this case. The judge is going to tell you that your verdict should be a true verdict. It's one more place in the law where the word true comes in. And a trial is about the pursuit of the truth. It is according to the laws and the evidence as you find it to be. But the judge is going to expressly tell you that you are not to show favor or sympathy to any party. The judge is going to expressly tell you you cannot base your verdict on sympathy. And I think it is important to highlight that you have to look at the facts and the evidence and the law objectively, because there are things about Ms. Driver that are pretty sympathetic. There are things about the situation that she got herself into that are kind of terrible. But the law does not allow you to...
I wish that she wasn't using that terminology. This situation that she got herself into. I mean, this guy controlled her. The argument could be made that he coerced her into this situation, not the situation that she got herself into. I don't know. Tell me if that sort of rubs you the wrong way.
Make decisions about the outcome of this case because you feel sorry for anyone. The law does not allow you to base your verdict on sympathy. So what I ask of you in that regard is when you go back to the jury room, think, you know, do I feel sorry for her for any particular thing? Take your moment, feel sorry for her, and then set that aside. And instead base your decisions on the objective facts and the law, because you've taken an oath and you have a duty to follow the law, and the law expressly tells you you cannot make your decision based on that. Because every victim of crime deserves that treatment. Hannah deserves that. She deserves the objective and fair application of the law and the objective and fair assessment of the facts. That is the law that governs your decision. Obviously, there's going to be a lot more law, but I tried to highlight the things that I think point most directly. After the defense has their opportunity to close, I'm going to come back before you and I'm going to help you apply that law to the evidence
Short and
that we
sweet
heard in this case.
Wow. I mean, that was. Wait, is she done? That was short and sweet. I mean, she tied that up nicely in about, when we stopped, a whole bunch. I want to say 30 minutes. Maybe a little over 30 minutes. Let's see. Now's the defense turn. I mean, that was clear, concise. Not too long. Jury's not asleep. We're still awake. We're all still awake here. She wasn't graphic. I liked that she wasn't graphic.
Good afternoon. As I told you in the beginning of this case would be difficult to listen to. We also told you from the beginning we had no dispute whatsoever about the facts as to what happened to Hannah Driver on December 8th of 2020.
Okay, I want to look at this picture for a second. If you're not looking at your screen and you haven't been watching the whole trial like so many people have. Here's a picture of them. She looks markedly different. The baby looks to be about right around time of the murder. And there's Z. For those of you who don't know what Z looks like, there he is. Looks kind of like an actor whose name I can't think of right now. It's going to come to me. Little Jake Gyllenhaal-ish younger. I'm not sure. So that's just part of her closing. So state gets that closing, and then she gets what, we would call a rebuttal in most other states. She gets to come back. Maybe she saved half her time for the rebuttal. The defense gets one bite at the apple, and this is it. She looks very sad in this photo. I don't know why postpartum depression was never brought up. She was never diagnosed with it. In my mind, maybe that had something to do with this. Also, in addition to all of the other plethora of diagnoses that she had, which both experts agreed, she was probably schizophrenic, borderline personality disorder, bipolar, delusions. She had delusions, she had hallucinations. But here's the family picture. And the defense is going to say, in order to understand what happened to Hannah Driver, you need to understand 2020. And here's the family pic.
We all agree that the events that occurred that day are nothing short of a tragedy. Ms. Driver never denied that she didn't harm Hannah Nicole Driver on that day. There's also no dispute that she stabbed herself in the neck over 5 times and once in the chest to try to kill herself. We also told you from the beginning, we're not going to argue about anything related to the facts of this case. This case has always been about Hannah and Chloe's mental state at the time of the crime. That is it. It is clear from the evidence that has been submitted to you that both the state and the defense have shown very clearly Ms. Driver was suffering from severe mental illness at the time of the crime, She was suffering from delusions telling her that she needed to die. There's evidence that she had documented mental health history prior to being involved with Mr. Joyce. There's eyewitness testimony about her condition and the subsequent deterioration in the months leading up to this tragedy. There's evidence that she had been seeking help, communicating to those immediately around her that she was getting worse. And she could not resist those compulsions. She could not distinguish right from wrong. Now, I would agree with the state that they put up a lot of evidence in this case related to Hannah's death. The ER doctor, the medical examiner, crime lab, all of that. All things that we never once disputed. In fact, we spent, I think, 45 minutes one day about listening to the testimony about fingerprints on a knife that didn't even have anything to do with this case. There were no fingerprints on the knife. We weren't even disputing the fingerprints or the knife. We've never disputed any of that. We've never disputed cause of death. We've never disputed how law enforcement initially responded to this or any of the subsequent investigation that occurred in this case. See, in most cases, there's a factual dispute between the state and the defense as to the physical acts involved in a case and the mental intent. Never been an issue at this case. The only question has always been why. It has been about what led us to this deep, dark place. It has always been about Chloe Driver being a young, naive individual with a pre-existing mental health condition that had been previously undiagnosed, mostly based on her age. It has always been about the years of abuse, the coercive control, and living in this cult mentality that exacerbated these mental illnesses. All the experts agree. Ms. Driver was suffering from severe mental illnesses and delusions prior to, leading up to, and on December the 8th of 2020. You also heard from witnesses that described her and had observed that very same behavior well before that day and on that day as well. There's been evidence to show that she was in the throes of a severe mental health crisis during that 2-month period. There has been no evidence presented by anybody that this was an isolated snap or something that she is faking to achieve a particular result. 3 experts told you that. As I told you when I stood here before you in opening statements, I anticipated that they were going to present this case in a manner to draw at your raw initial emotions and hope that you would make those decisions based on those emotions. They presented this case in a manner in which they wanted you to ignore the evidence regarding her mental illness, her abuse, and all of the players involved in this case, and the realities of what goes on in that cult. They tried to paint this picture that this was just a group of wacky individuals with weird religious beliefs, that they were a peaceful, loving, polygamous family with some wacky religious beliefs. Not the case at all. Jason Spillers gave you a peek into their belief system. After over a week's worth of evidence, it is clear that everyone in law enforcement, everyone, including law enforcement, the experts, medical staff, people who were around her, and even the strangers that encountered Ms. Driver during this time, there is overwhelming evidence that she was severely mentally ill. We have given you several examples of documented red flag
It's
events.
not in dispute that she was severely mentally ill, right? All the experts agreed on it from both sides. It's another thing we got to consider.
That occurred prior to that date that set the scene for what ultimately happened. Think about the incident involving Sandra Torres. Think about when Benyamin took Hannah from Chloe Thanksgiving Day of 2020. Watch that video she made when she had to go back to get her daughter. The evidence shows that her condition deteriorated, the delusions not only continued, but got worse collectively over time, all building up to that day. We know that her mental state was broken. She was seeing things, she was hearing things, and the delusions were telling her over and over again she needed to die.
over and over and over again. Think about the pictures I showed you in the beginning of this case. The ones of her at 16, the ones of her in the summer leading up to this event. Ultimately, right before the event, where you can see where she is at that particular point in time. You can see the despair, you can see the stress, and you can see the mental illness in her eyes. See, there were signs that she was experiencing these delusions leading up to.
What do you think? Take a look at her eyes. Do you think she looks kind of vacant?
And on the day of the incident, there was discussions about death. She was seeing things associated with knives that she attributed special meaning to her because of that delusion. The 12 tribes, the dirty shirt, all of these delusions included the belief that she was sin, she was passing that sin on to her daughter, she needed to die, and Hannah was an extension of herself and her sin. She believed that Hannah was so connected to her and part of her that when she breastfed, she was imprinting and downloading all of herself into Hannah. She was experiencing these delusions in her mind that made her believe over and over again that she needed to kill herself and die. Based on her delusion regarding Hannah, she was thinking if she left behind her child, it would be a continuation of her sin and her false belief in that delusion that she was responsible for everything bad in the world. She needed to commit suicide. The act of suicide is what was driven by these delusions. It was not because of jealousy or anything related to Benyamin Ben Michael. Not at all. There's no evidence of that. The state told you in their opening that they were going to show that Miss Driver was not mentally ill. I think they said crazy in air quotes. That Miss Driver killed her daughter out of jealousy and some desire to be the only wife. She was not delusional. She just subscribed to some wacky religious conspiracy theories. And she was voluntarily part of this group and free to leave whenever she wanted to. There's been no evidence of that whatsoever. Let's talk about each one of these arguments and break them down. I'm not even going to address the assertion that they made in opening that she wasn't crazy. The evidence on its own speaks to that. There's no evidence that this event had anything to do with jealousy. There's no evidence that she killed her daughter because she wanted Benyamin to herself. The statements she made to law enforcement and hospital staff are not motives. She told Detective Cruz that she wanted a normal family. That's not an abnormal wish, but it's not a motive for murder. How does killing herself and Hannah achieve the result of having Mr. Ben Michael to herself? Or it's not logical. It doesn't make any sense, and it's not supported by the facts. She did not attempt to harm any of the other wives. She didn't attempt to harm Mr. Ben Michael. If she wanted to have him to herself, wouldn't she have gotten rid of the competition? If she was in her right mind, wouldn't she have taken steps to remove the others from the relationship? That seems to be a more logical response. Seems to me that she would have taken steps to stop those interfering with her wishes, not kill the child or herself. That argument defies logic. Jason also told us here there were no jealousy issues whatsoever within that group. Never any issues with Chloe acting out towards other women in the group, or that she made any demands to have Mr. Ben Michael to herself. Their own witness told you that. They were a happy family. They sat around talking about their feelings. They spent months trying to care for Chloe. There was no lack of attention. Killing Hannah and killing herself does not get Chloe attention. It does not get her alone with her husband. This was in no way a passive suicide attempt. If they had evidence to the contrary of how Jason portrayed their relationship in their life, state could have presented that to you. Ask yourselves why they did not. The state also argued that Chloe was free to leave at any time and not victim of domestic violence. And because she had access to money, she could come and go as she pleased, leave anytime. They argued she could leave him with her daughter at any time. That argument goes against every ounce of training everyone sitting at that table has ever gone about the domestic violence cycle.
Right.
There is
She
evidence
never would have left her daughter with him. Never.
that Chloe had visible hearing injuries on at least 2 different occasions. They know from their everyday practice that victims engage in contact with their abusers despite knowing that they shouldn't be. They know their victims continue to contact their abusers, even when court orders are in place telling them not to do it. They continue to contact their abusers despite knowing what those people are capable of and go back to them repeatedly. They know that victims in their experience take steps to plan an escape, but they don't always execute that plan. They are trying to ignore the facts that are supported by their evidence that Chloe Driver was a victim of domestic violence, and she was trying to leave and deal with that mental illness at the same time. They refuse to see her as a victim in this case because it just doesn't fit their narrative. I'm also just going to say this about domestic violence at the hands of Benyamin. Chloe was not his first, not his only, and certainly won't be his last victim. Gabriella told you how hard it was for her to break herself away from that relationship, both physically and emotionally. She told you about how controlling he was, the physical abuse. She endured the threats he made to her about leaving and never seeing her child again. You got to hear about that experience directly. You got to hear about the abuse, the control, the emotional connection, her feelings of worthlessness, and the difficulty from separating him from him with a child. You heard her tell you that despite being subjected to all of those things, she would leave and come back to her abuser. It fits within the cycle of violence. It fits what happened in this case as well. You heard her tell you that it finally took her getting the strength and confidence and belief in herself and having the assistance of her family members to leave for good. And she never looked back. And what may seem relatively straightforward to us is inexplainable about why you would go back. You heard Detective Cruz here on cross-examination tell us in further detail just how hard it is for those types of relationships, especially with a child, to get away from their abuser. She talked to us about how it's not uncommon for women to return to their abuser, remain in contact, or try to find ways to leave, but just don't have the strength to do that. Both Gabriella and Chloe experienced significant trauma bonds with Mr. Benyamin. They both kept going back to what they knew, what they could expect, instead of moving forward into the unknown. That doesn't even take into account the emotional connection or underlying mental illness. Now, the state's probably going to tell you that whatever happened to Gabriella just doesn't matter. It's not relevant to what happened with Chloe Driver or her mental state. It is 100% relevant because Gabriella endured the exact same treatment and she sat here and told you about it. It was exactly the same as that was described to evaluators, to law enforcement, all by Chloe Driver. These 2 individuals never talked about their own experiences with each other. Gabrielle told you that she had one contact with her where she tried to explain some of the things she endured and realized that she wasn't getting through to Chloe. Detective Cruz was the one that contacted Gabriella 6 days after this crime had occurred because she knew exactly what she was dealing with based on her experience and following the evidence of their investigation. The control, the power, and the degradation of 2 women by Benyamin. Thankfully, Gabriella was able to escape and did not have pre-existing mental health issues. Thank goodness she was able to protect her child. In the presentation of this case, the state has always minimized what has happened to Chloe leading up to this. They didn't want to discuss her self-inflicted injuries. They didn't put any pictures of that up in evidence. We did. They didn't want you to talk about any of that. They didn't want to discuss the controlling and abusive relationship. They want you to believe that none of it matters in the context of this case. They want you to ignore her cries for help, her behavior leading up to this, the reports about the things she was saying to these people, and her attempts to leave on November 25th and November 26th. Now keep in mind, this case was investigated from the very beginning by Detective Cruz with regard to Ms. Driver's mental state and from the perspective that Chloe was a victim. As Detective Cruz began this investigation, she immediately suspected there was a lot more to the story than she was getting from these cult members. long before Chloe could even have an opportunity to think of a defense. She sat in that hospital. She hadn't talked to anybody. Detective Cruz had already interviewed everybody. And based on that, you heard Detective Cruz tell you she had contacted other people. She had sought those Asheville police departments. She knew what she was dealing with. You watched videos where Chloe told you that she had been hurt and where Chloe told Detective Cruz about her black eye. She told Detective Cruz about her paranoia, her state of mind, and you saw the videos of her saying she wanted to die with that baby. Based on that experience with law enforcement with DV victims, she continued to investigate that case. She found additional women, she found those police reports, and more evidence of what that world that Chloe was living in. Now, you also heard from Jason Spillers, and that was quite a treat. He was able to paint a picture of this group in two very different ways. First, he was able to tell you about how he knew Chloe, how he knew her to be a loving, caring mother who loved Hannah and did everything for her. He knew her before she decompensated and spent so much time with the group that he knew exactly who Chloe was and what she was like. He told you about the different times he saw her, the changes he noticed, and even talking to Benyamin about getting her treatment. He told you that the group spent the better part of the last 2 months leading up to December 8th of 2020 taking care of Chloe. He told us about her episodes and how she would have these episodes or go catatonic and have no idea what had just happened. That there were dramatic changes just in the time that he knew her. And it wasn't jealousy. It was mental illness. Secondly, I don't know if he intended to do this or not, he painted a very clear picture for you of what life was really like in this group. You could see how he idolized Benyamin. He endorsed all of his beliefs and the life that came with it. It was clear that he and Benyamin viewed women as property, as lesser individuals. He told us that the women are subservient and that they were not capable of having the same conversations as men. I think he used the words, they should be out frolicking and dancing with the babies.
Mm-hmm.
He told us that, yep, Benyamin set the standard, and that is what everybody had to live by. He tried to paint a picture of this wild alternative reality that no one was buying about polygamy. We know that he disputed that incident with Sandra Torres. Think about this. If he punched a total stranger for attempting to help Chloe that day, can you imagine what these men do to these women behind closed doors? If Jason is that crazy, can you imagine how his leader is? Ask yourself why they did not let you hear from Benyamin.
Aha.
They didn't call him because they know exactly who.
This is your questions. This is all of our questions. Why didn't they call Z? Why didn't they call Benyamin? The defense attorney is going to give us her opinion of why. I was wondering why they called Jason. That guy's a nut job. You want to talk about a whack job? Let's listen to it again.
For attempting to help Chloe that day, can you imagine what these men do to these women behind closed doors? If Jason is that crazy, can you imagine how his leader is? Ask yourself why they did not let you hear from Benyamin. They didn't call him because they know exactly who he is.
Yep.
The facts of this case are undisputed, so let's get down to the experts. Now, we've all heard from 3 different experts in this case. They all agreed she was severely mentally ill in the months leading up to the event. They all agree she was suffering from delusions at the time leading up to this. Dr. Garrett and Dr. Ballard both diagnosed her with schizoaffective bipolar disorder and borderline personality disorder.
Does anybody know who that woman is sitting in the back of the courtroom? I'm going to rewind it. She's wearing like a blue Burberry type cardigan or blazer or jacket. Burberry pattern anyway. Anybody know who this is? Please tell me who it is. Thanks. She a witness? A friend? Oh, I think that's the detective. She's got something around her lanyard says investigations on it. Yeah, the detective. I think that's the lead detective. Yeah. Okay, good. Thanks. I'm getting good at this, you guys. I think she had her hair down when she testified, so maybe. I don't know. Detective, yes. Lead detective. Okay.
Diagnosed her with schizoaffective bipolar disorder and borderline personality disorder. We heard this morning that Dr. Zahm did not offer any individual diagnosis. That's just her approach to this. But she told you today that she didn't disagree with those. In fact, she agreed with them, maybe a slight variation. They all utilize the same resources and collateral information to conduct their evaluations. Both Dr. Garrett and Dr. Ballard told you that even outside of Chloe's self-report, the information provided among those sources of information was consistent and independently verified. Those doctors did not believe she was malingering or presenting in any way to achieve a certain result. The experts have told us that these delusions are defined as a fixed false belief that someone holds on to, even when the evidence shows that there is no way they can be real. They cannot be explained outside of mental illness. They are so unusual that they cannot be explained other than disordered thinking. That delusional compulsion that Ms. Gropper was talking about is defined as if that delusion had been real, it would have justified the conduct. Her delusions in this case were not religious in nature. She believed everyone was out to get her. She believed she had special powers. She believed she had magical thinking about things that she thought she did that impacted the world, that she was receiving specific messages directed at her. Those messages came both in auditory and visual hallucinations, but also those delusions of reference that were referenced by both of the doctors. Delusions are not things that are in line with a person's culture, and everybody knows them to be false. They are not extreme religious beliefs. A delusion that drove Ms. Driver to the point we're at today was the one that you heard from Dr. Garrett and Dr. Ballard and Dr. Zahm, was that she needed to die. That is not part of any religious belief system. Those are not agreements for participation in any cult. All the experts agree on this. Now, I know you all sat here and paid attention to all of these experts, and I'm not going to go through everything that they have all talked about, but here's what I want to talk about with respect to each one of those. Dr. Garrett told us that the signs and the depth of her mental illness was ever present, that they existed before her relationship, and that she had been experiencing delusions since adolescence. That's important. That contradicts the state saying that she didn't experience delusions, that this is all made up. Dr. Garrett also told you that she was exhibiting those signs of those visual and auditory hallucinations, even after being medicated for over a year and a half when she met her. She was still exhibiting those signs of that delusional thinking. She was still having issues with suicidal ideation and thoughts that she needed to die. She told us it was clear she was experiencing emotional distress regarding the situation and confusion about the moral and ethical appropriateness of her delusions. She said, Ms. Driver said, I was at peace with how it was supposed to be. You heard that Dr. Garrett believed that she felt she needed to take her life because of her delusions, and everything.
I agree. Somebody said it. I don't know where it is, but they said, I don't like how they're not calling her Chloe. They're calling her, or this defense attorney is calling her Miss Driver. I agree. I think she should be calling her Chloe. It makes her seem more human. It makes her seem younger. It makes her seem a little bit more naive. It makes her seem a little bit more immature, in my opinion. And that's just a personal preference. She's calling her by her formal Miss Driver. Tell me if it makes any difference to you. I really didn't notice it until one of you pointed it out. But now that you did point it out, I can't unhear it. Like, just call her Chloe. It humanizes her a little bit.
In the world was telling her, in her mind, that's what she needed to do. Not just because of the delusions about sin, but because of all of those delusions of reference that she was seeing on a daily basis. That she was being told she needed to die. She would see a light bulb, she could see a knife, she could see all of these things that you and I would mean nothing. But because of the disordered thinking and those delusions, it was feeding into her thought process and delusions. She told us that these delusions were above and beyond any religious teachings or anything that Mr. Ben Michael had ever told Chloe. Religious beliefs don't tell you you need to die. She also told you if you take someone who is vulnerable, who is already delusional, and bring them into this type of scenario and start teaching them crazy stuff, you are teaching them something that will only lead to an increase in their problems. Dr. Garrett also told us that Chloe started out as a very vulnerable young lady who was already delusional to begin with, having these thoughts. She also told us somebody that has a personality disorder, mood disorder, and substance abuse was her baseline. These things existed prior to her ever getting involved in this relationship, and that those circumstances only made this scenario worse. She also told us to think about this as not a particular moment in time. Ms. Gropper tried to ask her about the dirty shirt as a trigger, and Dr. Garrett quickly corrected her and said, no, you have to consider all of these signs. And she went through and she listed those signs. She told us that we have to look at this as a culmination of events, not something as a trigger. Now, Dr. Ballard came here yesterday and told us a lot of the same information that Dr. Garrett did. She diagnosed the defendant with the same illnesses, and in her opinion, believed the acts were driven by that thought process. She told us that some of the things that the state seems to believe were deliberate acts or tries to persuade you to believe were things that she premeditated and thought out in her head before doing it, are actually acts in support of that delusional compulsion. They were acts that were in her mind to finish out what she was being told to do, that she needed to not die. Getting a knife and locking the door are acts that are can be attributed to carrying out that delusion, is a way to act on that compulsion that kept telling her she needed to kill herself. That's an explanation that's rooted in science and in psychology. She told us that these people in delusional states can do everyday things and appear like it's normal. She also told us that these Google searches show that Miss Driver was attempting to resist acting on those compulsions to the best of her ability. She sought ways out. She sought ways to get help. She was also able to explain to you from the psychological standpoint that the statements made by Chloe to law enforcement after the incident don't necessarily mean anything when you're talking about the mental state at the time of the crime.
She just flipped over.
She also talked about the jail calls and continued standpoint that the statements made by Chloe to law enforcement after the incident don't necessarily mean anything when you're talking about the mental state at the time of the crime. She also talked about the jail calls and continued communication that Chloe had with Mr. Benyamin, and explained it in the context of not only Chloe's mental health issues, but in the context of her experiences while she lived in that relationship. The state played you a few phone calls in this particular case, all including her mother. What it tells us, based on those calls that you listened to, is the true depths of her mental illness and her entanglement to him. The jail calls you listened to still show that even when she was incarcerated, she was still controlled and manipulated by him. Notice how they didn't play any of the conversations with Mr. Michael. She also told us that people who are mentally ill, who have not received therapy, who have not been properly medicated, make irrational choices. The jail is not a therapeutic environment, and that to treat all of Chloe's issues, a great deal of treatment was needed, not just medication, to break that bond. Her testimony, Dr. Zahm testified today, really didn't dispute any of the other two doctors in this case. She told you that Chloe was suffering from the same type of delusions and mental illness in the months and leading up to this event. All the doctors are consistent with that understanding of her severe mental illness. They all agree that it was untreated, and based on their diagnoses, would only get worse the longer it remained untreated. Each of those doctors agreed that the delusions that Ms. Driver experienced grew more and more pointed to the idea that she needed to kill herself and ultimately her child. Dr. Zahm also agreed that the specific delusions that Chloe was experiencing on December the 8th culminated in the final delusion regarding the dirty shirt, and that was a sign she was unable to overcome. Now, I just want to talk briefly a little bit about the treatment of the experts in this case by the district attorney's office, and I think that this needs to be discussed. Mr. Fogus spent a lot of time yesterday with Dr. Ballard, trying to emphasize some perceived bias as a defense expert. Neither Dr. Ballard, nor Dr. Zahm, nor Dr. Garrett have any interest in this case other than providing you an expert professional opinion regarding her mental state at the time the crimes were committed. They have all told you that their roles in these cases is not based on reaching a particular result. No defense attorney ever contacts them or contacts any expert and asks them, hey, we need you to do a particular thing for us.
Well, you
At
know,
the end of
unless
the
you're
day,
Adam
all of
Lally.
the
Here's what we need you to find. Here's what we need you to reverse engineer this theory into an opinion. Can you do that for us? Yeah. You listen to what she just said. No defense attorney ever does that. Well, you're in Canton, Georgia, not Canton, Mass. Hey, Ian Whiffen, are you listening? Listen.
reaching a particular result. No defense attorney ever contacts them or contacts any expert and asks them, hey, we need you to do a particular thing for us. At the end of the day, all of the doctors who shared all the same title and the same qualifications, in essence, reached the same general ideas in this particular case. If any of these evaluators believed that she did not suffer from mental illness or had these delusions, none of us would be here today. This is just not how these evaluations work. Now, I think it's important when we talk about Dr. Mofundin that you all realize we called her as a witness in our case. The state didn't call her. She became involved in this case because she is employed by the Georgia Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities. She works for the state.
Let me interrupt this stream just to say, free my boy Billy Tibbetts. Free Billy Tibbetts. Thank you, Claire Brown, for some much needed levity. The defense attorney is now going to explain to us Dr. Zahm, who was the final witness, who was a witness that was not hired by either side. She was hired by the Georgia Department of Behavioral Health. So let's move back a little bit because some of us may have been confused about where Dr. Zahm came from. So hang on.
When we talk about Dr. Mofundin, then you all realize we called her as a witness in our case. The state didn't call her.
Oh, that was Dr. Mofundin.
Became involved in this case because she is employed by the Georgia Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities. She works for the state. She was provided all of the information in this case that the state could give her to review prior to talking to Ms. Driver. Whether or not Mr. Gropper or Mr. Focus want to acknowledge it, she was their expert. And their expert agreed with Dr. Zahm and Dr. Ballard. She worked for the state. We didn't involve her in this case. We had no choice in Dr. Garrett. See, in response to our evaluation, Ms. Gropper sent a referral to the Department of Behavioral Health. Now, granted, Ms. Gropper doesn't get to pick which particular forensic psychologist is assigned to evaluate a defendant. But in this case, the state's own expert, the one who conducted the evaluation on behalf of the state of Georgia, sat up here and told you similar things that Dr. Ballard came in here and told you. Did you see Mr. Focus or Ms. Gropper attack Dr. Garrett personally when we called her as a witness? No. And she made very similar findings and told you about that here in court. If they didn't like any of the reports in this case, the state could have at any time in the last 3.5 years requested an evaluation by a doctor of their choice. I ask you this, would it have mattered? The answer to that question is no. They all agree she was severely mentally ill and suffering from these delusions. She needed to kill herself and her child.
And that rarely happens. That rarely happens where all the medical expert witnesses agree. I just wanted to point out to you how rare that is. That they all agree. She was severely mentally ill, suffering from these delusions and these command hallucinations to do what she did. That is very highly, almost never happens, almost ever. So I guess we have to consider that as well. I mean, of course we have to consider that as well because that never happens. This is a hard case. Listen to that again.
The answer to that question is no. They all agree she was severely mentally ill and suffering from these delusions. She needed to kill herself and her child. They just don't like that the experts don't align with their theory of this case. Now, the experts are hired to conduct an evaluation in the area of their expertise. They don't give you a particular result. It's not how the system works. Dr. Bauer told you she's done a lot of criminal responsibility evaluations, and maybe less than 10% of those evaluations have yielded an opinion of not guilty by reason of insanity. Dr. Garrett told you she works for the state of Georgia and testifies for both the state and the defense. And yet they came in here and told you similar things. If the Cherokee County District Attorney's Office believed that none of these doctors conducted a thorough and accurate assessment of Ms. Driver in the last 3.5 years, they could have done something about it. The state knows what we all know in this case, that if Chloe was in her right mind, she would never have killed that baby. If Chloe had gotten the help she needed, she would have never harmed her baby or herself. If Chloe had not been in an abusive, controlling relationship with a man more than twice her age, her already existing mental health issues could have been treated. There is absolutely no motive in this case to kill her daughter or herself. There is no reason other than what was related to those psychotic symptoms and delusions she was under on December 8th of 2020. It is now your job to set aside those emotions about the death of Hannah. The evidence shows at the time of the crime, she was not only suffering from delusions that were telling her she needed to die, that she didn't have the ability to distinguish right from wrong. While in this delusional state, the experts told us that everything in her mind was telling her that she needed to die. There's evidence that showed she tried to resist giving in to these thoughts. There is evidence that show she did not, in these delusions and altered states of mind, she didn't know what she was doing. She didn't know what right from wrong. There is evidence to show that because of her delusions telling her that she and Hannah needed to die, that she was overmastered by the constant voices telling her, you need to die, in her head, and ultimately acted on them. All of this started with undiagnosed and untreated mental illness that resulted in a truly horrible, tragic act. Let me put a few things in perspective that may have helped prevent this from happening in the first place. If Benyamin, Sarah, and Jessica or Jason had gotten Chloe help instead of CBD, or ignoring the reality that was right before their eyes every day, Hannah may still be alive. If the Asheville Police Department had arrested Jason and Benyamin on November 25th for the incident where they assaulted Sandra Torres that day, Chloe may have been able to get away and get the help that she needed, and Hannah may be alive today.
Yeah, let's think about
If
that.
Brian had not taken Hannah from Chloe on November 26th of 2020, when he found out her parents were coming to get them, it's fair to say that she might have been able to break away from that relationship if he hadn't left with her daughter. Chloe was never going to leave without her daughter. You heard testimony from Chloe's mom about how she had no idea about the extreme nature of this relationship until it was too late. They didn't have any idea about the mental health struggles. She didn't confide in them because he had convinced her that she couldn't trust her own parents. Every single day, her parents live with regrets and think about those what ifs. What if they had just tried harder? What if they had called the police? What if they had just taken Hannah? It replays in their mind over and over again. Her parents still say, if we had tried harder to get through to Chloe, Hannah may still be alive today. Look at all the times that Chloe was unable to address these significant mental health issues. Those failures led to a deep and darker mental state. They caused Chloe to lose her way as a mother to this child. To that end, I agree with the state. She failed in her ultimate responsibility to protect her child. But the failure of her motherly duties was caused entirely by her untreated mental health crisis. It is clear that but for that paranoia, her hallucinations and her delusions, Chloe loved her daughter. And she fought in every way she knew how, and in the circumstances she was in, to resist those delusions to kill herself and her child. But when those things kept happening to her over and over and over again, and were so pervasive in her mind, that's all she could see. She tried to fight it. She was voicing these concerns to everyone. She was telling these people, let me be with her. Help me, get me help. We can see it on December the 8th. We can see that she was having these delusions, beginning with the 12 tribes, associating the discussion that they were having that day about death as a sign that reinforced that earlier delusion. We talked about the paranoia that she experienced at Whole Foods, the delusion about that room in the house, and being alone, and that ultimate final delusion of the dirty shirt that overwhelmed her ability, and she gave in. Now, the court's going to give you instructions regarding the law for you to consider in this case. It is now your job to apply that law to the evidence that you have heard over the course of the last week. As Ms. Grabber kind of touched on briefly, you're going to be given a verdict form that allows you to decide this case in 4 different ways: the not guilty, guilty, guilty by mentally ill, or not guilty by reason of insanity. In order to find Chloe guilty of the charged offenses, you need to find that she committed the acts and that she had the required intent. And the state has to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt.
Think about how much better this would be with a PowerPoint, right? Think about it. It's so easy to make one, and it's so much better to have a visual. And while she's talking about it, the jury can be looking at it. And so instead of just listening to her, because my mind wanders when I'm just listening to people, and I'm actually watching her on the screen, so I'm a little more engaged. And I was just thinking that hopefully she's going to wrap it soon, because I'm starting to get bored a little bit. When they go on really for a really long time, that's when they start losing the jury. And that's why I thought the prosecution was very effective, because she kept it tight, and she had visuals. Like, I would love it if she had a slide up there right now that says, in order for you to find her guilty, you have to find this, this, and this. And I wish it was on a PowerPoint. All right, so listen, we're going to just rewind it a little bit.
You're going to be given a verdict form that allows you to decide this case in 4 different ways: the not guilty, guilty, guilty by mentally ill, or not guilty by reason of insanity. In order to find Chloe guilty of the charged offenses, you need to find that she committed the acts and that she had the required intent. And the state has to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt. The judge will charge you about what it means to be find someone beyond a reasonable doubt. The option of guilty but mentally ill does not yield the same results as a not guilty by reason of insanity. And I want you to keep that in your head. A finding of not guilty by reasonable insanity, and the judge is going to give you an instruction on this, allows this court to maintain the custody and control over an individual for the evaluation and treatment of her mental health needs. And that can be indefinite. The law allows a person to be found not guilty by reason of insanity if they did not have the mental capacity to distinguish between right and wrong at the time of the crime. The law allows this because because of mental disease, she acted in such a way that delusional compulsion overwhelmed and overmastered her will.
Counselor, my sister, you're losing everybody right now. You're losing them. Here's why. Because they feel like they have to take notes during this, right? Because I'm taking notes during this. I'm like, I got to write all this down. This is Georgia law, different thing. I got to write this down. Wait a second. Okay, so she's not guilty by reason of insanity. The court is going to maintain custody over her and control, and that means they could hold her indefinitely. So I'm writing all this down, because that's always questions that we have, right? So if they find her not guilty by reason of insanity, does she go to a mental hospital? Does she get out? Is she eligible for parole after a certain number of years? And so now, because there's no visual, they're like, oh, I got to take notes, and they're not really listening. So yeah, the importance of a good PowerPoint, right? I never thought I would say this, but after watching, the prosecutor's closing today, I'm a fan. I'm a fan of the fan and a fan of the PowerPoint.
To resist. Now, we've all talked about the delusions of what a delusional compulsion really is, but in this case, she was compelled to act in this manner because in her mind, she believed she was right. She believed if the facts were as she believed them to be in her head, she was right. The testimony you've heard in this case was that these delusions were directing her to die. As evidence to show that she experiences these delusions of reference, these auditory and visual hallucinations, these command hallucinations, paranoia. You heard testimony that Chloe believed based on that delusion, she was downloading all of herself into Hannah and viewed her as an extension of herself. You heard Dr. Ballard tell you that people with these type of disorders have a very difficult time distinguishing boundaries or when one person ends and another begins. You've heard testimony that people suffering from the same illnesses as Chloe are often unable to distinguish the boundaries. She didn't necessarily know where Hannah began or ended. She didn't know where she began, where she ended. She viewed her in her mind as one unit. She was not going to leave behind any piece of her in this world to perpetuate that ongoing sin, which told her she needed to die. It is all part of the delusion. Now, the state began their opening statement and again today asking you for justice for Hannah. We agree. There is justice for Hannah in this case if you find her not guilty by reason of insanity. There is no doubt that our client committed these horrific acts. Never contested that. I want to be clear, though, that in this case, justice looks different than what we're used to. Our society has certain ideas about mental illness and has created a very strong perception that mental illness is an excuse for someone who commits a crime. The law recognizes that severely mentally ill people cannot perform the required criminal intent to commit a crime. The law allows you to find Chloe not guilty by reason of insanity if you believe at the time of the crime she was suffering from mental illness and that she did not have the ability to distinguish right from wrong. You're also allowed to find her not guilty by reason of insanity if you believe that due to her mental illness, she was suffering from a delusional compulsion that overmastered her will to resist committing the act. We know that Miss Driver was in a delusional state. She was confused as to what was right and what was wrong, and resisted acting on those delusions for a long time. In that type of mindset, in the throes of a severe psychotic episode, there is no way she had the ability to distinguish right from wrong at that time. And she was left untreated. And she got worse and worse. Now, Ms. Grobber talked to you a little bit about the delusional compulsion part of that, but we know from the evidence in this case that she was severely mentally ill, that she was suffering from delusions that compelled her to act in a particular manner. That if right, that would have been right if they had been as she believed them to be. If you find that Ms. Driver, based on those delusions, that she believed her actions were right, and as she believed them to be, she would be justified. The evidence has been clear that she needed to kill herself, and by extension, Hannah. She could not separate her identities at that particular time. Now, I want to tell you, suicide in and of itself is not a crime. In her mind, she was being told to kill herself in any part of her. Her intention, based on those delusions, is to follow through on that. And the delusions were telling her to commit suicide. Those right actions in her mind are what led to those events. As I told you, this case has always been about the why. And I think you just need to think about this in the context of how we got here today. Chloe was a young, naive individual with pre-existing mental health issues. She already walked in with that baseline to this relationship. She suffered years of abuse, coercive control, and a cult mentality We've heard about she asked for help, she cried for help and attempted to leave. We've heard that all the experts agree that she was suffering from severe mental health issues, and that untreated, undiagnosed individuals treating those type of illnesses get worse over time. They just don't go away. As we told you in the beginning of this case, mothers just do not kill their children. We told you to ask yourself what drives someone to do something like this to their baby.
Well, I gotta disagree. I gotta break this up because I'm falling asleep too. Actually, we've watched a lot of trials where mothers kill their children. It's way more common than you want this jury to think. Let's start naming them. Lori Vallow. We've got some that are pending. Lindsay Clancy. Susan Smith is trying to get out of jail tomorrow. Andrea Yates. We see those cases where mothers kill their children more often than we would like to. Actually, so many of them.
Baby, and we told you at the beginning of this case, mothers just do not kill their children. We told you to ask yourself what drives someone to do something like this to their baby and themselves. What drives someone to stab themselves 5 times in the neck and once in the heart? What drives someone to do this by someone who, all reports, loved and cared for that child in the most amazing way? And the only explanation is those severe psychotic symptoms and delusions she was experiencing. Now, I want to be clear. A finding of not guilty by reason of insanity does not mean that she walks out of this courtroom or is not held accountable for her actions that day. It means that she is committed to the state hospital to get the treatment she needs. Justice in this case.
I have to take that back a second. Hold on.
A finding of not guilty by reason of insanity does not mean that she walks out of this courtroom or is not held accountable for her actions that day. It means that she is committed to the state hospital to get the treatment she needs.
See, that's
Justice in this case for Hannah.
That's what they need to explain in a lot of cases. She's not just going to walk out of here. She's going to go to the state hospital. I think maybe in Mississippi, in Carly's case, they couldn't say that because it wasn't clear. Like, maybe it's up to the judge. Chloe was 16 when she met Z. She's going to go to the state mental hospital. So now the jury knows what they're deciding on. They know, okay, if we find her not guilty by reason of insanity, it's going to be for an indeterminate period. They're not just going to let her out on the street and let her go. She's going to be committed to a state hospital, and they can keep her there as long as they want. So I think that's an important thing for the jury to know.
For her actions that day. It means that she is committed to the state hospital to get the treatment she needs. Justice in this case for Hannah is getting her mother the treatment she so desperately needs. A verdict of not guilty by reason of insanity is not an excuse. It is a way the law allows an individual in Chloe's position to be held accountable based on those things. It is the why. It does not mean she's not held accountable. It does not mean there's no justice for Hannah. It means she gets the treatment and the help she needs. The only verdict in this case supported by the evidence to each and every count in that indictment is not guilty by reason of insanity to each and every count, because we have met the burden that we have that she could not distinguish right from wrong, and that she was overcome and overmastered by those delusional compulsions that in her mind justified that act. Thank you.
State gets the last word here. A little rebuttal. Somebody said it was really good. And we should pay attention. This is what swayed her. I'm sorry, I don't remember who said that. She's getting her PowerPoint ready, though. She's got more of a PowerPoint now. we're a little behind. Please, no spoilers.
Just stood up here and said that if Chloe believed Ms. Trethaway just stood up here and said that if Chloe believed her actions were right, then she would be justified. That's not the law. And she's conflating the two different ways to prove insanity. Her ability to distinguish between right from wrong and delusional compulsion. The two don't overlap. Those are two different ways.
You know what? I'm glad she didn't object and try and spoil her flow, and instead just try and clear it up in her rebuttal. That was very smart of her, I think. Good tactic. We've seen so many trials lately where they're just objecting over each other's closings, and it's just in poor form. Sarah Boone, oh my God, remember how many objections they made during Sarah Boone's poor defense attorney's closing? Like 20.
Ways to prove insanity. If she just said to you, if Chloe believed in her mind she was justified, then she's insane. That's not the law either. And you don't have to believe me, the judge will tell you. The delusion, if true, would have legally justified the act. If we assume what was in her mind, it is legally justifiable under Georgia self-defense laws. That's the law. It doesn't matter what Chloe thought was justified. The only thing that matters with regard to her distinction between wrong and right is the other part of the insanity charge, whether she had the ability to distinguish between right and wrong. When we're talking about whether the delusion was as to a fact, if true, would justify the act, we're talking about legal justification under the laws of Georgia, not about what Chloe Driver thinks about it. It's also important to me to address the fact that Ms. Trethaway indicated the state wants you to ignore all this stuff about her mental state. They just put up all this gory evidence to play on your emotions, even though Ms. Driver has never disputed the fact that she committed these acts. Except she has. She pled not guilty. We have the burden of proving the murder. I have to. It is my job. I'm not going to phone it in when we have a murder of a 13-month-old child just because I know her defense is insanity. I still, under the law, I have the burden of proving the murder. And I'm going to put up every ounce of evidence that I need to put up in order to do that. And that is not to play on your emotions. The fact that it was emotional, and the fact that it's horrific, and the fact that that body cam is going to haunt all of our dreams for a very long time is because of the actions of Chloe Driver, not because I'm trying to manipulate you. The state has a duty, and our duty is to represent Hannah. She was murdered in Cherokee County, and we have to prove her guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. And my presentation of evidence to you in that regard was following my oath. It was not to manipulate you or to convince you to ignore anything. I don't want you to ignore any evidence that came before you. Ms. Trethaway said, well, the state could have gotten another evaluation if they wanted to. None of the evaluations that have come before you meet the definition of legal insanity. Why would we keep asking for evaluations? It's their burden to prove insanity, and they haven't done it. Because none of the evaluations demonstrate that she doesn't understand the difference between right and wrong, or that she had any specific delusions that, if true, would justify the act, if true, would allow her to defend herself against Hannah. She could be evaluated by 10 more doctors. There's no evidence in this case that she meets the definition of legal insanity. And the state has never tried to pull the wool over your eyes, or ask you to ignore evidence, or ask you to be distracted. We have just asked you to focus on the actual issues in this case. And the fact of the matter is, it is their burden to prove insanity. It is not our burden. She is presumed sane under the law. It is our burden to prove the murder. It is their burden to prove insanity. I want to talk to you about some of the evidence that came before you. And one of the things that we need to talk about is Jason Spillers. I know everybody in the free world was questioning the wisdom of my decision to put this man.
Yeah, let's take a break before she gets into her Jason Spillers. This is the same prosecutor that was in the Melody Farris trial. Is that what you're saying? The burn pit case, that's the Melody Farris case, right? Which I did not cover because we were covering something else at the time. Somebody said she was not in the burn pile trial. There's another woman with long blonde hair. Her co-counsel was, though. Co-counsel was this woman. All right, let's try and refrain from trying to fool me in the chat, because then I put it up and then I think it's accurate and then it's not accurate. She was, I don't know. What's her name? Tell me this prosecutor's name so I can look her up, because I'm really impressed with her and I think that she is very, I see big things in her future. I don't know how old she is, but I can say that because I've been doing this for over 30 years. I see big things in her future. And I would say that if she was the same attorney in Melody Farris, for her to have 2 back-to-back major trials in a row is crazy. Like, the amount of prep that needs to go into these trials would be insane. If she just tried Melody Farris and now she's here trying Chloe Driver, that would be crazy, because 2 televised trials back to back is insane. So yeah, okay. So let's let's please. You guys are seeing what happens. I'm so gullible. Before I'm gonna say I see huge things in her future. She's very well prepared. We just need to take a little break before Jason before she starts talking about Jason. Thank you, Goodmans, for gifting a membership. Thank you, Amanda, for the 5, who says, thank you for always keeping us in the loop. Thank you for watching. And thank you for who, if anyone, for the 10 who loves me and thanking me for doing what I do. Thank you for watching with me. Because if you weren't watching with me, I would be watching by myself and throwing things at my TV or yelling in my car. So thank you. You do as much for me as you think that I do for you. So there's that. All right. Now she's going to talk a little bit about this crazy Jason Spillers. And why in the world she would have called him to testify. Let's listen, because a lot of us had the same question. Why the hell would you have called that crazy guy who told everyone how wonderful it was to drink their urine every single day, and that a lot of people do it, and that it's really, really, really good for you? Here we go.
I know everybody in the free world was questioning the wisdom of my decision to put this man on the witness stand and let him ramble on incessantly. I promise you, it was not because I am a pea-brained female who is not capable of intelligent thought like Mr. Spillers would like you to believe. He provided some very valuable information.
Sorry, I interrupted her flow right there, so I'm going to take it back to let her finish that sentence without me singing Ramble on Rose in the middle of it. Look how different he looks in this picture than the way he looked on the stand, with his crazy, like, receding hairline and then the long hair in the back. It was like business in the back, business in the front, party in the back kind of hair. I've watched part of Jason Spillers, but we're going to watch some of it together. We got to see what happens, if they're going to let the jury deliberate tonight or if they're going to come back in the morning. Gives another definition to wicked piss. I love my Massachusetts friends. Wicked piss. Oh my goodness. Gloves are off. Yeah. Business in the front, party in the back. Hairline. He's got like, he doesn't even have a 4 head or a 5 head. He's got like at least a 6 or 7 head. Comb over, all of it. I usually say, let's not make fun of witnesses' appearances, but this guy who thinks that women are property, unleash. Well, we can wait to unleash until we watch his testimony. This is Katie Gropper. Thank you. Thank you very much. 13 flags. I'll look her up. All right, let's go.
Incessantly. I promise you, it was not because I am a pea-brained female who is not capable of intelligent thought like Mr. Spillers would like you to believe. He provided some very valuable information, and he provided context to some things that you needed to have. There were statements made by Chloe Driver in this case about his new friends in the group, about her new existence, about how things had changed when he had gotten these new followers. Who do you think she's talking about? Old Crazy Pants. And he took this witness stand and talked about drinking his own pee,
talking about all of his crazy views about women and their inferiority and how they're not capable of intelligent thought. And most of what he had to say was complete garbage. And I expect that most of what he had to say, you all will probably completely disregard. But what became very clear is that him and Benyamin had this little intellectual bromance. And they probably sat around and acted like they were the two smartest men who ever lived on the face of the planet. And
Yes. The two of them had an intellectual bromance. She is a genius. Katie Gropper. I don't know if you can dethrone Tanis Yannetti as my queen, but girl, I am living for this right now. I am living, and she was saving this for her rebuttal. And she's like, everyone thought I was crazy for calling him. Here's why I was calling him. Here's why I called him. Because they were having an intellectual bromance, trying to prove that they were each the smartest person in the room. I'm sure you wondered why I rambled on. Let him ramble on. Oh my God, that's fantastic. Hold on.
You all will probably completely disregard. But what became very clear is that him and Benyamin had this little intellectual bromance. And they probably sat around and acted like they were the two smartest men who ever lived on the face of the planet. And things got different for Chloe and Hannah and the other women because Benyamin was in this little romance with his smart buddy, Jason Spillers, and the women were supposed to giggle and play and go do the things that women do because they're not smart enough to participate in intelligent thought. And so things got different for Chloe Driver, and she didn't like it. Those were her statements. You seeing it with your own two eyes, what her existence was, her wanting to get far away from Jason Spillers is not insane. That's reasonable because everybody in this courtroom felt the same way.
Genius.
They did not want to be around him because he was difficult to be around.
Oh my God, this is like the reverse, what's that football play? Like, give me an analogy for this. This is like the double reverse serpentine. Call it, I can't even think of something genius enough to describe what she is doing here. She called him as a witness, and now she is calling him crazy and saying it wouldn't be delusional for her to want to get away from this guy. It would be completely normal because all of you want to get away from this guy too. And you guys aren't crazy. It's like the flea flicker. That's it, the flea flicker. Thank you, Katie. It's the flea flicker. Well done, Katie Gropper. Well done, sister.
And so he needed to come before you. You needed to see that with your own two eyes because it provides context to her statements about why she did what she did and why she was feeling the way she felt. And what were those statements? We knew that Jason Spillers was new to this group and that he had met Z in April of 2020. Chloe's been in the picture for 3 years, and it was just the last couple of months when things really went to go sideways. And it was after he joined the group. This is telling. He started spending a lot of time with them around July of 2020, and it definitely provided context for her statements to the detective. The first thing she wrote about why she did it, he didn't do it, I did it. I was going insane. I no longer wanted to be with his friends, but kept coming back for him. I only wanted my baby and husband, but he refused. When she said, I no longer wanted to be with his friends, she's talking about Jason Spillers. And you needed to see it. You needed to see it because her reasons and her motivation behind committing this act wasn't her delusions, it was her reality. It was the day-to-day life that she was subjected to, having to be around these two men. Her motivation was her reality, not her delusion. And you saw it. She told us why. When I stood up here in my opening statements, I said, pay attention to the why. It will help you solve the legal equation. It will help you put the pieces together. Why did she commit this act? This is when she was writing to Benyamin. No, I went to get a knife. I couldn't handle being with the group anymore, and you left me no alternative with certain threats. Taking the money and not letting me just buy land and be with her as long as I needed. You had the whole group to take care of and blamed me for all the problems. These were her statements to Benyamin. She was fed up.
She didn't want to be with this group. She didn't want to be with his friends. She wanted a normal life for her baby. She did not want him to keep recruiting more wives and more people to have to take care of and divide the attention even more. These were her statements. I just wanted to have a normal life for Nimsy. These were the very first statements that she was making to the people she cares about, her mom, Benyamin, and to the detectives in the case about why she committed the act. None of this is delusional. It is all very, very rooted in her reality, which was a living hell.
Purple coconut. So being trapped, purple coconut says being trapped in a cult and coercively controlled doesn't count. No, both things can be true. That can totally count towards the jury's decision, and they may find her not guilty by reason of insanity. And I can also believe that this is a masterful closing rebuttal. I'm talking merely about the skill of this attorney right now and merely how genius it was to turn Spillers around. Genius strategy. Doesn't mean she's going to win. Don't get me wrong. I'm a legal commentator, so I'm going to commentate on the skill of the respective attorneys involved and what I think works and what I think doesn't work. I don't know if she's going to win with this argument, but I do think it's a genius strategy. And I can't remember the last time I stopped a closing and said that it was genius. Probably Alan Jackson. But understand how rare it is to have a moment like this, to watch a moment like this. You don't see this. And you know, because you guys watch a lot of trials. You watch a lot with me. You watch a lot with other creators. You watch a lot on your own. You don't see this very often. And she's on worldwide television right now. Think about that. We talk about this a lot, how these kind of cases can make or break your career. Remember what happened to Marsha Clark after she lost the OJ case? She kind of disappeared. Sometimes, you know, it's a net nothing, you know. It's even. Doesn't really help you. Doesn't really hurt you most of the time. Sometimes it'll hurt you if you lose a case that everyone thinks you should have won. But this is a huge win for her, just for her career in general, and the worldwide audience that is watching this right now, because this is what she's done here is masterful. You don't get to see this a lot. We have to appreciate it and savor it while we can. That is my TED Talk. Thank you for coming.
These are her notes to the doctor that evaluated her shortly after she was hospitalized. I was stating for months I couldn't handle my husband's lifestyle anymore. She didn't want to be around all these people. He collects people to live with us, and after we got 3 more people, Sarah, Jessica, Jason, I started perceiving them as ganging up on me and leaving me out and changing stories. She's referencing the existence that was her reality. She is not referencing delusions. And you saw 4 hours from Jason Spillers, which was a little glimpse of what every day of her life must have been like. For the first 2 years, not so much, because it was just us traveling, but once he got people listening to him more, I started feeling scared and was begging for attention for us to be with the baby. These were the things that she wrote about why she committed these acts. They're not delusional. They're reasonable. Because wanting a husband and a child and not being in a cult, that's not unreasonable. That's not irrational. It's not delusional. That is a reasonable thought process. It was just the realities of her situation that she chose to commit the act she did because she could not deal with the reality of the situation that she chose to put herself in. The doctor who evaluated her in the hospital, patient felt the only way out was to kill her daughter and herself. He did not notate that she killed her daughter because of any delusions. He notated that her motivation for committing the act was because her and her daughter, it was the only way for them to get out. And that is not a delusion. And that
Well, sometimes it does this. Sometimes it like skips ahead. Hold on. We got to get back to where we were.
You cannot join a cult or an oppressive situation or be in an abusive relationship and now the law no longer apply to you.
Wait, hold
You
on.
still have to answer for your decisions. You still have to suffer consequences. Committed the act, then the circumstances surrounding the act are really important. And Dr. Garrett, in
We're on the
committing
note.
this act, wasn't her delusions, it was her reality.
We're around here,
It
right?
was the day-to-day life that she was subjected to, having to be around these two men. Her motivation was her reality, not her delusion. And you saw it. She told us why. When I stood up here in my opening statements, I said, pay attention to the why. It will help you solve the legal equation. It will help you put the pieces together. Why did she commit this act? This is when she was writing to Benyamin. No, I went to get a knife. I couldn't handle being with the group anymore, and you left me no alternative with certain threats. Taking the money and not letting me just buy land and be with her as long as I needed. You had the whole group to take care of and blamed me for all the problems. These were her statements to Benyamin. She was fed up. She didn't want to be with this group. She didn't want to be with his friends.
Well, it hasn't happened in a really long time, but I did just kick myself out. I swiped left. I swiped left? It's the mouse pad. StreamYard does not. I know it's classic. I haven't done it in a long time, right? Oops, I did it again. That's okay, because you know what? We were a little too we were a little bit we went a little back a little too far, I think, right? But it's okay, because we're just gonna FF. If you know, you know. So we were, I think, after the next note, right? Here. I think we're right around here. Okay. Sorry.
I couldn't handle my husband's lifestyle anymore. She didn't want to be around all these people. He collects people to live with us, and after we got 3 more people, Sarah, Jessica, Jason, I started perceiving them as ganging up on me and leaving me out and changing stories. She's referencing the existence that was her reality. She is not referencing delusions. And you saw 4 hours from Jason Spillers, which was a little glimpse of what every day of her life must have been like. For the first 2 years, not so much, because it was just us traveling, but once he got people listening to him more, I started feeling scared and was begging for attention for us to be with the baby. These were the things that she wrote about why she committed these acts. They're not delusional. They're reasonable. Because wanting a husband and a child and not being in a cult, that's not unreasonable. That's not irrational. It's not delusional. That is a reasonable thought process. It was just the realities of her situation that she chose to commit the act she did because she could not deal with the reality of the situation that she chose to put herself in. The doctor who evaluated her in the hospital, patient felt the only way out was to kill her daughter and herself. He did not notate that she killed her daughter because of any delusions. He notated that her motivation for committing the act was because her and her daughter, it was the only way for them to get out. And that is not a delusion. And that is certainly not a delusion that, if true, would justify the act under the self-defense laws. This is not criminal insanity. This is her making a decision out of desperation because of the situation that was her reality. She told us why she did it. November the 25th of 2020, she Googled killing someone to save them. This is consistent with what all the doctors said about what she said about her feelings about Hannah. The last doctor, Dr. Zahm, said essentially the overarching theme of things, whether they were rooted in her religious beliefs or rooted in her delusions, the overarching theme was, saving her daughter from a life of suffering. And that's consistent with what we know she Googled on November the 25th. And that is not a delusion that, if true, would justify the act. It is not insanity under the law. She was not motivated by her delusions or her insanity. She was motivated by her reality. And I think what kind of highlights that is, ironically, the testimony of Gabriella Benyamin's ex-wife. You know, she said it was difficult to leave. She said she didn't have mental health problems and she thought about killing herself. It was a difficult existence that they found themselves in.
And she's a different
and
person.
She wasn't delusional at all. She thought about just ending it, not because of delusions, but because of reality, because of the circumstances that they experienced. I want to talk to you about the evidence that demonstrates that she understood the ability to distinguish between right and wrong. Dr. Ballard indicated, when asked if she thought her behavior was wrong, Chloe Driver expressly said, yeah, as soon as it happened, I regretted it. I thought I shouldn't have done this. This was not supposed to happen. Dr. Garrett.
Another excellent PowerPoint. If you're not looking at your screen, you might want to come look at it now.
She recalled apologizing to Hannah and told her daughter how much she loved her. I knew this was wrong from the beginning. These are the statements that she made from her own mouth to these doctors. And Dr. Zahm, who testified last, said, that's not inconsistent with my assessment of the situation. You saw one of the first things that she wrote was, how long is my prison sentence going to be for killing her?
She did.
It was very, very clear that she appreciated the consequences of her actions. She understood the wrongfulness of it, but she still did it. This was not an inability to distinguish between right and wrong. She chose to kill Hannah knowing it was wrong. And she said that out of her own mouth. Now, when we talk about the delusional compulsion, I gave you the law, and I want to just refresh your memory on it one more time because it was misstated by Ms. Trethewey. The defendant has to be laboring under the delusion at the time of the commission of the act. The criminal act itself has to be connected with the particular delusion, and it has to be as to a fact that, if true, would justify the act under Georgia self-defense laws. And we talked about that. In order to justify the act, she would either have to believe that force, that killing her was necessary to prevent serious bodily injury or death to herself, or to prevent Hannah from committing a forcible felony. There's zero evidence of that. There is no evidence and no possible way that this third rung of the delusional compulsion insanity defense can be met. Dr. Garrett, when she testified, she indicated she did not ask Chloe any questions about the cult dynamics or the conflict in the cult, despite the notes that Chloe wrote in the hospital, the ones that we just talked about, the ones that sort of demonstrated what her motivation for committing the act was. The doctor did not ask her about the dynamics of the group, did not ask her about the cult culture. She also did not ask her any details about the crime itself. She didn't give any details about what she was doing in that room, what the play-by-play was. If your inquiry is what was her state of mind at the time she committed the act, then the circumstances surrounding the act are really important. And Dr. Garrett instead said she didn't find it to be particularly relevant. She said, I asked her what she was thinking and how she was feeling. Except for Dr. Garrett is not her therapist. This is a question of legal insanity. It is a question of law. And Ms. Trethewey indicated that Dr. Garrett is the state's expert. Dr. Garrett works for a state agency in the same way that, like, a teacher might be a state employee. She's not the state's expert. We didn't hire her. We didn't retain her. The facts that came before you is I sent her a referral form after there was a court order for her to complete an assessment. Dr. Roberta Ballard is a private doctor that was hired by the defense. Then the state agency did an evaluation of her. Then an independent expert did an evaluation of her. That is all very common procedure in criminal cases. So when she says this is the state's expert, it is the state's expert in the context of she works for a state agency, but not the state of Georgia that is prosecuting this case. She is not affiliated with us.
I want to talk to you about, I completed this chart with her on the stand. And I said, tell me what the delusions were. Give them to me. What did she say were the delusions? Because this jury is going to have to make decisions about what the particular delusion was that she was laboring under, whether it was connected to the act, and whether that delusion, if true, justified the act. That's your legal equation. And so we went through these. And so she indicated the particular delusions connected with the act of murdering Hannah was that everything was telling her to do it. People talking about death, thinking she should do it. Seeing none. So let's play that out for a minute.
Hi there, Dahlia Lynn. Chloe is the defendant, and she's from Canton, Georgia. You can't make it up. And her name is Chloe Driver. And there's a cult involved here. And we're on the state's rebuttal, so we're almost done.
Here's a knife. I see it. We're going to assume that everything in my head is true. And my head is telling me that everybody in this jury box is telling me to take this knife and go stab Mr. Focus. So if we assume that's true, that all 14 of you, 15 of you, are telling me, Katie, take that knife and go stab him. Do it. Take the knife, go stab him. Would I be legally justified in doing that? No, absolutely not. Just because the whole world and the whole room wants me to kill him, it doesn't mean I'm legally justified in doing it. And that's what I mean when I say that if we assume it's true, it has to justify the act. And that's why it's really a narrow category, very narrow category of cases where the person that gets killed or harmed is perceived in their mind to be an immediate threat to them. Hannah would have to be an immediate threat to her. If Mr. Focus, if I looked at him and I was having a distorted thinking or a delusional thought and I thought he was about to hurt me, and we assume that my delusional thinking is true, then maybe I'd be justified in defending myself and hurting him back. But that is not the evidence in this case. And none of these delusions, which ones, if true, would justify the act? And the answer is 0. There are none. Absolutely not a shred
Another
of
great
evidence
visual.
that she ever thought Hannah was a harm to her or anybody else. Dr. Ballard, when she was asked about things that Chloe Driver actually said close in time to the crime, which is the handwritten notes, I asked her about Mr. Focus asked her about the handwritten notes. She indicated that it's misguided to assume that anything she said a day later is controlling. But the fact of the matter is, the question, the legal question, is what her state of mind was at the time she committed the offense. Lots of people gain insight into their behavior and their actions and the things that they did as time goes on. But the pertinent question for you is, what was her state of mind in the moment that she committed the offense? So in that regard, don't you think that her statements close in time, her condition close in time, her mental state close in time is the most relevant? And she just disregarded it. The question is, what was her mental state at the time of the crime? I really do not want to revisit all of these body cameras gratuitously, but she is making statements and I need you to hear them. She has presence of mind. She understands the situation. She says repeatedly, let him be with her.
Well, Sherilyn, this may answer your question. How can any of us know what another is thinking at any moment? Well, her testimony would have helped, but she didn't testify. Let's see if there's anything on this body cam that can give us any insight.
Just get there 39, bro. Come on. Just get there 39. Come on. Take him. Come on, go upstairs. Come on.
She's not delusional. She's oriented. She knows exactly what's happening. She wants the baby's dad to be able to be with her when she dies. She understands the severity of the situation. She is mentally there. The EMT calls Hannah a boy, and she corrects her.
Thank you, Tara.
She
Thank
says it's a
you.
he, and Chloe says it's a girl. She has a severe presence of mind. She knows exactly what is happening in that room. She says, "Is that it? That's goodbye?" She understands the consequence of her decision to stab that baby. She understands that her death is impending, and she understands the wrongness of her actions. And she shows us that in the minutes after she committed the act. She asks whether Hannah's still alive. She is not delusional or unclear about what she just did or why she did it. She has presence of mind. She understands the consequences. She understands the permanency, and she understands the result. Dr. Ballard focused primarily on Chloe Driver being a victim of coercive control. There was a lot of testimony about her being a domestic violence victim. And one of the things that Ms. Trethaway said that maybe just landed a little wrong for me is that, you know, everybody at this table, this goes against everything that they've ever been trained to believe about domestic violence victims. And the thing is, I've been a prosecutor for 17 years. And I've done nothing but crimes against women and children my entire career. And I've encountered a lot of domestic violence victims. And I've never stood up here and told you that Chloe Driver didn't experience domestic violence. I have never said that. And I'm not going to say that. What I have said is that Chloe Driver didn't experience any domestic violence in Cherokee County. So we have nothing to prosecute. We have jurisdiction over the crimes that were committed in Cherokee County, which was the murder of Hannah Driver. And the other thing I know about domestic violence victims is they don't get a free pass under the law to murder their children. No matter how bad their situation is, the law still has to apply to them. Just because they have experienced something terrible in their life does not give them the right to murder innocent, defenseless little children. And that is not because we don't care about domestic violence victims. It's because the matter before us and the crime committed in Cherokee County and the relevant issues in this case are not domestic violence. They're murder of a child.
Step away from the mic, person with the bubble wrap.
It is clear that some of these experts and the defense really don't place any responsibility on Ms. Driver at all for any of her actions. And it's something I ask you to consider and think about in the context of a cult. Because in theory, if there is one cult leader and then there are all these cult followers, are we to believe that any criminal actions by anybody who joins this cult, they are no longer responsible for? They don't have to answer for their choices and their decisions because there's one person that's manipulative and controlling at the top. So now all of a sudden everybody is absolved themselves of criminal responsibility and free will. But that is not the law. You cannot join a cult or an oppressive situation or be in an abusive relationship and now the law no longer apply to you. You still have to answer for your decisions. You still have to suffer consequences of your criminal actions. The judge is going to tell you that the evidence that came before you about the abuse of Chloe Driver by Benyamin is really only relevant for a very narrow reason. And the state was not trying to ask you to ignore anything or distract you or have you look away from things. It's just really not the question before you, whether or not she was abused. The judge is going to tell you that the only relevant purpose for that testimony is whether or not it sheds light on her mental state. That is relevant to her insanity defense.
So to the extent that her abusive, controlling, oppressive situation, we've never said she didn't experience those things. She probably did. It's just not really the issue before you to diagnose or decide. But to what extent do those things have an impact on her mental state? And what I want to tell you is the defense expert kept using the term coercive control. And the truth is coercion is not a defense to murder under the laws of the state of Georgia. So
I'm speeding her up because, you know, we all need to stand up and stretch. You've been sitting here for almost 7 hours.
only thing you're concerning yourself with in this case is whether or not she meets the definition of insanity under the law. And even if you take these abusive events and you think about, how they might have impacted her mental state, you still have to determine whether she meets the definition of insanity. You still got to go back to those two tests. Could she distinguish right from wrong? And was she suffering under the compulsion of delusion that, if true, would justify the act? So even assuming that you believe she was this oppressed victim of domestic violence by Benyamin, and you believe all the stuff about what her treatment was probably like, she still, in order for it to be a defense, has to meet the definition of insanity under the law. So you have to put that evidence about her treatment by Benyamin into the proper context, and the judge will tell you the only context that it is relevant to in this particular case in terms of solving the legal question before you is to what extent you think that impacted her ability to distinguish from right from wrong, and to what extent that impacted her delusions that were connected to the act, that if true would justify the act. And once you kind of do the math and do the equation, you will arrive at the conclusion that none of the delusions would justify the act legally, and that she clearly understood the permanency of her decision and the consequences of her actions. Dr. Ballard also did talk a little bit about her diagnostic testing, and I think this is important to discuss. Miss Driver had an invalid score on her assessment, and she over-endorsed and over-reported symptoms. And so there was questioning by Mr. Bogus about that, because that's obviously concerning in the context of a forensic evaluation when the test scores essentially show that she's exaggerating. And it showed that she had a very high scores and that she had a motivated response. But when asked about it, the doctor basically indicated, well, it could mean that, she's trying to get herself out of trouble, but I just interpreted it as a cry for help. She chose instead to interpret it as she's just piling on all these extra symptoms and exaggerating her symptoms because she's desperate for help. But the fact of the matter is she's already in the jail, she's already receiving mental health help, she's already medicated, she's already away from him, even though she's continuing to reach out to him and call him. So why did this expert choose to discount the possibility that Ms. Driver was potentially exaggerating her symptoms to benefit herself in a criminal case, and instead just chose to call this a cry for help? It's something to consider with regard to Ms. Driver, because we know some things about her. She's not dumb. She has above average intelligence, according to the last expert. She manipulated the doctors and the jail staff in order to get access to an unrecorded office line where she was supposed to speak to only her lawyer and her mother when she is in jail for murder. And she uses this unrecorded office line and abuses those privileges to continue to call him. Of course, once it's detected by us, they immediately revoke her privileges and put an end to it. But then what does she do? She continues to communicate with him after his number has been blocked by the jail, and intentionally does not share that information with the doctors that are evaluating her because it doesn't fit into the narrative that she's desperately trying to escape him and she's being held against her will. The state has never said she wasn't a domestic violence victim, but this narrative that she was held against her will and she couldn't leave and she had no access to money and he would take her phone, it's not true. Maybe he was controlling her mind, but the undisputed evidence is she had a phone in her bag, she had $1,000 in her bag, she had spent 2 days at her parents' house just days before she murdered her daughter. She didn't say anything to her parents about wanting to go get mental health help or thinking about killing her baby. Miss Trethewey stood up here and said,
Okay, she was ahead. She was ahead. She could have, this is like a good example of quit while you're ahead. I think she could have quit while she was ahead. She's still under his spell. I agree. Let's not mock her mental illness. Let's just keep it to the narrow focus of she knew what she was doing at the time. Right? My freeze game is on point.
well, all these people could have done something to prevent it. If Jason and Benyamin and Sarah and Jessica would have just gotten her help. But she was at her parents' house for 2 days, right before this happened.
We heard
that
from her
video
mother.
on November the 27th when she said, he has my baby against my will. She went to her parents' house after that.
Her parents
That's
were
what
not
the
going to help
evidence
her.
was. And she said, Miss Trethewey stood up here in front of you and said she was not going to leave him without her baby. She had to go back to him. She was not going to leave him without her baby. The evidence is she was not going to leave him, period. Because her baby was dead. She murdered her baby. And then she continued to communicate with him for over 2 years. Murdering Hannah in her rational, medicated, stable state, understanding she murdered her own child, she continued to reach out to him and call him over 600 times. This wasn't about Hannah. Hannah could not be held over her head. Hannah could not be stolen away by Benyamin. Hannah was gone. Hannah was dead. And she still made that choice. And the thing is, there are consequences for choices. If you want to get away from somebody, there's no better place than county jail, because he can't get in and he can't call you. But she found ways to get to him. She convinced 6 other inmates to use their phone pins for over 2 years so she could continue to contact him, and had 617 calls. All of this was while she was medicated and stable and not delusional. She learned from the best in terms of her ability to manipulate the process, manipulate the system. The evidence in this case is that these groups were fraudsters by trade. They had plans to go steal houses that were bank owned on Zillow. They had taken out all these COVID loans. They didn't have any insurance. They had all this trust documentation. They found out ways to get free cars. They had tons of money. None of these people had jobs, and they had a ton of money in the bank, because they would just lie, cheat, and steal from the government in a way that benefited them. And the questioning of Dr. Zahm at the end was, oh yeah, she understood. She knew the inner workings of how to game the system. She was very, very educated and knowledgeable about it. She told Dr. Zahm she was 80 pounds when she entered the hospital, which was a under-report of 33 pounds from what her actual weight was. And maybe that's not a significant fact to you, but it's just a fact that's not true. It's just something that's not supported by objective, independent evidence. And so it's something to pay attention to. What is her motive in this case? How is she attempting to paint herself despite her intentional, repetitive conduct to the contrary? She had a conversation with her father just prior to being evaluated by Dr. Zahm, where they discussed that she would be screwing herself if she acted normal in that evaluation. Those are things for y'all to consider. What she has to gain or lose in this case. What she might have to gain from over-exaggerating her symptoms. And why her statements at the hospital, when she was at her lowest, and she was sad, and she was wrong, and she's just telling it, why those statements are really the more credible statements about what motivated her act. What did every expert agree on? Every single one. Dr. Zahm, Dr. Ballard, Dr. Garrett, they all said she never believed Hannah was a threat to her or anyone else. And because of that, the third prong of that delusional compulsion insanity defense cannot and will not be met. So why did she do it? I thought a lot about that, and I'm sure you have too. What was the prevailing emotion when she gave in and decided she was going to end it for both of them? Was it desperation? Was it anger at her situation? Was it a mercy killing? Was she saving Hannah? Did she just feel hopeless? Was she mentally ill? It's not the insanity defense. If this is what you think any of her motivation was in committing the act, none of those are insanity under the law. Because no matter how hopeless you feel, no matter how desperate you feel, no matter how angry you feel, no matter how frustrated you feel, you don't get to commit the act of murder. And that is the law. What does the evidence actually show in this case? This was not a fleeting moment of insanity. It wasn't. The evidence shows that she thought about it, that she planned it. She had searched how to snap a neck. She had searched killing someone to save them. And you'll have her searches back there and you can go through them and you see the progression, because on about November 22nd and 23rd, she starts questioning the ideologies of the group. Am I sinning? Like, should I be with this man that has multiple wives? She's starting to question her reality. She's not questioning her delusions, she's questioning her reality. And then she starts to wonder about what the consequences of those certain things are. None of those are delusional. And then she starts to plan her exit strategy. And the evidence is she was weighing her options. She was Googling, and you can look at her phone and see, she was Googling travel plans. She was Googling bus tickets, how to get a bus ticket for a 13-month-old, woman traveling alone with baby. She was evaluating the other options. She was thinking about leaving. She was desperately tied to him and loved him. And as I said in my opening statement, she could not decide if she wanted to stay or go, so she picked a different option. And that is what the evidence shows. She was so desperate.
She's getting into evil stepsisters territory now, and I have a note here to remind you, because I wanted to remind myself to talk about how initially I thought, contrast her to those evil stepsisters in the Ashley Benefield case and how they mocked her and they were so mean to her and how she seemed so sensitive and she seems like she's not doing that. And now she's kind of crossing over into that territory and I don't like it. And I think she could have stayed in the territory she was in before and it would have been better, in my opinion.
Desperate to not know which one she wanted, that she just decided to end it for both of them, except for she was unsuccessful for herself. She was at her parents' house for days between when she Googled those thoughts of wanting to kill Hannah and when she actually killed Hannah. That's what the evidence is. So she wasn't deprived of the ability to get the help she wanted. She just wasn't ready to give him up. Her mom said she stayed for a couple of days and then she went to look at some property with him in Knoxville. And we know she wasn't ready to give him up because she stuck it out with him for years, even after she killed Hannah. If killing your own child doesn't wake you up, what does? She made those choices. She was not a captive. She had the ability to go. She had the ability to call 911. She had the ability to access money. That's what the evidence has been before you. She chose not to. This is ultimately what the evidence in this case shows. She was not motivated by her delusions, her insanity, or her mental illness. What she was motivated by was her reality. And it was a reality that she chose over and over and over again. I'm asking you to hold her accountable for what she did to Hannah. Because while there may be some evidence that she's suffered a difficult life or that she's experienced certain things, that does not give her the right to take away the life of a 13-month-old child. That does not give her the right to stab that baby girl who did nothing to her repeatedly. There were so many other choices. So many other choices. And she chose that. There have to be consequences under the law for killing defenseless, innocent children. And when you apply the law, when you do the legal formula, when you look at the insanity laws, you will clearly see she does not meet them. And that the only true verdict in this case is one that holds her responsible for her actions, just as anybody else who committed an act like this would be, to find her guilty.
Oh, please be done.
This is the last place that Hannah experienced life. She stabbed this baby girl to death until what the ER doctor said, she was empty. She had no blood left. That was a violent, heinous, horrible way to die. And I don't care how bad your life is, you do not get to do that to this baby girl. And there be no consequences for you. She chose that life, Hannah did not. Hold her responsible. Apply the law. Apply the law in a reasoned way that doesn't play into sympathy, that is objective, that speaks to justice. That is your duty. And when you apply the law and you objectively evaluate the facts in this case, the only conclusion that you can reach is her guilt.
Thank you. Members of the jury, then the next phase of the trial will be that I will instruct you on the law that you should apply to the evidence that you've heard in this case. However, we're going to let you take a recess before I do that. I had mentioned to you at the beginning of the trial that you are not allowed to have any kind of electronic device with you in the jury room during deliberation. So if you have phones, laptops, tablets, anything of that nature with you in the jury box or in the jury room, please remove them from the jury room. You may take them to a vehicle. You may give them to the bailiffs, who will have a box outside the deliberation room so that you can access them during breaks if you would like to. Leave us your notepads. Don't start talking about the case with each other. You have not heard the law that applies from the court yet, and we will see you back, we'll say at 20 till. Be back in the jury room at 20 till 4.
All right, we're going to fast forward because we are through the break. Is she going to let them deliberate tonight? Does anybody know? Tara Boston, thank you so much for the 50. That's amazing. You're an amazing girl. It says long day for you. Tough case for the jury. Thanks, as always, for keeping us informed. Love your channel, Mods and Chat. We love you, Tara Boston, so much. Thank you. Always so very kind and generous, as Natalie Merchant sang. You're so kind and generous. I don't know how you keep on giving. Lori, thank you for your super sticker. And Jenny Grace is here. Hi, Jenny. Thanks for the 10. Yay, Melanie. This case has been chilling to watch and digest. I need to catch up. Curious to know your thoughts. Thanks, Mods and Chat, too. We have the best moderators on YouTube and the best chat, the snarkiest, funniest chat. There hasn't been that much to be funny about today, considering today is the first day they were covering this trial and it's the last day of the trial. So we're going to catch up on thoughts in a little bit. This is a tough one. This is tough. This is tough. I thought the prosecutor's rebuttal was great until she started going off too much. I think she should have quit while she was ahead when I was talking about how amazing that rebuttal was. Papa George, thank you for the 5. Brennan's alter ego. This case is so sad. If she wasn't having delusions, would have taken everything she had to wield that knife, in my opinion. No. And then part of me says, well, you'd have to be absolutely delusional and insane to even want to kill your child, to even want to go through with it, right? I mean, there's that element too. It's just, I don't know. I don't know, man. We found a little bit of levity at times. I'm really curious if she's going to let them deliberate tonight or if they're going to go home.
Their interest or lack of interest.
Well, I'm going to put her on high speed so we can catch up. Anyway, these are jury instructions. That's where we're going now. But there was a 4th option that nobody talked about, and I wanted to hear about that option. I got to go back to the PowerPoint to find it. Well, maybe the judge will talk about it. Let's let her talk.
Members of the jury, you are considering the case of the state of Georgia versus Chloe Alexis Driver. The grand jury has indicted the defendant with 1 count of malice murder, 2 counts of felony murder, 1 count of aggravated assault, and 1 count of cruelty to children in the 1st degree. The indictment reads as follows. In the Superior Court of Cherokee County, the grand jurors selected, chosen, and sworn for the County of Cherokee, and they are named in count 1, in the name and behalf of the citizens of the state of Georgia, charge and accuse Chloe Alexis Driver with the offense of malice murder. For that the said accused, on or about the 8th day of December 2020 in Cherokee County, Georgia, did then and there, unlawfully, with malice aforethought, cause the death of Hannah Nicole Driver, a human being, by stabbing Hannah Nicole Driver in the neck with a knife, contrary to the laws of this state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof. In count 2, the grand jurors aforesaid, in the name and behalf of the citizens of Georgia, further charge and accuse Chloe Alexis Driver with the offense of murder. For that the said accused, on or about the 8th day of December 2020 in Cherokee County, Georgia, did then and there, while in the commission of the offense of aggravated assault, a felony as alleged in count 4 of this indictment, caused the death of Hannah Nicole Driver, a human being, by stabbing Hannah Nicole Driver in the neck with a knife, contrary to the laws of this state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof. In count 3, the grand jurors aforesaid, in the name and behalf of the citizens of Georgia, further charge and accuse Chloe Alexis Driver with the offense of felony murder. For that the said accused, on or about the 8th day of December 2020 in Cherokee County, Georgia, did then and there, while in the commission of the offense of cruelty to children in the 1st degree, a felony as alleged in count 5 of this indictment, caused the death of Hannah Nicole Driver, a human being, by stabbing Hannah Nicole Driver in the neck with a knife, contrary to the laws of this state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof. And in count 5, the grand jurors aforesaid, in the name and behalf of the citizens of Georgia, further charge and accuse Chloe Alexis Driver with the offense of cruelty to children in the 1st degree. For that the said accused, on or about the 8th day of December 2020 in Cherokee County, Georgia, did then and there maliciously cause Hannah Nicole Driver, a child under the age of 18 years, cruel and excessive physical and mental pain by stabbing Hannah Nicole Driver in the neck with a knife, contrary to the laws of this state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof. It has been filed on behalf of Shannon Wallace, the elected district attorney, on March 8, 2021. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty to this indictment. The indictment and plea form the issue that you are to decide. Neither the indictment nor the plea of not guilty should be considered as evidence. The defendant is presumed to be innocent until proven guilty. the defendant enters upon the trial of the case with a presumption of innocence in his favor. This presumption remains with the defendant until it is overcome by the state with evidence that is sufficient to convince you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the offense charged. No person shall be convicted of any crime unless and until each element of the crime charged is proven beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof rests upon the state to prove every material allegation of the indictment and every essential element of the crime charged beyond a reasonable doubt. There is no burden of proof upon the defendant whatsoever, and the burden never shifts to the defendant to introduce evidence or to prove innocence. When a defense is raised by the evidence, the burden is on the state to negate or disprove it beyond a reasonable doubt. However, the state is not required to prove the guilt of the accused beyond all doubt or to a mathematical certainty. A reasonable doubt means just what it says. A reasonable doubt is a doubt of a fair-minded, impartial juror honestly seeking the truth. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon common sense and reason. It does not mean a vague or arbitrary doubt, but is a doubt for which a reason can be given, arising from a consideration of the evidence, a lack of evidence, or a conflict in the evidence. After giving consideration,
Again, an instruction on reasonable doubt. Not every court does this. Judge Dewey K. Arthur in Rankin County, Mississippi didn't do this. He said, oh, it's obvious. Jury knows what reasonable doubt is in the Carly Gregg trial. I beg to differ on that.
to all of the facts and circumstances of this case, if your minds are wavering, unsettled, or unsatisfied, then that is a doubt of the law, and you should acquit the defendant. But if that doubt does not exist in your minds as to the guilt of the accused, then you would be authorized to convict the defendant. If the state fails to prove the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, it would be your duty to acquit the defendant. I will interject here that this is not a gender-specific charge, and sometimes I'll be saying he, and sometimes I'll be saying she, but I am referring to the defendant, Ms. Driver, in this case, in these instructions. Facts and circumstances that merely place upon the defendant a grave suspicion of the crime charged, or that merely raise a speculation or conjecture of the defendant's guilt, are not sufficient to authorize a conviction of the defendant. Members of the jury, it is my duty and responsibility to determine the law that applies to this case and to instruct you on that law. You are bound by these instructions. It is your responsibility to determine the facts of the case from all of the evidence presented. Then you must apply the law I give you in the charge to the facts as you find them to be. Your oath requires that you will decide this case based on evidence. Evidence is the means by which...
Yeah, I'm very confused. Okay, well, I know everybody's confused. Everybody's confused because everybody's putting some different information on in the chat. So I want to clarify this. There are 4 options. Guilty. Guilty, she goes to prison. Not guilty, she walks. She goes home. Not guilty by reason of insanity. She does not go home. She goes to a psychiatric facility. She's in the custody of the state, and they hold her there for an indeterminate period of time. Could be forever. What they did not explain to me, which is what I want to know, is the fourth choice, which is guilty but mentally ill. Nobody explained that to us. What happens if she's guilty but mentally ill? No, so not guilty by reason of insanity. See, that's not the way the defense explained it in closing. She doesn't get to go home. She goes into a hospital. She goes into the state hospital. That even the state said that for an indeterminate period of time. So I want to know, guilty but mentally ill. She doesn't walk on not guilty reason of insanity. What happens if she's guilty but mentally ill? That's what I want to know. Does she get a certain number of years and get help? Nobody really explained that to us.
Any fact that is put in issue is established or disproved. Evidence includes all of the testimony of the witnesses and the exhibits admitted during trial. Evidence also includes stipulations of the attorneys. That is, any facts to which the attorneys have agreed with approval by the court. It does not include the indictment, the plea of not guilty, opening statements or closing arguments by the lawyers, or questions asked by the lawyers. The parties have entered into a stipulation that has been approved by the court. When parties stipulate facts, this is in the nature of evidence. You must take that fact or those facts as a given without the necessity of further proof. You make all decisions based on the evidence in this case. Evidence may be either direct or circumstantial or both. In considering the evidence, you may use reasoning and common sense to make deductions and reach conclusions. You should not be concerned about whether the evidence is direct or circumstantial. Direct evidence is the testimony of a person who asserts that he or she has actual knowledge of a fact, such as by personally observing or otherwise witnessing that fact. Circumstantial evidence is a proof of set of facts and circumstances that tend to prove or disprove another fact by inference, that is, by consistency with such fact or elimination of other facts. There is no legal difference in the weight you may give to either direct or circumstantial evidence. You would be authorized to convict only if the evidence, whether direct, circumstantial, or both, excludes all reasonable theories of innocence and proves the guilt of the accused beyond a reasonable doubt. The jury must determine the credibility or believability of the witnesses. In deciding credibility, you may consider all of the facts and circumstances of the case, the manner in which the witnesses testify, their intelligence, their means and opportunity for knowing the facts about which they testify, the nature of the facts about which they testify, the probability or improbability of their testimony, their interest or lack of interest in the case, and their personal credibility as you observe it. Testimony has been given by certain witnesses who are termed experts. Expert witnesses are those who, because of their training and experience, possess knowledge in a particular field that is not common knowledge or known to the average citizen. The law permits expert witnesses to give their opinions based on that training and experience. You are not required to accept the testimony of any witnesses, expert or otherwise. Testimony of an expert, like that of all witnesses, is to be given only such weight and credit as you think it is properly entitled to receive. To impeach a witness is to show that the witness is unworthy of belief. A witness may be impeached by disproving the facts to which the witness testified. Your assessment of a trial witness's credibility may be affected by comparing or contrasting that testimony to statements or testimony of that same witness before the trial started. It is for you to decide whether there is a reasonable explanation for any inconsistency in a witness's pretrial statements and testimony when compared to the same witness's trial testimony. As with all issues of witness credibility, you, the jury, must apply your common sense and reason to decide what testimony you believe or do not believe. The testimony of a single witness, if believed, is sufficient to establish a fact. Generally, there is no legal requirement of corroboration of a witness, provided you find the evidence to be sufficient. The defendant in a criminal case may take the stand and testify and be examined and cross-examined as any other witness. However, the defendant does not have to present any evidence nor testify. If the defendant chooses not to testify, you may not consider that in any way in making your decision. A statement that the defendant allegedly made while in custody has been offered for your consideration. Before you may consider this as evidence for any purpose, you must determine whether the defendant's statement was voluntary, and if the statement was given in custody, whether the defendant was properly advised of her constitutional rights. To be voluntary, a statement must be freely and willingly given without coercion, duress, threats, use of violence, fear of injury, or any suggestions or promises of leniency or reward. A statement induced by the slightest hope of benefit or the remotest fear of injury is not voluntary. To be voluntary, a statement must be the product of a free will and not under compulsion or any necessity imposed by others. In determining voluntariness, you may also consider to what extent the defendant was informed of her rights as discussed below. The burden of proof is upon the state to establish that the statement was voluntary, that is, freely and willingly made. If you do not find that the statement was voluntary, you may not consider it for any purpose. If you find that the statement was made while in custody and as a result of police questioning, you must also determine whether the defendant was advised of her constitutional rights and whether the defendant clearly understood and knowingly gave up such rights. The constitutional rights that law enforcement officers must explain and that the defendant must understand and voluntarily give up before any custodial statement is taken by law enforcement officers are as follows. The defendant had a right to remain silent. If the defendant chose not to remain silent, anything she said could be used as evidence against the defendant in court. The defendant had a right to consult a lawyer before any questioning and to have the lawyer present with her at all times during any questions. And if the defendant did not have money for a lawyer would have been provided for her to represent her before any questioning and to be present with her during any questioning. The burden of proof is upon the state to establish that the warnings of all rights mentioned were given, that they were understood and knowingly given up by the defendant. If you find, as mentioned above, that the defendant's statement was voluntary and that all of the warnings as to defendant's constitutional rights were given, that the defendant did understand the meaning of what was said and knowingly gave up such rights, then you may consider it as evidence. If so, then you must apply the general rules for testing the believability of witnesses and decide what weight, if any, you will give to all or any part of such evidence. If you fail to find defendant was properly informed of these rights and that she understood and gave up those rights, you must disregard the statement entirely and give it no consideration in reaching your verdict. You should consider with great care and caution the evidence of any out-of-court statement allegedly made by the defendant, offered by the state. The jury may believe any such statement in whole or in part, believing that which you find to be true and rejecting that which you find to be untrue. You alone have the duty to apply the general rules for testing the believability of witnesses and to decide what weight should be given to all or any part of such evidence. A defendant's out-of-court statement that is not supported by any other evidence is not sufficient to justify a conviction, even if you believe the unsupported statement. However, proof by other evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that the crime alleged has been committed may constitute supporting evidence of a defendant's statement, if any, should you so find. The law does not fix the amount of supporting evidence necessary. You must determine whether or not other evidence sufficiently supports a defendant's statement so as to justify conviction. If you find that there was a statement made by the defendant that was supported by other evidence, the degree of proof necessary to convict is that you be satisfied of the guilt of the defendant beyond any reasonable doubt. Evidence relating to DNA comparison has been admitted for your consideration. Identification by DNA comparison is considered opinion evidence and is governed by the law concerning opinion testimony as has been given to you. As opinion testimony, evidence relating to DNA comparison is dependent upon many factors. Among the factors are the credibility and accuracy of the witnesses who were involved with the process of obtaining, identifying, preserving, recording, and maintaining the physical evidence, and upon the accuracy and validity of the testing procedures themselves used to form such opinions. All of these issues are matters for you to consider and determine. It is for you to determine what weight, if any, you will give to the evidence relating to DNA comparison in your decision in this case. The defendant is charged with crimes against the laws of this state. A crime is a violation of a statute of this state in which there is a joint operation of an act and intention. Intent is an essential element of any crime and must be proved by the state beyond a reasonable doubt. Intent may be shown in many ways, provided you, the jury, believe that it existed from the proven facts before you. It may be inferred from the proven circumstances or by acts and conduct, or it may be, in your discretion, inferred when it is the natural and necessary consequence of the act. Whether or not you draw such an inference is a matter solely within your discretion. This defendant will not be presumed to have acted with criminal intent, but you may find such intention, or the absence of it, upon a consideration of words, conduct, demeanor, motive, and other circumstances connected with the act for which the accused is being prosecuted. Every person is presumed to be of sound mind and discretion, but this presumption may be rebutted. You may infer, if you wish to do so, that the acts of a person of sound mind and discretion are the product of that person's will, and a person of sound mind and discretion intends the natural and probable consequences of those acts. Whether or not you make any such inference or inferences is a matter solely within the discretion of the jury. The law provides that criminal actions shall be indicted in the county in which the crime was allegedly committed. Venue, that is, whether a crime, if committed, was committed in Cherokee County, is a jurisdictional fact that must be proved by the state beyond a reasonable doubt as to each crime charged in the indictment, just as any other element of the offense. Venue must be proved by direct or circumstantial evidence or both. For malice murder, the state must prove that the defendant caused the death of another person unlawfully and with malice aforethought. The killing must have been done with malice to be murder. Malice, as the term is used here, is not necessarily ill will or hatred. Rather, it is the unlawful intent to kill without justification. You may find malice when the circumstances show that the defendant acted with the deliberate intention to unlawfully take the life of another person. You may also find malice where there does not appear to be significant provocation and all the circumstances of the killing show an abandoned and malignant heart. The state does not have to prove premeditation to prove murder. If a killing is done with malice, it is murder regardless of how briefly the malicious intent existed. No specific length of time is required for malice to arise in the defendant's mind. Malice may be formed in a moment, and instantly a fatal wound may be inflicted. If malice was in the defendant's mind at the time of the act and moved the defendant to do the act, that is enough for the killing to be murder. Premeditation typically means a prior decision or plan to do something. Premeditation is not an element of murder and does not need to be proved by the state for you to find malice aforethought. However, in determining whether malice existed at the time of the killing, you may consider any evidence of premeditation or the lack of it. The state does not have to prove motive to prove murder. Any evidence of motive has been admitted for your use in determining the defendant's state of mind at the time of the killing. For felony murder, the state must prove that the defendant caused the death of another person by committing a felony. The state does not have to show that the defendant acted with malice to prove felony murder. Count 2 of the indictment alleges the commission of felony murder based on the alleged commission of aggravated assault. Count 3 alleges the commission of felony murder based on the alleged commission of cruelty to children in the first degree. Aggravated assault and cruelty to children in the first degree are felonies, and I will define them for you shortly. You may find the defendant guilty of felony murder if you believe that he caused the death of another person by committing the felony of aggravated assault or the felony of cruelty to children in the first degree, as alleged in this indictment, regardless of whether he intended the death to occur. There must be some causal connection between the felony and the death. Felony murder is not established simply because the death occurred at the same time as or shortly after the felony was committed or attempted. The felony must have directly caused the death or played a substantial and necessary part in causing the death, regardless of when the death ultimately occurred. For aggravated assault, the state must prove that the defendant assaulted another person with an offensive weapon. To prove assault, the state does not have to prove that the other person was actually injured. However, the state must prove that the defendant attempted to cause a violent injury to the person or committed an act that placed the person in reasonable apprehension or fear of immediately receiving a violent injury. An offensive weapon is any object that is likely to cause or actually does cause death or serious bodily injury if used against someone. In deciding whether a knife is an offensive weapon, you may consider all of the following factors: the nature and extent of any injury inflicted, the character and capabilities of the weapon, the manner in which it was used, any display of it to the jury, and any other circumstances of the case. For cruelty to children in the first degree, the state must prove that the defendant maliciously caused cruel or excessive physical or mental pain to a child under the age of 18. In deciding whether the defendant acted maliciously, understand that malice is not ill will or hatred. Malice in this context means an intent to cause the pain without justification or excuse. Malice also means willfully doing an act while aware of a strong likelihood that pain may result. The act of committing suicide is not unlawful in Georgia. Only the act of assisting another person's effort to commit suicide is unlawful in Georgia. Every person is presumed to be of sound mind and discretion. However, this presumption may be rebutted. If you find that at the time of the alleged criminal act, the defendant was suffering from insanity or mental illness, then you shall determine whether the defendant is not guilty by reason of insanity, guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, or guilty beyond a reasonable doubt but mentally ill. The law makes a distinction between being insane at the time of the commission of the alleged criminal act and being mentally ill at the time of the alleged act. Therefore, it is necessary for you to understand this distinction. A person shall be found not guilty of...
Okay, I'm going to put this on regular speed because this is important now. Because this is, I think we all know she did the crime. We all know it was intentional. We all know she's not going to get a straight up not guilty. But it may be one of these two. And so we need to listen to the instructions. That's where the jury instructions are so important.
Time of the alleged act. Therefore, it is necessary for you to understand this distinction. A person shall be found not guilty of a crime if at the time of the act constituting the crime, that person did not have the mental capacity to distinguish between right and wrong in relation to the act. In regard to the question of sanity or insanity at the time of the alleged criminal act, there is a test to determine whether the person is suffering such a degree of insanity that the person is not capable of committing a crime. The test is whether the insanity was such that it deprived that person of the mental capacity to distinguish between right and wrong in relation to the act that the person allegedly committed. The perpetrator may be what is commonly referred to as insane in a loose and general sense, yet in the eyes of the law, she may be sane and responsible so far as the act in question is concerned, if at the time of the commission of the alleged act, the accused had sufficient capacity to distinguish between the right and wrong of the particular act. This is a question of fact to be determined by you, the jury. Mere weak-mindedness, mental abnormality, or mental state shown only by repeated unlawful or antisocial conduct, which does not amount to insanity, is not a defense to a crime if the person had the mental capacity to distinguish between right and wrong in relation to the alleged offense when the alleged offense was committed. Insanity may be only a temporary malady, and if the accused did not have sufficient mental capacity to distinguish between right and wrong with reference to the act alleged in this indictment at the time that the act was committed, then the accused would not be criminally responsible. The test of criminal responsibility is the condition of the mind of the accused at the time of the commission of the alleged act. If a person of unsound mind has intervals of understanding during which that person can distinguish between right and wrong of a particular act, then that person shall answer for that act if it was committed during those periods of understanding. If, due to an affliction of the mind, a person's mind is so impaired that the person is incapable of forming the intent to commit the act with which she is charged, or to understand that a certain consequence would likely result from the act, then that person would not be criminally responsible for the act. The defendant has the burden of proving insanity by a preponderance of the evidence. If you believe beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed the act charged in this bill of indictment, but also believe by a preponderance of the evidence that at the time of the commission of this act, the defendant was mentally incapable of distinguishing between right and wrong regarding this act, then it would be your duty to acquit the defendant because of insanity. I have already defined for you what beyond a reasonable doubt means. Now I will define for you what a preponderance of evidence means. It means evidence on the issues involved that is sufficient to incline a reasonable and impartial mind to one side of the issue rather than to the other. Proof by a preponderance simply requires that the evidence show that something is more likely true than not. If you find the defendant not guilty by reason of insanity, then you must specify this in your verdict and your deliberations cease. In that event, the form of your verdict would be, we, the jury, find the defendant not guilty by reason of insanity. Should you find the defendant not guilty by reason of insanity at the time of the crime, the defendant will be committed to a state mental health facility until such time, if ever, the court is satisfied that she should be released pursuant to law. There is an exception to the rule that I have just given you. If a person has sufficient reason to distinguish between right and wrong as to a particular act about to be committed, but because of some mental delusion, the person's will was overpowered so that there was no criminal intent to commit the act in question, that person cannot be held criminally responsible for that act. In that regard, a person shall not be found guilty of a crime when, at the time of the act constituting the crime, that person, because of mental disease, acted because of a delusional compulsion that overpowered the person's will to resist committing the crime. In order for mental delusion or delusional compulsion to constitute a defense, it must appear not only that the accused was actually laboring under a delusion at the time of the commission of the alleged criminal act, but that the alleged criminal act itself was connected with the particular delusion under which the accused was then laboring, and that delusion was as to a fact that, if true, would have justified the alleged act by the accused. This is a question of fact to be determined by you, the jury. Justification is defined as follows. Sometimes a defendant's threat or use of force is legally justified, and so is not a crime. A defendant is justified in using force that is intended or likely to cause death or serious bodily injury when she reasonably believes that the use of such force is necessary to prevent death or serious bodily injury to herself or a third person. The state has the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant's actions were not justified. If you decide the defendant's actions were justified, then it would be your duty to find the defendant not guilty. Reasonable beliefs are explained as follows. For the defendant's use of force to be justified, The defendant must believe that her use of force is necessary. That belief must be reasonable. That is, a reasonable person would also believe that the use of force is necessary. And the defendant's reasonable belief must be what prompts her to use force. Evidence of acts of violence against the defendant perpetrated by a third party have been admitted into evidence. If you find from the evidence that the defendant suffers from battered person syndrome, you may consider such acts to the extent that they relate to your assessment of the mental state of the defendant at the time of the commission of the offense. If you believe this defendant committed the act charged in this bill of indictment, but at the time the defendant was actually laboring under a mental delusion, and that act was connected with that delusion, then you should find the defendant not guilty because of insanity. In this event, your deliberations will cease, and the form of your verdict would be, we, the jury, find the defendant not guilty by reason of insanity. I charge you that if you should find the defendant not guilty by reason of insanity at the time of the crime, the defendant will be committed to a state mental health facility until such time, if ever, that the court is satisfied that she should be released pursuant to law. If, and only if, you do not find the defendant not guilty by reason of insanity, then you may consider whether or not the defendant was mentally ill. As to being mentally ill at the time of the act alleged in the indictment, the term mentally ill means having a disorder of thought or mood that significantly impairs judgment, behavior, capacity to recognize reality, or ability to cope with the ordinary demands of life. The term mentally ill does not include a mental state shown only by repeated unlawful or antisocial conduct. Under the evidence and the court's instructions, if you find and believe beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty and was mentally ill at the time of the commission of the offense, then you would be authorized to find the defendant guilty but mentally ill at the time of the crime. If this is your finding, then you must specify it in your verdict. And the form of your verdict in that event would be, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty but mentally ill at the time of the crime.
Okay, so that's important. They can only move on to guilty of mentally ill if they find that she is not guilty by reason of insanity. You see? So I think not guilty by reason of insanity is more of a temporary delusion break, psychotic break. Whereas guilty but mentally ill is you are mentally ill, you have a mental illness, and you're guilty, but here's the difference in where she goes.
I charge you that should you find the defendant guilty but mentally ill at the time of the crime, the defendant would be placed in the custody of the Department of Corrections, which will have responsibility for the evaluation and treatment of the mental health needs of the defendant, which may include, at the discretion of the Department of Corrections, referral for temporary hospitalization at a facility operated by the Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities. Any evidence as to the insanity of the defendant is to be considered by you along with all of the other evidence in this case. If the evidence as a whole raises a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt, that doubt must be resolved in favor of the accused. I think you're going to have, if you would help me out with the verdict form. You can see, you will have the verdict form with you in the jury room, but as you will see, you have all your choices laid out for you as to each count, and you should follow the directions that I've just given you as to how you make those determinations. If after considering the testimony and evidence presented to you together with the charge of the court, you should find and believe beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant in Cherokee County, Georgia, did commit the offense as alleged in the indictment, you would be authorized to find the defendant guilty. In that event, the form of your verdict would be, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty. If you do not believe that the defendant is guilty, or if you have any reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt, then it will be your duty to acquit the defendant, in which event the form of your verdict would be, we, the jury, find the defendant not guilty. Those two options are options A and C on the verdict form. And then I have also explained to you the law as it pertains to your options B and D on the verdict form. Whatever your verdict is, it must be unanimous. That is agreed to by all of you. One of your first duties in the jury room will be to select one of your number to act as foreperson, who will preside over your deliberations and who will sign the verdict to which all 12 of you freely and voluntarily agree. You should start your deliberations with an open mind. Consult with one another and consider each other's views. Each of you must decide this case for yourself, but you should do so only after a discussion and consideration of the case with your fellow jurors. Do not hesitate to change an honest opinion if you are convinced that it is wrong. However, you should never surrender an honest opinion in order to be congenial or to reach a verdict solely because of the opinions of other jurors. By no ruling or comment that the court has made during the progress of the trial has the court intended to express any opinion upon the facts of this case, upon the credibility of the witnesses, upon the evidence, or upon whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty. You are only concerned with determining whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty. You are not to concern yourselves with punishment. Your verdict should be a true verdict based upon your opinion of the evidence according to the law as given you in this charge. You are not to show favor or sympathy to one party or another. It is your duty to consider the facts objectively without favor, affection, or sympathy to either party. As I said, your verdict, whatever it is, must be unanimous. It must be in writing. It must be signed by one of your members as foreperson, dated and returned to be published in open court. During your deliberations, you must not communicate with or provide any information to anyone by any means about this case. You may not use any electronic device or media,
Don't be
such
that
as a
hoodie
cell
guy.
phone, laptop, tablet, or computer, to communicate to anyone any information about this case, to receive any information about this case, to conduct any research about this case, or for any reason until I accept your verdict. We do have 3 alternates, and those are numbers.
Why did their sound just cut out?
And 201, and we will ask that you remain right outside the door there, and we'll call you back in for some further instructions. Now, all the rest of you may retire to the jury room. Do not begin your deliberations until all of you are present, till you have received the indictment, a copy of these jury instructions, and all of the evidence in the case. So you may be excused.
All right, poll is up. Vote how you would vote if you were on the jury. Guilty, not guilty, she goes free. Not guilty by reason of insanity. She is confined to a state mental institution for as long as they want, could be an indeterminate period of time. Guilty but mentally ill, she goes into the custody of the Department of Corrections, and they give her mental health treatment as necessary. So she could go in for periods of mental health hospitalization, for periods of time. That is your poll. Think about it. I don't even know how I'm going to vote. For some reason, my poll is not even coming up on my own phone, so.
What you've already noted.
I will say that I think the court ordered some of it out of the order that we have it in the document, but I think it was all.
Sometimes pages stick together. Okay.
Thanks again to Papa George and to the
Got the
Goodmans.
indictment with the witness list torn off. I have the charge. I have the verdict form. Have y'all agreed on what evidence is going out?
I just need to go, if I can be excused, Judge, to the defense office, we're gonna try to print that extra picture off.
Okay.
Add it to
In the meantime, is there any objection to the alternates being excused, subject to being called? All right, we'll bring in 108, 94, and 201.
Catching up to real time. Look at us.
If you'll raise your hand, okay. All right, 108, if you'll raise your hand, okay, 94 and 201. All right, sometimes I say that being an alternate juror is like being first runner-up in a beauty pageant. You don't get to serve unless somebody ahead of you is disqualified. So we don't ask you to remain with us. We will let you be excused if you can give the bailiffs a phone number where they can reach you, and you could be back here within a half hour. Don't get further away from us than that. Because we would need you to return to us if anything happened to any of the other jurors before a verdict is arrived at in this case. So if you can do that, we will let you be excused. You will be excused subject to all the same directions that I've been giving you throughout the trial about not reading any media reports, doing any research, having any conversations with anybody, but you can be at least a little more at leisure as we excuse you. We will tell you when the verdict has been reached and when you are finally excused from your service. We appreciate your cooperation and your service in this case. But you can step out and give the bailiff your phone numbers, and we will let you know as things transpire.
Okay, so what's going to transpire, Judge? How long are you going to keep them? Does she say how long she's going to keep them? How long she's going to let him go? If we're an hour behind? Because they kind of cut the sound. Does anybody know? They dismissed the 3 alternates. They had 15, so they dismissed the 3 alternates. Okay. It's buffering, but no, they're deciding on evidence. She didn't say it yet, but I guess we're just gonna have to see. It's currently 5:42 on the East Coast. There may be an hour delay on this stream. Yeah, if she's guilty but mentally ill, she goes to prison. She goes to the custody of the Department of Corrections, and they can send her temporarily to the mental hospital periodically if she needs it. Not guilty by reason of insanity, she goes into the custody of the state mental institution, and they can keep her there for as long as they think is necessary, if ever, to be released. So there's that. She has not been out on bail. She's been in custody. So I think we're going to have to hang in here for a couple more minutes. Has everyone voted that wants to vote? We only had 248 people voting. Come on, people. And it's 40%. So far, it's 40% guilty but mentally ill, where she goes into the Department of Corrections system, and then she is periodically sent for mental treatment if she needs it. That's 40%. 34% say not guilty by reason of insanity. So it's kind of close, where she goes into the state mental facility, and then 22% just say straight up guilty, send her to the prison, and 3% actually said not guilty, set her free. I don't know. I don't know where I am. I'm a little conflicted on this, gotta be honest. Not quite sure. I don't think they're gonna be back that soon. I don't think they're gonna be back today. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Hoss long till we get a verdict. Hoss long. Why did she do it? She said she was hearing voices. She was having delusions and hallucinations that were saying, you have to kill her. You have to kill yourself to save yourself. You have to kill her to save her daughter. I don't think it's going to be today. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to break. I'll keep looking at Twitter or wherever to see whoever's going to post if and when a verdict is reached. Oh wait, she's going to say something now. I think the mic is up.
I don't intend to go particularly late tonight. I certainly don't expect, well, you never know, but I don't expect there to be a verdict tonight, unless we held them here, which I am not inclined to do. So probably sometime between 6 and 6:30, if we haven't heard from them already, there haven't been any questions or any other word from them, then I'll bring them back in and we'll excuse them. So you can be at ease. Let's say 6:15. They'll give them an hour and a half, unless we, as I said, unless we hear from them earlier.
At ease. Let me just check and see if there's anything happening, because I think they're on a 1 hour delay pursuant to the court rule. And so you want to make sure that you hit the notification bell, and you want to make sure it's all notifications, and you want to make sure that you have notifications set on your phone. And you want to make sure that you're subscribed, because that way, if there's a verdict and I decide to go live, I'll go live with it if there's a verdict tonight. But if not, you're going to want to know tomorrow. Oh, wait a second. Where's Notorious Jules? Notorious Jules, is she in the courtroom in Georgia? Because she's tweeting. Jury had a question 25 minutes ago, 17 minutes ago. Still waiting on what the jury question was, she said. I don't know where the clock is that she's seeing. People are asking her. She's saying the clock stopped for the day at 22 minutes and 29 seconds. And that's what Jules said. So we think that they're going home for the day. And they were on a 1 hour delay. All right, cool. I'm going to end the poll. Get your votes in if you're not done. I ended the poll, but it didn't give me the results. All right, so that was kind of a fail. Did it come up on the... There we go. Not guilty but mentally ill, going into the Department of Corrections, 38%. Not guilty by reason of insanity to go to a state mental institution, 35%. You guys are pretty split on that. Guilty, 21%, and not guilty, go free, 3%. All right. So there's that. Thank you to the moderators for hanging in there for like the entire whole day and night. This has been like 7 hours and 49 minutes. So I heard some other stuff broke today. So make sure you're subscribed in case, I decide to do any more today. But it's been a marathon. It's been a marathon. And it was a great time. I had a great time with you guys. Thanks for hanging in there with me. Thank you to the mods who are amazing. Gonna have to get the mods some pizza. And thank you all so very much for being here with me and for do all the YouTube courtesy things that YouTube likes. Share the stream, like it, subscribe, hit the bell, comment nicely, guide your actions accordingly. And Court TV has the clock up. I'm on. Oh, okay. All right. I will see where they are on this. Let's just see. I'll just check it before we go. Court TV. I don't see the clock up. Unless it's in there. Oh, the chat is disabled. It's day 6, right? Here's what I'm seeing on Court TV. And tell me if you're seeing something else. I don't see no stinking clock. All right. It's verdict. Watch. That's it. That's where we break for today. All right, you guys. Thanks. Be cool. Stay kind. Stay classy. Love you all so very much. Peace, my friends. Peace. Enjoy the rest of your evening.